was a losing bet, and I knew what I could do, but had to prove I wasn't finished yet. Was an uphill climb, saw it in my mind, recite the lines every time. I got the power, counting down the hours till the whole world knows this is what it's like to be powerful. Never gonna settle, I'm on another level. I'm powerful, I'ma let them know I got the gold, I'm in control, I break the mold, I show the world just how powerful I can be. Powerful, powerful, had to fall so I could fly, had to fail so I could rise, had to break to feel alive. I'm alive, I'm alive, I'm alive. Powerful, powerful, feeling the burn deep in my chest. It's all in my tongue, yeah. I'ma give it my best, yeah. So don't overthink it. Enough is enough. The moment is now, yeah. Gotta keep up. 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 I carry the fire, I'm bringing the heat. It's my only desire, yeah, you know what I mean. To the top of the mountain, we're ready to go. There's no doubt about it, we're taking control. Gotta keep up. 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 Work hard, work hard, work hard, work hard. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. You better D up before you get smoked. I'm taking the ball, I have it to go. I've been in my bag, you been in the trash, just move to the back, 'cause I'm on the move, come through like a truck, I'm packing the bell when you front of the back, yeah. I can taste victory, yeah, we about to make history. Just give me the ball, I won't let it fall. We about to light it up from the window to the wall. This the culmination of all my hard work. Them hours in the gym, I'm about to go berserk. Count it down, clock is on tick. Tick, 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 let's get it in. Ow!
He's a beast, he's a monster, he's a force with the man. I scanned the room, forming up the plan. Fire in my eyes, got him stuck quicksand. I don't play to lose, I just play to win. It's that hard work, effort that I'm putting in. I don't play to lose, I just play to win. Sound like broken records against me, let them records spin. I gotta give it 100%, nobody go harder than me. Do it on purpose, I got the people depending on me. Mama mentality, got my game face on. Every time I step up on this court, you know that we won, it's done.
I'm going full speed, I just pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, at the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, at the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, at the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me.
Yeah, you're looking for something amazing. That's why I put in the work. That's why I grind on the daily. I'm running wild and I know that no one can tame me. Hall of Fame on my mind, they cannot contain me. I know that I can't stop now. There ain't no way I'm giving up. Won't back down. I've come too far and I know I'm gonna act out until I'm standing on the top. They hear me now. They hear me now. Let them know. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. I'll give it all I got to succeed. Ain't no way of stopping what I'm destined to be. I'm here for greatness, I was made for more. I got my focus sure, heart is ready, mind is right. Take flight, watch me soar. I won't stop now, there ain't no way I'll ever quit. My life loud, they try to hold me back, but I won't lie down. This is something they can't deny, the truth's out. I got that fire now. Let them know. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. Try, but you can't hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't hold me back. Hey, hey. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. Hey, hey. You can try, but you can't hold me back. Hey, hey. Nothing can hold me back.
Man, this might be something lethal. Like a beast that can't be tamed. This the kind of rage you can't contain. Yeah, this might be something lethal. You can really see the flames. Feeling like it's borderline insane. Man, this might be something lethal. Something lethal. Yeah, this might be something lethal. Something lethal. Feel it coming. The pressure start thumping, ain't no running. It might cause a rave, all my people start jumping. You can feel the rush, it'll get your blood pumping. Okay, you better take a seat. Don't step inside the kitchen if you cannot take the heat. It's looking like a feast, guaranteed to flame the streets. It's the jungle outside, tell me who can tame the beast. Something lethal, like a beast that can't be tamed. This the kind of rage you can't contain. Yeah, this might be something lethal. You can really feel the flames, feeling like it's borderline insane. Man, this might be something lethal. Something lethal. Yeah, this might be something lethal. Something lethal. Welcome to the valley, it'll eat you alive. It'll hit you out of nowhere like a thief in the night. Ain't no way you can hide, it came seeking a fight. Push the pedal to the metal, better keep up the stride. Keep up the pace, this is a rage, we gon' light up this place. Please make some space, or move out the way. Come in with pressure, get smacked in the face. Something lethal, like a beast that can't be tamed. This the kind of rage you can't contain. Yeah, this might be something lethal. You can really feel the flames, feeling like it's borderline insane. Man, this might be something lethal. Something lethal. Yeah, 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 this might be something lethal.
Welcome to the main event. 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 Let's go. Through the fire and the rain, I was born to rise above. Kept on pushing through the pain till I made it out the mud. Now the dam's about to break, so get ready for the flood. Can you feel the rush? The beast is waking up. Welcome to the main event. We spent the whole night waiting for the best of the best. Welcome to the main event. You got the whole world watching. Will you rise to the test? Let's go. Welcome to the main event. 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 Let's go. Watch
earth shake. Chaos around me. So many enemies. They all surround me. They out for blood and revenge. Rising with killer intent. The fury ahead is immense, but I will not bend. Look in my eyes, no you won't see fear. Nothing but fire and it's not even fair. They all against me, but I'm still here. So go ahead and let them know I'm more than prepared. An army's not enough to silence me. Go ahead and bring the galaxy. Nothing you do can rattle me. Go ahead, battle me. Get out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. I gotta do what I gotta do. No one or nothing can stop me. And if you don't think that I can, just watch. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. Yeah, vengeance in the trenches with my mindset on a mission. Ain't ready for what I'ma hit with. I'ma go get it, I'ma get this. And I told them I'ma end this, get a witness. You want the fire and I got that. Ain't nobody here gonna stop that. Got more than a 12-gauge kickback. I'm about to get that, no one gonna top that. I've been putting that work in. If you want the crown, you gotta earn it. Don't assume that silence means weakness. There's a monster that's lurking under the surface. They about to know. To doubt me, that's a tragedy. You end up just counting the casualties. Victory is my anatomy. Go ahead, battle me. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. I gotta do what I gotta do. No one or nothing can stop me. And if you don't think that I can, just watch. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. All of that talking stops now. There's no need for discussion. Once you see what I'm about, all of that talking stops now. Let's do this for real. Let's go. Right now. Battle me. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. I gotta do what I gotta do. No one or nothing can stop me. And if you don't think that I can, just watch. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. We gon' run it. We gon' run it. Yeah. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road till we take it home.
An update is required.
Financial system updating.
System updated.
We will dance to get.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Hunter in the dark. Master of 9 shots. Oppo Find XX series. Powerful camera, powerful AI.
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way. Pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way. Pay your way.
Then face your death, cause you play a roulette with each step I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here and stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I
Okay. I get it now.
Sweet dreams are made of this.
Get summer ready at Verizon. All new and existing customers get iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. Yep, iPhone 16 Pro on us. Only with Verizon.
In my darkest hour, I can feel the power. Won't be devoured, never been a coward. They stone sour, I'm gunpowder. If I say it louder, can you hear me now? I got the power. Counting down the hours till the whole world knows. This is what it's like to be powerful. Never gonna settle, I'm on another level. I'm powerful. I'ma let 'em know I got the gold. I'm in control. I break the mold. I show the world just how powerful I can be. Had to pay my debts, was a losing bet, and I knew what I could do, but had to prove I wasn't finished yet. Was an uphill climb, saw it in my mind, recite the lines every time. I got the power, counting down the hours till the whole world knows. This is what it's like to be powerful, never gonna settle, I'm on another level. I'm powerful. I'ma let 'em know I got the gold. I'm in control. I break the mold. I show the world just how powerful I can be.
Something is coming. It's building, rising from within. It fuels the determination to battle against impossible odds. The fire within.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. I'ma look at you from the top, howling like a hound.
It's not gonna happen, but in the back, huge! He's just too strong!
It awakens here.
Massive kill coming in!
It awakens now.
It was just cinema!
Welcome to MSI.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to beautiful Vancouver. The Pacific Coliseum is ready for EU versus NA for the absolute ages. I think this is one of the most storied rivalries in League of Legends, EU versus NA, and this is probably one of the best matches we're ever gonna get because it's a best of 5 and the loser goes home on the 4th of July. Really?
Yes, sir!
Welcome to the desk. This is the EU versus NA extravaganza bonanza. Even though some people worked 14 hours yesterday, we've got a full set on the desk and a full set on the cast. This is like Christmas.
I'm surprised you're dressed like this and not in all black. There's a funeral about to happen today. You're not dressed properly.
Bro, this is like Easter for us. You know, it's gonna be so effortless. It's a good time. It's casual.
Listen,
Ooh, 4th of July.
How did we get here? Does anyone want to summarize how G2 and Fly ended up in this position?
We both intentionally lost for content to set up this NA versus EU match.
Yep, I agree.
Yes, brother.
I agree. We could have won, but we opted instead to face each other as it's an honorable duel.
Yes.
Yes.
And seriously.
Oh, seriously? You want that serious? We were worse than the LPL and LCK teams. I don't care about seriously.
Fair enough. So, we're going to spice things up a little, right, because of this matchup. Basically, there has been a PowerPoint presentation prepared from the EU representatives for the NA people and the other way around. We're going to start with the ones we have cooked up for you guys. Raz, go ahead.
Let's take a look at some of the
Please explain to us.
Raz's going to have to present some garbage here.
Yeah, it doesn't even look good already, but why G2 will beat Fly, I just don't believe it at all, by the way. So, Canadian coach equals Canadian win max impact. You guys are trying to make your case that the Canadians will win.
I'm kind of with you on the first slide.
Estimate higher than Chovy. I mean, this is already looking good. Proof that Canada is better. I like this already. I'm a Canadian. We're both Canadians.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
You
but
maybe
this,
get
so
me
this
with
is
the
good
first
for
slide.
G2, actually. Okay, here we
Okay.
go.
Pulsa?
Yeah.
What does that even mean?
It's just a hot dog without a bun.
Yeah.
Who wants that?
An inferior hot dog, but you guys are trying to say your hot dogs are better than our hot dogs. I'm sorry. We're calling them hot dogs, so that's already an American point. Caps is greater than Busio. It's not even the right lane, buddy. And then let's go on to the next one. 5 Europeans, but oh, I see what's happening here. 2 Europeans, 2 NA, 1 South Korean. I want to make a very clear point. They left Europe for a reason, for a more competitive region. So, making that point. They got an MVP, they got a European championship,
Yes,
they decided to
sir.
come to a more competitive region. Thanks for listening. Thanks to my TED Talk. Yeah, there we go. Appreciate it. I appreciate it.
I don't know if you did the assignment at all, but I appreciated that you refused completely to make an argument for why G2 would win. Thank you, Raz.
Though I was with you on the Canadians being good.
I'm just saying, Canadian, the coaching staff affects the entire team. It's not just one lane.
All right. And, yeah, they've also prepared one for us,
Now
of
it's
course.
your job.
All right.
Let's see what you
What'd
have.
you call it?
cooking for
Garbage?
us.
What is your genius? Why FlyQuest will fly higher? What are you, 8? We have your best.
I see you on.
I would love to argue against this, but it's my greatest fear.
I'm just saying, Caps, weather in LA, great.
It's beautiful. Beautiful.
Guys, no,
Also,
we're not doing this. This is my time to talk. You
I'm
can't
sorry,
just steal
my
our
bad.
players. All right, so your
Go on.
strategy is
I'm
if you can't
sad.
beat them,
Yeah.
buy them. Which hasn't worked for you so far. Let's
It's
be
true.
very clear. We've won up until now, so
How many
don't
MSI
think
titles?
you're
Zero.
getting. That's all I'm saying.
We're
Who did we get
Crimcoy.
that MSI total over? All right.
We're Crimcoy.
We stole 2 Canadians. We'll steal more Canadians. We like them. It's the people from the U.S. we're not as convinced about in terms of player quality. Power of the 4th of July and Canada Day.
Okay, yeah. That's good. It's good power.
I think the script writers have put this together so this is double embarrassing. They didn't want to hit just Canada. They didn't want to hit just the U.S. They wanted to hit all of NA with this embarrassing loss. So we had to put this perfectly here. So close to Canada Day on the 4th of July. Look. That's why FlyQuest will win. That's what I was supposed to say. That's why they'll lose and the stakes. You just don't chance it. Whoa!
Sorry. Oops.
Production did warn us
Sorry,
there'd be a pop
production.
quiz.
We moved on, but there's a pop quiz, I think.
No,
Shall
this
we do
is
it now?
Oh, that
wait.
was my pop quiz for you
Not
guys.
yet,
No,
not
that was
yet.
my pop quiz for you. I'm going to ask you this question then.
No.
Oh, I made that. That's in mine.
You did this for later.
No, that's okay. All right.
Anyways, let's talk about EU versus NA history. There is so much history in this rivalry. So let's pull up the numbers, shall we? In best of 5 series, it's 3-2 in favor of EU. But the dates there,
It's been a while.
It's been a while.
You can say it. We're all thinking it.
We're all thinking
EU's
it.
living in their past glories.
Absolutely.
Whoa. You would live there too if you had any, okay?
Hey. G2 versus Energy.
Okay, all right. Yeah.
KC versus
Okay,
TL.
was there a trophy for that one? No.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It was called the better of the worst regions. And we have that trophy. It's in our studio.
And our hearts.
Guys, you can't just call the LTA trophy the better of the worst regions trophy.
There's some graphics I think as well. Maybe you have some of these. I actually requested like when the seeds, the 1 seeds played against each other because that's like pretty
This is the
important.
last time that EU beat the #1 seed from NA. Back in 2019. Oof.
That is the last time I was happy.
That just
We're not
got
supposed
dark.
to say that. We have to pretend like we're like there's no doubt in our minds.
Yeah. And then I see that there's a secret exam. Okay, there's time for a secret exam. Let's go.
Okay, I'm ready for this one.
All right.
I'm prepared.
Where is this going to take us?
I always win these, by the way, so you're doomed.
This is wacky. Okay. Can you name the 4 times EU and NA's first seeds have faced off against each other in series play at international level?
Okay, we'll start
G2 versus TL.
That's the freebie.
G2 versus NRG.
G2 versus Energy. TL versus KC at first stand, and then
EG versus G2 at MSI?
They didn't play a series.
Oh, you're right.
It wasn't a yeah.
The
it
last
wasn't a
one
series.
is probably forever ago.
Fnatic versus.
Oh, wait.
Oh,
Is
it's best of 5. It's best of 5.
Is it the G2 CLG MSI one?
Oh.
I don't remember. It was like
BDS?
it was the G2
I don't think
vacation
they
era.
count that because we don't count.
And it's first seeds. First
It says
seed.
international event.
I know,
I
but
mean,
that was the qualifier.
MSI is the
I've got no
freebie because
idea.
if they played in a best 5 at all, it would have been first seeds. We didn't send anyone else.
Oh, here we go.
Okay.
Energy. Oh,
Whoa,
Fnatic.
okay, Worlds
Wow.
2000.
We're only counting best of 5, so it's been a long time. Yeah. Okay.
2013.
I don't even what logo even is that?
What logo is this?
playing
Is this Alliance?
That's is that against all authority?
I was wondering against all authority.
Oh my god.
It's the tribe.
Oh
Last time he was good. Wow.
Crazy.
I can't believe Nintendo let them get away with that.
I also cooked up a little graphic to accurately portray how I usually feel. This is
Oh my god!
She's on our side. Welcome.
Wait, what?
Let's go!
Why are you selling us out?
So Dracos is American and Shox is on our side. So I think we just have 4 NA reps on the desk now.
No.
Listen, they need to earn my love back, okay? Let's see. Lord, not yet.
Did they have to earn it today?
I won't leave you hanging, buddy.
Lord did have a chance to check in with Whippo in our Verizon Game Day interview.
Whippo, thank you so much for joining me ahead of today's series. It is the 4th of July. It is EU versus NA. How do you feel ahead of the matchup? It feels like this one is going in your favor for now. At least that's what the fans think.
I mean, G2 obviously had some shaky showings against in the play-ins. So obviously, I think that made their stocks go way down. But I still think they're a respectable, like an opponent to be respected.
Right.
Performance can always change from week 1 to week 2. You know, in my whole career, I don't remember a single week 1 I won an international event. Like even last Worlds, we lost to HLE, lost to the Damwon.
Yeah.
Before that, you know, when I was playing in Fnatic, you know, we had our week 2 Fnatic memes. That meant that there was week 1s that were not so great. So for me, it goes both ways. I didn't have a great week 1. They didn't have a great week 1. Just means I have to focus up and make sure I play well this week.
Absolutely. You were mentioning Fnatic, obviously, while you're going to play against Caps. I know that Inspired was talking about the fact that when you play against Caps, you cannot let him do what he wants to do. You have to pressure him all the time. What do you think of Caps' level right now, especially going into a matchup like this, loser bracket?
Right.
We expect him to play at his max, of course.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously one of the best players, if not the best player in Europe. I mean, even in the West. So you have to respect Caps. Make sure that you make him uncomfortable in the game at least. I do think that if you let him play his game, he has a lot of influence in the game. He's got a great eye for influencing the map. So making sure you make a target out of him and make him uncomfortable is going to be really important for us to have an easy way to win. G2 is not looking too hot. I'm not going to say that we're looking absolutely crazy either, but from my perspective at least, like, it used to be if he got his way, then you wouldn't win. I feel like even if he gets his way, it does seem winnable, and I think that's a very good place to be if you're trying to beat G2.
I see. Any take on the top lane matchup, you versus Broken Blade? You like to take risks in lane, let's call it that way. And Vivi hasn't doing so hot lately. How do you think this one's gonna go? I'm
not sure. Like I said, I'm just gonna focus on my own game and play my own style. I think that historically, whenever I get in my own head and start worrying about what the other guy's doing, I play worse. So I'm just going to make sure I play my own game well. I play characters that I know I'm good at. And the rest will be history.
All right, let's see how it goes.
I'm pretty confident that I'm going to do well. I don't think I'm going to be like killing him or anything like that. We'll see.
All right,
I think I'll just farm my creeps. I'll show up in team fights.
And
good things will happen.
Thank you so much. Best of luck on this FlyQuest G2 matchup. Shox, over to you.
Thank you for your work, Lore, because he doesn't like to think about it, but you just reminded him. Great. Our secret agent is active. And
whose side are you on?
What? No, she made Whippo uncomfortable.
I know, but just a second ago, you're like, it's not a rivalry. They always beat her.
I mean, they do, okay, until they don't. Let's see how the fans have voted.
I thought Raz was the flip-flopper. I thought Raz was the flip-flopper.
At mastercard.gg on X. They are calling the vote for G2.
Yep.
What?
Yep.
You can see the fan prediction rate has been plummeting, though.
Common sense prevails.
Because of things like this.
Actually, they also predicted them Koi to win, so
that's why it went down.
Their track record is 67% correct. You can vote every day at mastercard.gg on X to lock your predictions in too. So without further ado, let's get to our predictions here on the desk. I'll start because yes, I'm very self-deprecating, but I still think they're going to make it 3-1 G2.
Oh my god, you and the fans are all delusional. I have it as 3-1 for FlyQuest. You make a case right now. Why do you think that G2 is going to win?
Is your prediction my prediction? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, I'm saying
I'll take
3-1.
the time. I'm gonna need this camera. Let's keep it simple.
Okay.
This is Rasmus Winter. He's the best player to ever do it in the West. And so far, you haven't seen the real demon. Because now, he's angry.
He's angry.
That
He's
is
here
the
to mess you up.
worst eyebrow.
Those are terrible eyebrows. But or is he quizzical? Is he asking the question, are you really ready for this? It's not clear, but what matters is he's ready to go. And he's about to tear this.
Oh my God.
I completely agree.
I know what's coming.
I mean, G2 is one of the best teams in the world. You know, they're world finalists. They won MSI. They've taken down the likes of, sorry, 1 second. I'm being told that it's no longer 2019, that Masu is the GOAT, that EU has never made it out of the Swiss stage at Worlds, and that NA runs EU. Of course, it's going to be a 3-0 for FlyQuest, baby. Let's go!
Preach!
Let's go!
He can't keep doing this
Testify!
Oh.
Just tell him like it is, brother.
I'm so excited.
What happened to you? What happened to your roots? You're from Portland. You're from America. Why did you have to be the
I
importer?
did what JoJo did. I left for better League of Legends, and I do not regret that.
Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! I'm just telling you right now.
Oh my God. You guys
I just
okay?
want him to have a wake-up call at some point. Here's your headphones.
Do you
Wake
think
up.
we're not awake? Do you think we're not awake? Imagine this.
Yes.
You win MSI, you think, oh, NA never beats us. Then it's like Fnatic loses to NA, but that's Fnatic. And then your first seed loses to NRG and they can never beat NA again. Do you know the world I
like
live in?
this story. What about Mad Lions? What happened there?
No.
They don't exist anymore. I don't care. Regardless, okay, guys, with all jokes aside, I think this is exactly what we should be doing in this extravaganza, though. But elimination is on the line. So for the players, it's going to be a stressful day ahead. Not for us, though.
Yeah.
No, we're here for the
chilling.
content.
And not for FlyQuest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless we build a time machine, because I am going back to 2019 if I can, brother. I believe we see it in this series.
Fair enough. I hope you all enjoyed the craziness that is this pre-show for EU versus NA. For G2 versus FlyQuest, the loser goes home.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. I'ma look at you from the top, howling like a hound. Let me take it off, push it up to another height. This is what I do. I'm a dog, not afraid to fight in the dark at night.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to lovely Vancouver, Canada, here for MSI 2025 in what is now the first elimination match of the main stage of the competition and the latest installment of 15 years of International League of Legends, EU versus NA, FlyQuest versus G2. I'm Captain Flowers, here for the call alongside Kobe and Vedius. Gentlemen, I am ready.
So am I, Flowers. Vedius, I feel like we should hug. You know, after the analyst desk was getting so violent, you know.
We'll be brothers till the end.
Exactly.
We'll be brothers till the end.
Let's have a good, clean game here.
Good, clean game.
No blood on the rift, you know.
Oh, no, I
Everybody.
want loads of blood on the rift.
Let's go.
We on the desk is going to stay civil, though, as we get ready to jump into draft. Thick and fast, already TF taken off the board. So many questions around what the priority is going to be in this draft. We were talking about the jungle priority especially. How high up is the Maokai? What about the Xinjiao? What about the Vi? Where do these all fall for these two junglers?
Exactly, because, you know, G2, in their game that they did win versus GenG, that Yone right there, that was a part of it, along with the Maokai that you mentioned that kind of tied it all together. That, like, long-range engage used so much space and really made their team fight better, so FlyQuest targeting that early on in the bans.
Caps, the greatest Western player of all time here in League of Legends, targeted in the bans for a reason here. All three first phase bans from FlyQuest, the TF, the Yone, the Azir. The common denominator is Caps. On the other side, Talia taken off the table by G2 alongside that Rumble. We know Broken Blade doesn't really play this champion. Whippo does. They'll remove that one considering it is a power pick here in game number 1 as the timer runs out. What is G2's final ban on this red side? The Renekton as first pick goes over to FlyQuest.
A lot of power picks available. I mean, the question is, what's the priority going to be? Is it that jungle role with the Xin, the Vi, all these high pick value junglers available, along with the Annie. We've seen be a very contested mid lane champion in the current meta, and it feels like that it's a pretty safe blind in the mid lane meta right now.
And I wonder, with the possibilities, will you just go for power picks like the Varus here? Okay, instantly do. But the other possibilities, in Fearless in a full best of 5, if you wanted to steal away early on the Maokai or something like that and play it, then it would remain Fearless banned. But that's not going to be the opportunity here. They just go with the straightforward FlyQuest, immediately getting the power pick of the current meta for Masu here, the Canadian on the team, and that is going to allow that Maokai again that has been so good for G2.
And the Varus for Masu, somebody who has stepped up time and time again for FlyQuest. You remember back to Worlds last year when they impressed everyone, taking GenG to 5 games. Masu, a massive performer there, giving him a champ like this. Really good for FlyQuest. But over on the other side, Skewmond on Maokai. G2 is ferocious with this pick in the jungle. They play so well around the objectives with it. Not surprised at all to see them lock that in first rotation game 1, as the Rise is the next lock for FlyQuest.
The Rise blind is a little surprising, and I just want to give you guys a bit of a throwback. Caps is no stranger to the Anivia matchup. He is a fan of it, and he knows it's a good pick into the Rise. Whether it's a good pick in this composition is still a big question mark, but FlyQuest already setting their sights on potentially attacking the side lanes by locking in the Pantheon, pairing it alongside the Rise, very much about attacking the rest of the map.
Exactly, that's what I was going to go for immediately, looking to play the sides there, looking to split push for later on. But also, early proactive plays really have been successful there, especially if you can go towards the bottom side of the map. But G2, what are we going to grab here? You would assume they're going to get Caps' answer now so it doesn't get banned out. You mentioned the Anivia, and things like Cassio are fairly popular into it, but they opt to go for that primary support, the Alistar here. So versatile.
It is a comfort pick for Labrov. It provides very strong engage, and they can also ban things like the Braum, potentially the Rakan, things that could be good matchups. Maybe they want to take away some of the engage options on the bot side of the map as well. Rel could very well be high up on the priority list, but the support pool likely going to be pinched for Busio.
Busio, I would also say, is the second best Alistar in North America. Only Vulcan on C9 I would rate higher. So locking in the Alistar, not just for Labrov, a good denial against Busio too, as Rakan will be the first ban here in the second half from G2, taking away one of those potential big team fight engage options from the side of FlyQuest, who right now, yeah, you have the ability to make picks with a Rune Prison or a Pantheon engage with the Grand Starfall. You have Varus for a pick with Chain of Corruption, but FlyQuest is missing a big go button so far.
Exactly, and those two pieces are definitely going to come with either the top lane pick here or that support pick, like Nautilus or something like that could go through for Busio, and they could have Whippo just blind pick his tank for the top side of the map, unless G2 for some reason wanted to go for top lane Broken Blade at the moment. But I think that would be kind of crazy considering they could just throw down Caps' pick immediately.
I mean, things like the Jace is still open. We don't expect that to be a high priority pick for really either of these top laners, but it's always a possibility. With the Rumble taken away and the Renekton gone as well, things like Sion massively raised in value as a safe blind top pick.
Exactly. With this Gwen ban here, they are for sure setting up for some sort of tank for Blippo on the top.
As a possibility as well.
Definitely true.
There is that Braum ban to come through from the side of G2, so very much targeting two of the good matchups into the Alistar specifically. The Corki ban to remove some of the AD mid possibilities. Tristana is a long-time favorite for Caps that he's played many times alongside this Maokai. Whether he decides to go for an AD mid is still up for debate. We'll see what direction he decides to go, as we are very much expecting that mid laner to come through now for G2.
All right, G2, what will you cook
that smile
against
is a dangerous
the Rise?
Smile.
Yeah,
They're laughing about something over there.
He looks like he's got something planned. Will we actually see this locked in? I'm not going to believe it till it happens.
Cassio.
No, the Cassiopeia counterpick. So this is big. Not only is this a counterpick traditionally into the Rise, this is the pocket pick against Quad that we see teams ban all the time. G2 is not only picking a good champion for the occasion, but they're alleviating Fearless ban pressure for the rest of the series.
Exactly. Get this thing out of there for the whole series afterwards. Now, we're looking at like the Nautilus style, because we are thinking more engage here for Busio on the bottom side of the map, but okay, they're going to go for double poke for a really strong lane here, trying to abuse this Alistar early on, the Karma plus the Varus can be very oppressive.
I mean, I like the strategy. Marsu, I think, has been a standout performer on the side of FlyQuest. Why not play more towards his lane? With strong poke and an effective diver in the form of Pantheon, FlyQuest are definitely setting up for a bot side focus type of early game.
All right, Bwipo, what's it going to be? Is it going to be a Sion or Ornn type of game? Or are they going to go crazy in game number 1? All right, we're not going too crazy here. We get our front line. And Sion, with the ultimate, has so much flexibility here to get around the map. When we're going back to the early picks of this draft, and we're talking about the Ryze and the Pantheon, trying to play those side lanes, Sion here will be a very strong piece.
Yeah, and that does mean that FlyQuest is going to need to find the angles for the Sion, for the Pantheon. Again, this is not the guaranteed go button since the Sion ulti has so much telegraph to it. On the other side, though, G2, they're going to get their counter pick in the top side. It'll be Broken Blade on the Aatrox to deal with Bwipo's Sion. So now the drafts are done. The dust is settled. I got to ask you, gentlemen, the question I ask every time. Which side of the draft do you feel has the edge?
NA, baby! Let's go, FlyQuest! Honestly, though, okay, something I am worried about is, you know, Pantheon can sometimes have a hard time with Cassio because the grounding from Miasma also can kind of mess up his ganks. But Inspired is very good about finding some angles. And of course, once he gets to his ultimate, then you get a lot more options for plays.
So on paper, the reason why I prefer G2's comp is that I feel that these teams just group and fight a lot. I don't trust their ability to effectively play through the sides, and I think that a lot of responsibility is on Quad and Inspired to make magic happen on these side lanes. And I'm worried that they're just going to get sucked into the team fights, which in a straight up front to back, Cassio Jhin with a Maokai Alistar, that is just a very easy front to back style of comp to play.
I also really like the Cassiopeia here for G2, not just, again, because of the reasons that I already stated, but when you have Jhin, you can feel like a little bit of that DPS is missing for things like the later objective takes. You can feel like for getting into the meatball helper on something like a Sion, it's a little bit tougher. Cassiopeia helps make up for that.
Exactly. That's why you want to pair it with some of those DPS mid laners like Cassio, like the Azir. So it's going to be a fun one. I mean, bottom lane, we've got the Poke Varus here with the Comet, so is going to be the Lethality Varus version versus Jhin. Lots of utility down on the bottom side, but we have to expect FlyQuest will be pushing early, so when you draft something like that, we'll see if Inspired can path down towards that bottom side to play around that pushing lane too. Look for the Scuttle Crabs.
Inspired already setting out to get some early information as to where Skewmond is starting in this early game. It's a tense moment because, as you guys recognize, it's not been very EU favored in recent history. I know a lot of the EU fans back home are stressed coming into this best of 5.
Hey, so are we.
We only have to think back to last year, Team Liquid versus Fnatic. I remember many thinking that Fnatic was favored going into that matchup, and then TL got a very convincing victory.
So while we're starting with the graphic though, Vedius, part of the reason why North American fans have a lot of trauma built up is because over the years, it started out with so many EU wins.
It certainly did, but in recent history, it definitely feels like that the momentum has shifted towards North America. And what I love about that is it has given birth to the rivalry between the two regions. It does feel like that we are fighting for supremacy in the West, as Inspired has made the first play of the game. Looking for an invade, he is spotted on Vision though.
Exactly, and it is playing off the draft that they went for, so you know your setup is going to allow for this. It is causing Labrov here to go back and answer because of that ward that you mentioned. They're kind of expecting it and looking for it, and so he's just going to take the blue buff. Nothing more as of now.
So easy to play around that bottom side jungle for Inspired with the control over the bottom lane that the Varus and the Karma have.
Now I want to see what his sort of plan is about covering back the other side to really cut off options for Maokai, because Skewmond right now, with his full red quadrant done, is going to be heading over to try and get back part of Inspired's jungle.
There was a ping onto their side of the map, so there's some level of expectation that Skewmond recognizes that this has occurred. Caps going for a nice trade in the mid lane. I thought that the Sion would actually move with his priority top to actually check on the bot side jungle, but he recognizes that this could be quite dangerous. You know, with Broken Blade in a position to follow up, and with a Maokai there, he could end up just putting himself in a life-threatening position.
Yeah, so the jungle is even. It's just blue buff stolen for blue buff stolen. A similar amount of timing there as well. And Skumon's full red quadrant actually is going to respond a little bit quicker since he just did his red quadrant. And so his Krugs actually are going to be a little bit quicker to respawn for a second one, whereas Inspired's is going to be desynced since he started his Raptors. So he will have the regular like 4-minute respawn for those, but Krugs will be a little delayed.
No ganks yet from either side, though, considering we just have had these trades of the blue buffs. But both junglers are now back on the bottom side of the map as Hans and Labrov are still stuck underneath that tier 1 turret. Again, we mentioned in draft, when you draft the Karma next to something like the Varus, you are going for this lane supremacy. You're going for the range and the poke, and it means that FlyQuest have control over the bottom lane.
I like Inspired's pathing here. I was worried after he pathed back towards the top side of the map that he was just abandoning the bot side scuttle, but he decided to just backtrack towards this area of the map. He knows that he has the push in bot. It's very difficult for Skumon to really contest that, and so instead he's going to be forced up towards the top side as the second respawn of the Raptors comes through.
Yeah, he's planned it out really nicely here, so he can just go from that bottom Scuttle Crab over to his second respawn of Raptors we were talking about for the 4 minutes, and Skumon as well reacting accordingly and going for that top one as you mentioned. It's very interesting because even though Skumon still is a rookie, Inspired gave an interview back in April as we see the lane swap coming back out here and Masu heading up. But Inspired actually gave an interview in LCS profiles all the way back in April with a lot of respect for Skumon. And at that time, he did consider him and Skumon's, the kind of the best junglers in EU and NA. And so definitely a lot of respect there between these two.
I like what the bot lane of G2 did in this play. They actually reset onto the map through mid lane. They wanted to wait and see where Masu and Busio appeared on the map. They saw them top, and so they transitioned from mid into top to be able to match. So the swap won't come through, and Broken Blade will continue to play into the Bwipo matchup.
Nice spacing there from Quad in mid lane on that rotation of spells. Didn't get hit by anything that Caps could fire back and still got some good chunks as both mid laners are still dead even on farm. Top lane is an advantage for Broken Blade, but the wave is crashing into the turret, so should be a little bit of catch-up opportunity there for Bwipo as Masu and Busio also crashing a large wave into the turret that should alleviate some of this CS lead that Masu and Busio have built up over Hans and Labrov for now. Nobody looking at the Drake super early here, but you can see that G2 do have a control ward down in that pit, so not probably going to be a bunch of focus there, especially considering it's Mountain. That Drake does take a lot longer to get than some of the other ones, and both of our top laners now set up here in the bottom side as Bwipo hits level 6. Do want to keep an eye on this guy, where he decides to go with those ultis. We know that Bwipo likes to get involved in the fights whenever he can.
Certainly does. I really like the respect that Quad is showing there, knowing that Broken Blade was missing on the map, positioning nicely in the lane to avoid any potential collapse from the bot side and playing through his vision. Both junglers continuing to just clear through their respective jungles and continue to ramp up, getting closer to that level 6 mark, which is where I expect Inspire to start making magic happen on the map.
Okay, so you can see on the scoreboard right now, Quad just used his ulti for tempo to get back to lane slightly faster. That tells me that FlyQuest is not expecting any sort of big neutral objective play to happen yet, where they would need the Realm Warp.
Yeah, and they actually used that tempo to go for this ward right there in the brush that leads up to Dragon. They had multiple pings to go for that timing on pushing mid wave that quickly, and that vision is going to see Skumon move over, so not too much as of yet, but it's a little bit of a roam timer there for Busio.
Okay, Inspired walks through mid, heads back up towards that top side river. You see the push in favor of FlyQuest in the top lane there for Bwipo's Scion. Considering there's push in mid and top, Inspired should have no problem securing this next Scuttle Crab. There's still 60 seconds until the Void Grubs spawn, however, so it's not like this is going to lead into an immediate neutral objective take. And when you look at the cooldown on Quad's Realm Warp, right around the time the Grubs spawn, it should be a little bit after that the Realm Warp comes back up, but it will mostly line up if FlyQuest wants to try to make a play around those.
There was a pocket of darkness there that our observers were showing us where Labrov could have considered flashing in, looking for a play on the Quad. He doesn't make it, but FlyQuest being super proactive with their swaps on the map right now. It's allowed Bwipo to get a small advantage, but credit to G2, they're matching it with a good amount of time in response well.
Yeah, and a lot of these both side lane CS advantages for FlyQuest are because of the bottom lane, Varus and Karma pushing in first, so then they get the early move, so they're the ones constantly dictating, and so they're swapping over first, so they get these CS leads for both their Varus as well as for Bwipo getting a little benefit for himself too. So nicely utilized as far as the double range bottom lane there and the poke that we were kind of expecting to come through, and now they rotate him on up into the mid lane.
Void Grub spawned, and still, we're not seeing a whole lot of aggression out of either side.
And honestly, we're not going to Flowers because they rotated already, as we say, their duo into mid lane, so that's going to provide the support so they can focus on the Grubs. And FlyQuest, the reason they're opting for the Grubs instead of Dragon, obviously is because they have the split push capabilities in their draft. They want that Grub power for the Rise, for the Sign, for the Pantheon, to be able to really put some pressure on the map. And G2, the appropriate response, they will take their Dragon.
Cross map is solid, but a very slow and controlled game with FlyQuest amassing an advantage, largely thanks to their map movements and the lane advantages that they've been able to accrue. I don't think G2 is upset with their positioning right now. When you run a Casio, you're more than happy to scale through the early game. You can see the kind of rower tier build that is very conventional on the Casio is continuing to ramp up. Maokai choosing to go for the AP build based on the itemization that we can see, but Broken Blade also looking to ramp up, get a few more items under his belt. I think G2 is more than happy to play the slow game for now.
Yeah, both of these mid laners are going to become pretty durable as the game goes on with those Rod of Ages into the Seraph's Embrace builds like you're talking about, Vedius. You can see they're both sitting on Catalyst, both with about a half charge tier, a little bit under that so far. Masu also working on getting his tier stacking nice and early on this Lethality Varus, who does have the largest individual farm lead in the game of about 2.5 waves.
And he's got good matchups everywhere because Cassio's weakness is usually longer range. And so I thought why FlyQuest are super happy to have Masu here in mid lane. You can constantly throw out the poke, constantly get push on these waves, and why these wards around mid lane are incredibly important for FlyQuest, you know, keeping that vision active for themselves so that he can continue to get that prio.
Very good coverage, keeping Masu very healthy. Ulti, sidestepped by Caps.
Nice. Side-slithered.
Side-slithered
no
indeed.
boot, no feet, no boots, no steps.
Yeah, what the heck? No boots? Oh my.
But he avoids it, and that's what's important. Caps making sure that he doesn't get caught out there. Likely would have had to force a flash as the reaction afterwards if that did connect, but Caps will not be caught unawares like that. Does eat another piercing arrow, however. The Cassiopeia down to half HP. FlyQuest still maintains control over the top side river. That'll be another Scuttle Crab going over to Inspire. Jungle, really the only place where FlyQuest does not have a moderate lead in terms of individual gold between the rolls, as Bwipo again just trying to get the top lane wave shoved up underneath that turret. Knockup for knockup between these two. Broken Blade does get the pull in on the Infernal Chains, but Bwipo with another nice use of the Decimating Smash knows the very edges of that hitbox, which are a little bit dishonest, a little larger than they look like they should be, and Bwipo's making sure he's always getting the max channel on those.
Yeah, and Bwipo, even with the Aatrox getting the healing buffs, you know, on the recent patch, he rushed into the Bramble Vest to try and cut down on that a little bit.
We all saw the -1 Broken Blade. We just got to call it out loud. It happens.
Chat has you covered with those, okay? So we don't have to do it. I'm sure they were instantly on it. Thank you, chat. Thank you.
Observers keeping us honest as well. But yeah, it's kind of, we're waiting for that next neutral objective to spawn. 2 minutes until the next Cloud Dragon. So far, both teams kind of on pace towards that first item, with the rowers being completed already for Caps. And Quad likely to follow him very shortly. Masu and Busio with good coverage over the mid lane, with Labrov looking to match both supports at level 6 at a healthy time, which is often rare in League of Legends these days.
Yeah, the Rod of Ages being completed earlier for Caps, I feel like this is one of those items that's especially valued to have online just a little bit earlier, because you'll hit that fully completed point just a little bit earlier, and if you can time your fights right, it could be a big difference. Worth noting, both of the junglers are the other two players on the Rift right now with those fully completed big items, Sundered Sky and the Leandries for the damage, Maokai. Masu also with his first fully completed item, which isn't a cheaper price point with the Umbral Glaive, but it's a nice power spike if they do want to fight here 90 seconds from now for that dragon that you're talking about, Vedius.
Yeah, and I just want to take a moment to thank the analyst desk for providing the action at the beginning of the day, because we've had a very calm beginning to this series, but at least we got to see Raz popping off. And
I like to think that for both sides, like there's a lot on the line, right? You're representing the regions, and so game one you take very tense. I believe that as the series continues, the action will definitely start to ramp up. They've just got to get the nerves out of the way. They've got to get comfortable on stage. Ooh, the ulti.
Yeah, Inspire's ready to come in, but a Beautiful ulti coming out from Caps right into the miasma to follow to guarantee that Inspired cannot use the stun to follow it up. Caps expertly navigating the situation to make sure that he doesn't drop there. Nicely played.
Yeah, I think it is good from both sides. It was a good call for FlyQuest to try and utilize this Pantheon ult now and go for the play, but also a very good response from Caps. And so it does result in his flash being exchanged, which is going to be a super long cooldown. And the Dragon is coming up very shortly. So the Casio is going to have to be very cognizant of positioning if they actually decide to go bring their team fight to the table.
So this is just a nice trade from Quad. The ultimate comes through from the Pantheon. Not a huge amount to break down here, just the timing was very nice from the Casio. And of course, the stun duration, just that little bit lower, allowing for Caps to then flash away to safety. And he did need to flash, otherwise the potential follow-through from Quad was lethal.
Yep, also worth pointing out, because of the fact that the Dragon is spawning right now, you can see there's still about half of that timer on the ultimate for Caps, alongside that super long flash cooldown you guys are already talking about. So if G2 want to fight Masu though, nice flash in response. Labrov wanted to go for the flash pulverize, then get the headbutt backwards, but it doesn't work out. Now Busio sees Broken Blade coming in for the flank, but he roots him up defensively. FlyQuest bringing in the backup. Mantra Q hits Broken Blade and Labrov. Broken Blade here on the very front line. Decimate's not going to find him. Caps and Labrov putting a little bit of damage into Quad. They're going to catch him out on the very side of the fight. Miasma to lock him up, but he flashes away. Now Scumon's ready to come in here with a Nature's Grasp. G2, beautiful start to the fight as Bwipo tries to get away, but it's first blood over to Han Sama. Quad very low as he tries to escape, and G2 get a one for nothing.
G2 draw them in. FlyQuest trying to go around this wall here. Bwipo wanted to cut off the Casio that had no flash, but G2 was right there, Vedius, and so they blast him down, and they're going to be able to take this Dragon, unless Masu can snipe it.
Let's see, doesn't look like there's any chance of it. Not gonna happen. I said as soon as we saw it in the draft, G2 Maokai, they play so well around neutral objectives and river fights with this champion. And here's another look at how they do it.
It was a bit of an awkward start as Broken Blade pretty much missed every single one of his skills rather, but then the ultimate comes through and it forces FlyQuest to split up. Busio Inspired have to take the long way around. Bwipo is left isolated on the front line, and so G2 throw everything they can into the tank. They're able to take him down, and then FlyQuest realize that they don't really have many tools to continue following up in the fight.
Yeah, you could tell what the call was for them to go try and go for Casio, but they exposed themselves on such a wide area on that wall, that really big wall, and that is a perfect Maokai ult angle there from Scumont.
And you can see here, both these junglers are big performers for their teams. Kill percentage, they're responsible for a lot of the action that happens here. Tier 1 games played though, large difference. Inspired being around a lot longer than Scumont is now. Looks like Caps has found plenty of damage into Bwipo as the Scion has to try to escape this Cassiopeia. Decimating smash right in turn range. Bwipo with the solo bolo on Caps. There's a snake in his boot and he's stomping.
Caps overextends, he goes underneath the tower, and the chain CC from Bwipo was beautiful. A great punish onto the mid laner of G2. Bwipo's got to feel good about that one.
Yeah, he has so much armor on him, and Caps is like, great, I can eat him up. Poison Fang, Poison Fang, Poison Fang with the Conqueror stacking, but just a little bit too far there, Vedius, right into tower range.
Right on the edge of the tower range is Masu now. There's no way out of that one. Beautiful angle from Labrov. The Varus might have range, but when the Alistar gets the perfect engage, there's no chance out. He has no possible escape. Nice pick up there. G2's at 2 kills.
As you can see now, the players starting to feel a lot more confident on the rim. They're ready to start the skirmishing. G2 hold the lead in terms of dragons. The Herald is going to be spawning soon. We look back at this play.
I mean, we saw this whole thing start to finish. He knew there was still no flash on Caps, so goes under tower, draws him in, he hit the Q, and then goes right in for the ulti there. Let's see what the reaction is. Yeah.
Bwipo's like, what are you doing, man? And Caps is like, what am I doing, man?
That's the same reaction. But as you said, Flowers, Labrov really nicely there, right over from the Raptors. And the other person that didn't have flash, Masu, of course, targeted right there and taken down.
And critically, you can see right up at the very top, I know it's only 100 gold, but G2 bringing the gold back to even. Remember that just from passively farming, because they had the dominant bottom lane, it was FlyQuest who were ahead by about 1,000 earlier on. And now G2, after their successful plays around the Dragon, after they find that pick on Masu as well, they're feeling really good. As Broken Blade's in some danger, Inspire's ready to join here with a Grand Starfall. The Infernal Chain's gonna pull him back a little bit. Broken Blade doing a great job healing up. Decimating Smash finds another stun. Quad's ready, and Inspired gets the last hit. FlyQuest are going to tie up the kills 2-2, and they're moving on, looking to take the first tournament of the game as well. They'll have no trouble doing it. They got 3 grubs. There's no plates. FlyQuest are going to take that one, and now the next neutral objective or the next kill will secure either one of those feats as well.
Exactly, and now that we are into the mid-game, we're really going to get to see both these teams play to their compositions. Actually, sticking around a long time up there, Bwipo, they are going to send multiple people here. Can LeBron find?
All right, Bwipo. Let's see if he can try to get out of this one, but with no ulti, it's going to be tough. Bwipo trying to keep the escape going here, but just turns around, goes for the decimating smash on the Caps. He knows there's no way to escape this one. LeBron just providing enough CC there for Caps and Skumon to be able to take down this Scion. So G2 now claims the feat of Warfare. FlyQuest claimed the feat of Turret. That means at 2-2, the next neutral objective determines who gets the enchanted boots. And with how close this first game has been, despite the fact that it was rather uneventful for the first 12, 13 minutes, those boots could be a big difference maker.
I will say, though, a lot of this is going FlyQuest's way simply because all of the damage that was done in the earlier matchup meant that the bot tower was already very weak. While so many resources were spent on the top side for G2, FlyQuest on their reset could start attacking the bot side. So they end up getting another tower advantage. Caps can't afford to stay on the top side to cross map. He needs to go back to base, spend his money, regroup as the Dragon is spawning soon.
LeBron doing a good job here, counter-engaging onto Busio as Skumon is coming down to try to find the follow-up CC. FlyQuest also going to commit a teleport as the next Drake is about to spawn in under 10 seconds. Busio staying pretty healthy here. I do believe that was a Mikhail's that he used to get himself out of the CC, make sure he was able to escape before Skumon showed up and provided follow-up lockdown. Quad making his way back out from the base, ready to join up with the rest of the team. The Rift Herald is going to be summoned up mid by FlyQuest, but G2 have already made their way onto the Dragon. Whippo's going in. Looks like FlyQuest wants to take some sort of a fight here, but the Drake is already going to be claimed by Skumon. Broken Blade taking some damage here in the pit, but he's doing a beautiful job healing back up. LeBron now into the back line of FlyQuest. Masu's going to be punted forward. More damage into the FlyQuest AD carry, but he's getting away for now. Caps has to run. He tries to escape. Nobody's dead on either side here just yet, but a massive force shot coming out from Han Sama. G2 and FlyQuest both hurt, both leaving, but G2 got the big win. G2 is on Soul Point, and they've earned themselves the boots as well.
Right now, FlyQuest kind of harrying them on the outside too, but it's so dangerous. Masu's almost dead.
Masu's at 50 HP. Broken Blade's going over the wall. Masu gets a shield there from Busio as they all try to escape, and now Broken Blade's going to take a bunch of damage, locked up into the Rune Prison. A little bit more damage would have done it, but FlyQuest don't have it.
What is going on right now? Everyone is just so low, but no one is falling. FlyQuest got 2 towers in mid lane at the very start of the fight. Remember that the Herald was used to engage the fight. So with that out of the way, it then went back to mid lane, started sieging onto the towers, and while the scrap was happening in the river, FlyQuest committed Bwipo to securing another tower in mid. After that, FlyQuest walk away with a 1.5k gold lead.
Yeah, we started out with a fast and furious engage with Rift Herald plus Scion Ultimate as the engage for FlyQuest, and they go into the pit. In the end, though, like you mentioned, because G2 are able to get that Dragon, it really does play into their strength. They're the one with the Cassio, with a very strong front line. They want to be able to draw FlyQuest to them for the Dragon Soul fight so that FlyQuest can't utilize all of their globals as effectively.
I will say that it feels awkward for G2 simply because you look at the map and like a lot is just missing. You know, it's 4 towers to 1. So there's still a lot of things that G2 need to reclaim. They've played well around the neutrals, but the reality is that FlyQuest have been doing a really good job of punishing the decisions of G2 by getting other things elsewhere on the map and getting good map control overall.
And I want to see FlyQuest here in the next few minutes really utilize this Pantheon ult being up. It puts a lot of pressure on the decisions for G2 because FlyQuest will push it on these side lanes, and then as long as Inspired stays out of vision, you have to wonder where is it going to to actually arrive, and who can safely go pick up each wave.
I mean, look at the minimap right now. Quad with really good pressure on the bot side of the map. Bwipo doing the same thing with coverage of the rest of FlyQuest just hovering on the top side, knowing that Quad is very safe with the vision control that he has. So FlyQuest are doing exactly what they need to, playing through in the sides, forcing G2 to split up, and then ideally what they want to be using is that Pantheon ultimate. Find a pick, get a collapse, create that numbers advantage before G2 can react.
And we're starting to see next item power spikes coming online for both sides. Junglers, second item's fully completed. Mid laners, both of those items fully completed and fully evolved. Masu is about to have the Muramana here in just 12 more of those stacks out of the 360, make it 6 in the middle of the sentence, but Hans Sama has completed Infinity Edge on the Jhin. Absolutely massive on that one. As Bwipo finds Caps here, jumps right back in for the ulti. There's the inspired ult, and he knows this time he's ready. He turns his back. He prevents being turned to stone, and they find the pick onto the G2 mid.
An excellent punish from FlyQuest. A nice little bait and trap set up by Bwipo to quickly follow up with the Pantheon ultimate. G2's now lost a lot of damage, and they're not in a position to be able to collapse on the Artican.
All right, FlyQuest taking this objective, and G2's not even going to approach. Hans Sama's nearby. He'll fire off a Deadly Flourish, I'm sure, to just try to see if he can get the 1 in 100 chance to maybe snipe it out. There should be no world. It got down to 26. If there was a Deadly Flourish there, that could have actually been the 1 in 100, but
good, we get
not
the blood
happening.
pumping. Little excitement there, huh? Even in the lulls. But yeah, it was really nice by Bwipo setting up in this side brush right here, kind of just hoping that this exact situation does happen, and Caps does kind of slither up right into the range of a Q there.
I mean, look at the experience in particular. Quad has a full level up over Caps. Inspired has a full level up over Skewmon. Bwipo is ahead in XP over Broken Blade. And this is just a testament to how well FlyQuest have been playing the side lanes, the way that they've been playing the map. But now, the real test. Dragon Soul spawns in 40 seconds, and this is the fight that FlyQuest need to be cautious of, because they have to fight this, and this is the position that G2 is the most favorable.
Yeah. It's been really cool, too, to see Bwipo versus Caps at a lot of these, you know, saying hi to his old Fnatic teammate. We'll see if it happens again, because he's in a brush again. He gets another Q to start it.
Yeah, double decimating smash from Bwipo. Labrava's already lost half HP on the Alistar, but he is not forced to use Unbreakable Will, so he can still play his role in the fight, at least for one rotation of spells. This has been G2's power point. You already said it, Vedius. This is where they have been playing their best. 10 seconds until the Drake spawns.
Cassio here. Here comes Caps. He used the Hex Gates to get there. Labrav is pretty far in base.
Okay, Bwipo here on the very front line. Skewmon going to take a little bit of damage there from the Mantra Q of Busio. Quad looking for a bit more. Caps takes a chunk. FlyQuest with control over the river right now. Labrav off to the side. He has regenerated his HP, but now Skewmon is down to 1/3. Inspired makes the engage on the Caps, and the Cassiopeia is already down. G2 have lost their cannon, and they're about to lose the ship. FlyQuest go in with a massive realm warp, and they're ready to chase down the rest. Labrav is caught, and it's beef for dinner. FlyQuest are eating good.
I feel like Labrav was so late on his reset back to base that it allowed FlyQuest so much time here to get poke off early. They got early health leads, and then they jump again onto Caps. They take down the Cassiopeia, and they will put a stop to the dragon stacking.
I think Masu's positioning was fantastic in this play, and FlyQuest quite rightly are not going to slow down. They'll use the ultimate to quickly rotate over towards Baron. The death timers are long enough that they should have more than enough time to secure it. The TPs are coming through.
Okay, G2 bringing a TP in. They don't just want to allow this to happen, but it's Hans and Broken Blade. Labrav and Skewmon are alive. They're coming out of the base now, and they will be fast enough. Masu's only at half. Inspired's only at half. G2 are bringing in another teleport. They might go for something big, but Broken Blade walks right into the brush. He loses 3/4 of his HP instantly. Now Quad's got to be careful. Deadly Flourish binds him up. Quad takes a little bit more damage from the Noxious Blast, but G2 with control over the top side river, they're all right for now. No Baron.
There was a very real possibility of G2 starting the Baron themselves there. FlyQuest still hasn't reset after the last fight. Masu now has had a chance to go back to base. He's used the Hex Gates to get back out onto the map, and G2 just kind of wasting a lot of time. This ultimately works out very nicely for FlyQuest, who now have firm control over this game.
Exactly. Now they feel so comfortable with this gold lead and the two outer towers still standing there. They have so many points that they can threaten on the map. Clear the vision around Baron, push out on the side waves, and then you force G2 into a position where they have to go into darkness to check any of these high value areas. Yeah. They do have a Maokai, so saplings help a lot there, but it's still going to be dangerous.
Okay, so checking in on the items, 4,500 gold. You're going to start to see noticeable differences here in the inventory. Extra BF sword there for Inspired. Quad making a move towards Broken Blade, who uses the World Ender for the move speed, and now he's ready to try to turn it around. Skewmon, ready to join. Mid and jungle versus mid and jungle, but it looks like FlyQuest don't want any more of this. They don't know what's around. The other thing I was going to get to, the most important part of this gold lead, is there's 2.5 items for Quad. The half is a Seeker's Arm Guard, unbroken, ready to be spent. Such a powerful active. The Mikhail's up and available here for Busio as well. Another clutch opportunity, but on the G2 side, it's Rylai's completed for Caps. If he can start DPSing somebody and FlyQuest can't just turn around and force him back, the kill is guaranteed.
Labrov face checking in a very dangerous part of the map that does not belong to him.
Yeah, looks like he's going to be met with the decimating smash just immediately as Busio and Whippo continue going forward. Masu shooting off another rain of arrows. Labrov, however, saves his ulti. That's the important part here. If he can go back and heal, he'll still be fully effective.
Whippo has found so much value camping in these brush with Sion, finding members, checking into them. And a lot is because now, you know, FlyQuest keep on pushing up. As they're starting Baron right now, they've got priority in all these lanes, and it kind of closes out. G2 now trying to look for the opportunity to answer.
Inspired also with a Guardian Angel. So it's Seekers on Quad, Guardian Angel on Inspired. Very big, very powerful items for a single fight on the side of FlyQuest. Broken Blade navigating himself out of what could have been a very, very precarious situation as FlyQuest now take control back over the mid lane, but they've been forced off of the Baron. Broken Blade still behind enemy lines here, going to use the Hex Gate to try to escape. Gets back onto his own half of the map. Gold lead still at about 4,000, but FlyQuest haven't built that any further. We do have the next Drake spawning in less than 2 minutes, and it's still soul point for G2. All they need is if they find one pick, one moment to lock in that soul, the value of it pretty much evaporates the gold lead that FlyQuest has built.
I feel like FlyQuest's control over the map, though, is I call it cautious proactivity, where they're not afraid to throw out things like the ultimate, to use either Ryze's ultimate or the Pantheon ultimate, just to see how G2 reacts. And Quad now out of position.
Yeah, Quad is in some serious danger. Labrov ready to set it up and catch the Ryze immediately into the petrifying gaze. Quad using his arm guard for a whole lot of nothing. It's a kill plus a wasted active as FlyQuest had nobody around in time to try to back him up. G2 with a huge pick out of the FlyQuest mid laner, now trying to make an approach towards the Baron as Busio and Masu try to pelt them with skill shots on their approach. Whippo and Inspired making their way up, but keep your eyes on Broken Blade. He's coming around from the side, but Inspired's ready to intercept him. Busio trying to get away. He's caught at the very edge of the Nature's Grasp. Broken Blade is low, but it does not matter. He's Aatrox. He's going to heal right. Back up. Caps low, but not in that much danger. Seraph's giving him the shield, keeping him alive. Masu still firing. Whippo and Inspired trying to help. It's a 5v3. G2 make their way onto the Baron, and FlyQuest wants to step up to try to stop it. Masu's the only damage really remaining. Inspired tries to go in, but the Miasma's already ready to try to take care of him. Inspired throwing up the shield. Whippo and Masu stuck in the pit, looking to deal with the Baron. Inspired going right back in, but he's already going to be knocked into the Guardian Angel. It's stolen away by Masu! 2v5 now. FlyQuest trying to fight back. Broken Blade wants to get away. Inspired back to life for the Guardian Angel. FlyQuest with the miracle resist at the Baron pit.
3v5 in the Baron pit. The Canadian prodigy Masu. They fight them out of the pit. They focus on the Maokai. They force Skewmon over the wall, and they take it themselves. Venius.
There was no smite in the pit. Keep your eyes on Masu because he's doing so much damage in the fight. Staying well away from the threats, trying to remove the smite on the side of G2, forcing Skewmon to flash over the wall. And now the smite is gone. Even though Inspired loses his life, he has the GA. And now it's a race to try and last hit the Baron.
He has the Q. They pop it there. Really big props to Inspired. Inspired sacrificed his life to ult. Well, it was up there.
Whippo's headset.
Inspired, Pantheon ults, he draws all those DPS members of G2 away from the Baron pit, and then he put up the Pantheon immunity, so nicely done from him, plus the GA after that. He actually sacrifices his GA to open the opportunity so that Bwipo and Masu can then turn on the Baron after forcing the Maokai over the edge. Flowers, this is insanity.
The insanity is on the graph. 3 players at about 8,000 damage in the last fight as G2 try to at least secure their own red buff before they're forced out of their jungle. Skumon wants to hang around for it, but Inspired and the rest of FlyQuest have different ideas. They steal away the team-wide red. They've got the 6,000 gold lead. In the aftermath of the Baron play, because G2 had no presence on the map anymore, FlyQuest stopped their second potential sole attempt on G2 in the aftermath. And now Inspired's going in, looking for potentially another pick. Broken Blade, however, with the World Ender, it's a lot of extra move speed, and it gets him away to safety.
G2 are running into a very serious range problem where Masu's positioning is so good that it's very difficult for G2 to really play on the objectives anymore or play around them. In the early game, we saw G2 leveraging the Maokai ultimate to try and force FlyQuest into these very difficult fights. But now FlyQuest are just leveraging the fact that they have Busio and Masu on these hyper poke champions, and they are just melting through whatever target they can hit on G2.
And he's got the Axiom Arc as well for more ultimates to just keep throwing it out, looking for more, but LeBron is looking.
Masu getting caught. This is massive engage coming out from G2, but Caps takes a lot of damage before Masu dies. Whippo's made his way onto the G2 mid laner. LeBron and Caps are both low, but Caps still standing for now. Finally going to be brought down. Busio taking a kill credit as LeBron wants to use the Crumbs as an escape mechanism, but it will not work. FlyQuest make it a 2-for-1. They've lost Masu, but they still have quad for the damage, and Inspired and Whippo are a hell of a front line. The tier 2 turret here on the top side will fall as FlyQuest continue their push. The Baron may have worn away, but they've got a full wave, and they've still got all 3 Void Grubs to assist with the pushing. G2 scrambling to defend here in a 3v4. Broken Blade and Hans trying to keep them away, but they just don't have the damage. FlyQuest forces their way into the top lane. They'll take out the tier 3, but they'll leave the inhibitor standing. They're trying to cover for one another as they make their retreat, make sure nobody gets caught, nobody gets left behind. FlyQuest take tier 3 and exfiltrate.
Whippo is just so damn tanky. You'll notice that even though they ended up losing Masu, it really doesn't matter. Quad is still free hitting onto multiple members doing a huge amount of damage. Then the arrival of Whippo just completely changes the landscape of the fight. It's a good ultimate from Caps, but there's nothing left that he can do because Whippo is isolating him. Labrov is forced to retreat, and even though Hansam arrives, he recognizes that as Jhin, there's nothing that he can do against this Scion.
That train has had such an impact in this game. You know, his brush camps, finding so many plays, you know, Caps drawing him under that turret and the original one, but he is really the crux of the front line here, the team fight. And now, as we move forward, people are still going to keep thinking about that Baron video. Let's be honest. The 3 members that were up there, Inspired, Whippo, and Masu, all so much credit there because on the stage when all this pressure is on, they were so focused. And Inspired does get a lot of credit for being the big shot caller on this team, and him kind of flying in and starting out that play. We'll see where it goes here from here, though. Even with this large gold lead, it does feel very comfortable for FlyQuest, but G2 did have a comeback opportunity previously.
And I like how you mentioned the large gold lead, because that gold lead, about 6,500. 4,000 is Inspired on the Pantheon. Absolute monster. Death's Dance now completed alongside that Guardian Angel. This makes him so hard to kill. There are 35 seconds on the clock until that next Drake spawns. The previous 2, FlyQuest felt the pressure of what if G2 goes for the soul? That's going to be a massive turnaround point. This time around, FlyQuest have total control over this bottom river area. The Baron is not going to spawn until a 20-second delay after the Dragon, so there's no chance for G2 to try to sneak that as the response. FlyQuest are going to maintain control over this river, but it looks like the response from G2, send Caps top, try to see if you can grab a turret, but Inspired seems wise to it.
Yeah, he's wise, all right.
Immediately finds some good damage there on the Caps, just chunks the Cassiopeia at a half effortlessly. Does take about a third of his own HP in retaliation. Does continue to bleed after that. Remember the side effect of the Death's Dance. Whippo Trying to look for an angle here. Charges in after Lebrov. The Alistar is going to be the target. Whippo's here in the front line, but now it's Inspired into the back line. Hansama with a flash away. Inspired looking to put the pressure on. Throws up the shield. Staying alive for now. Still has Guardian Angel. Doesn't have to spend it. Caps makes his way into the fight with the use of the teleport. G2 fighting back. Skewmond looking for the back line of FlyQuest. Whippo's here in the front, but he's tanking a lot of damage. Skewmond putting the pressure on, but the firepower from FlyQuest is massive. Skewmond barely staying alive. The curtain call is open, but the show does not go on. FlyQuest continuing to retreat. Broken Blade wants the Q2, but he won't hit the sweet spot. FlyQuest don't lose anybody. G2 don't lose anybody, but it's still FlyQuest with control over the Dragon.
Yeah, they're resetting. Inspired's coming right back out now, so they should be able to get this Dragon as well. Not open it up for a possible G2 soul, but they're going to move for Baron.
Baron, yeah, like Quad hasn't had a chance to reset. He doesn't have his TP available either. The fact that G2's forcing it, they know that they can do this super fast thanks to the Casio.
Okay, Broken Blade has made his TP in. Whippo's already charging forward here with the ulti. The Baron down to about half HP. FlyQuest coming around. Remember, Inspired still has the Guardian Angel. Whippo here with the front. Nice punt away coming out from Lebrov. G2 still going in, looking to take the Baron. It's secured by Skewmond. G2's going to try to fight their way out now as Skewmond is locked up in the room prison, and FlyQuest bursts him down. Lebrov has the unbreakable will, but FlyQuest will break him anyway. FlyQuest now with a 5v3. G2's got the Baron, but you know FlyQuest is going to look for something in the base.
I mean, G2 do deny the objective, but it is FlyQuest that have the numbers advantage. They've been winning out every single one of these fights. And while the last one was very close and no one was really dying, a lot of summoner spells were used. Flash and Cleanse, unavailable for Hansama. While the Flash is up for Caps, I feel like FlyQuest don't have to hesitate.
Nope, they won't. As soon as you say it, Benny, Caps is already under the pressure from Inspired. Another Grand Starfall makes its entry. Another death for the Cassiopeia. FlyQuest will claim the mid lane inhibitor as Hans opens up the curtain call. He'll try to clear the wave a little bit with it, but Inspired doesn't care. FlyQuest in a 5v2. Hans and Broken Blade, nowhere to go. FlyQuest now onto the Nexus itself as Hans is forced back into the fountain, and FlyQuest take game one.
Insane performance from Inspired, the MVP of the league, the MVP of the finals in North America. What a beast. He got such a big gold lead and invested it into the Guardian Angel, and it really paid off.
Masu was the standout for me. That Varus, it can be a very difficult thing to position, but there was this one Dragon fight where he was just in the face of Caps, and he was just non-stop throwing out relentless poke. It was super impressive to watch.
Oh, you're right, Vedius. They were all great up there.
Absolute crazy performances from Masu, from Inspired. Everybody on FlyQuest coming together in this first game to secure the win. And now we're going to send it over to Lore and the analyst desk to break that one down.
Quick reactions on this game. We're going to talk about the Baron still. How did you react to this one?
It was a tough game. Honestly, I think we didn't really have very good chances towards the mid game, and I think our players just really stepped up. So very proud of them.
Now you've been in this situation before, winning the first game, dropping the rest. How do you make sure as a coach that it doesn't happen again?
We'll see. We gotta take our learnings and do our best. You know.
Do your best. Thank you so much, Mithi. I'm gonna let you join your team. Shox, what do you have?
I have a Baron replay for everybody to see exactly what went down there. Can I just say,
and a couple of very happy analysts.
In terms of
just a couple.
I gotta say, in terms of kind of the excitement of the game, this was crazy.
Absolutely,
yeah.
and every second counts, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, we do see Masu steal the Baron, take the Baron, whatever you want to call it. But I want to talk about how G2 played this out. I felt like G2 were playing very defensively in this area. It is a 3v5 at this point. You can see that both Quad as well as Busio are dead, and I really feel like even if you have to give up your life to keep the FlyQuest members away, they should have postured more aggressively. We can actually start to roll the clip, and you'll notice G2 are all kind of pulling back into this area, clearly very concerned about Inspired and what his engage could be. And what is happening here is that Whippo is being able to build so much space for Masu. Masu is completely ignored, and Skumon and Hans are trying to finish off the Baron. They're in the back of the pit, while the rest of the team is kind of running away here. Alistar even still had ult, so in my mind, the mistake really was that G2 were not posturing aggressively enough. They should have accepted that some of them may have to die here, but allow themselves to actually secure the Baron as a result. Skumon is stuck over the wall. He had to flash to the pit. Masu is able to actually grab it. And this was such a game-turning point for me. FlyQuest, you know, really playing it out well. Inspired and Whippo knowing their role is just to make space for the Varus, and that's all they had to do.
Absolutely played out perfectly. I mean, FlyQuest was ahead in gold almost the entire game. They didn't give it up, and even when G2 pushed them, they took it right back. I will say, because there's always two sides to a coin, Dracos, this is not news to us. These important moments, this posturing, this around objectives, unfortunately, it's a problem that keeps occurring, and I don't know if they can fix it today.
No, and it feels like they really tunnel visioned, as you highlighted, on keeping jungler out of the pit. It's basic, it's what you want to do on an objective. They couldn't understand the nuance of the situation, and you need to be adaptable in moments like that, especially against a team like FlyQuest, who are comfortable punishing you for having these baseline expectations or skipping these little steps. Oh, there shouldn't be a Scion here, there shouldn't be someone in this bush. There was. Every time it led to so many picks, and when G2 start to play on autopilot, FlyQuest are the perfect team to punish them for that.
Yeah, I wanted to point something out here, just the juxtaposition between what FlyQuest is able to versus what G2 is able to do. Now, if you just see, this is like 30 minutes in, like from the G2 side, you have 3 Drakes, it's Hex Soul that they're fighting for, meanwhile 4 turrets from FlyQuest side. Like, they're able to basically play the map a little bit better, a lot better. Meanwhile, there's just the looming threat of G2 stacking dragons on their side.
It's true, it was always a looming threat, and I think G2 didn't necessarily play around that the best. But a big reason for that was it was a forced errors, because Whippo, love him or hate him, he had such an impact in this game, Dracos.
Yeah, he absolutely did. And this is the thing. This one, overall, this was personal. I think any other nameplate, and I think Caps takes it down a notch, because what are you doing flipping this? Ultimately, this is what starts it, though, and for the rest of the game, he's hiding in a brush. It feels like that solo queue, Nightmare, Boss, Scion, but it's also G2 continuously falling into these traps. And while a lot of these things, stock standard, good map play, so many of them, G2 could have avoided.
Yeah, it's insane, because, like, these are the ones that worked. There are a lot that he was trying for, just seeing if anyone's walking into him in position. This dragon fight was the winning moment, it felt like, for FlyQuest, being able to take the pick off of Cassio and then pushing for Skumon.
Absolutely, and this is one to me where it's like G2 didn't need to force there. It would have been their soul, but they were at 3 dragons. You can give one up if you get poked out before it. Masu had gotten so much good poke down on Caps, and I can't even remember who the other member was. G2 could have just backed off and said, you know what, we'll live to fight another day, but because they commit to it, they get taken out, the dragon goes over anyway. It gave FlyQuest such an injection of gold when they were already ahead.
Yeah, G2 chose blue side for the next one. I'll let you stew on that. But I do think overall, right, when I'm watching FlyQuest, I'm looking at all these things as like, how have you improved from the last time we saw you when you're already very good on the international stage? And the fact that they held their nerve in all of those moments, to me, is a very positive sign.
Yeah, there were glimpses. Like, even if we were focusing on how the Baron situation was playing out, like, the setup for it was G2 favored. They found the pick on Quad because he was walking through a ward that was not really control warded or cleared out, especially with how focused FlyQuest were clearing it. So that's something that I think G2 is going to focus on and look at how they play around those fights.
We saw Skumon there a second ago. He's got a tall order up versus one of the best, if not the best jungler in the West in Inspired. Let's see how FlyQuest parlays this after their Game 1 win. We know how that went the last couple of days.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I
to? Okay. I get it now.
Sweet dreams are made of this.
your death. Cause you play a roulette with each step I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets. Cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocketeer and stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again. So I could fly, had to fail, so I could rise, had to break, to feel alive. I'm alive, I'm alive, I'm alive.
Hey guys, it's Masu from FlyQuest.
Hello everyone, I'm Inspired.
Hey guys, it's Bwipo from FlyQuest. You're watching Meet the Teams.
I think we are a very nice team. Quad, Masu, Busio, all of them are very nice guys. All of them are trying their hardest every day to become better. Bwipo is a very crazy and decisive player. Quad is a very friendly and calculated player. He really likes to practice. Masu is a very nice guy. He's very easygoing. It's really easy to make him laugh. Busio is a very intelligent person. You can tell that he was doing very well in school. I think I'm a very hardworking, decisive and confident person. Whenever I want to do something, I will make sure that I'm doing it to my hardest ability.
Whenever I play solo queue with one of my teammates, you gotta banter each other.
In official matches, we don't really joke around too much, but in scrims, like, we take some more time to enjoy things, especially when something funny happens.
So whenever Masu's in the game, especially because he's a bit like me, he likes feeding a little bit.
It's usually when I try to like 1v2 or 1v3 and die, or sometimes I 1v2 and it works out. That's usually what we've coined as a Masu moment in our team.
And whenever Masu makes a Masu moment, you bring him to the VOD and you ask him what went through his brain. Whenever Masu moment happens and it works, we just say bad and lucky. Sometimes it's just bad and lucky. I mean, that's how it is.
We have a lot of like terminology in our team. Bwipo, sometimes he would run on somebody who he thinks is a free kill, and he's like talking about them being a Big Mac.
What a Big Mac is specifically? Well, it started off with a Happy Meal. So like when a jungler, he does a full 6-camp player, walks into your lane and kills you, you're a Happy Meal. It evolved into Big Mac because it was funnier. A little bit of brain rot, but it's funny.
The absolute troll of the team, I would have to say Bwipo.
They want to engage. They need to engage. Their Nexus is dying soon.
Buffo is usually the loudest in comms in terms of like energy.
Way is low, okay, I'm looking.
Yeah, stay focused.
Wait, okay, no flash way, no flash way.
flash.
Joy is a performance enhancer. As far as I'm aware, happy people do better. It's a nice first game, not bad, guys. I think actively making an effort to have your own memes, have your own little inside jokes, and being a part of a team that cares about that and make sure that the vibes are good, it's always going to perform better than people that are clocking along like it's a job.
Thank you guys for watching.
I hope you have a wonderful day.
And enjoy the show.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around, and then duck and
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MSI 2025. We just got done with game 1 of our first main stage elimination best of 5 year between FlyQuest and G2. It stayed very quiet early on for about 12, 13 minutes, and then we started getting into some action, and ultimately, FlyQuest prevailed.
Yeah, they did. It was an intense mid-game, to say the least. I was getting worried for FlyQuest. The fact that they were, G2 is at Soul Point, the fact that they were going to be forced into these neutral objective fights, I didn't think it was the best position for them, but they played the side lanes well, they had good map control, and the patience that they displayed, specifically from Masu, the poke damage he was getting down was sticking, and it was lethal. And I really think it set up FlyQuest for success.
Yeah, we have to be sure to use Masu moments and Big Macs in the next game. The Big Macs.
G2's going to need some button luckies, boys, because right now they are down a game and they're going to have to bounce back here in game 2.
So tell me, how do you want to see them do that, Vedius? As the EU representative here at the desk, what is the magic for G2 to even this series up?
Well, I kind of like the draft in game 1, and usually like the EU Maokai as our default. So with that out the window, we're going to have to change things up to get a little bit more aggressive.
Okay.
When I think about Skumon, he is someone that can be that carry player. He is kind of like, I mean, he follows a very similar trajectory to what EU Inspired did when he started in EU. When you give him the tools to be a monster, he can be that guy. So I want to see him more on the Xin Zhao. Let's see him be a little bit more proactive in the early game and kind of get G2 off to a good start.
If I was to take your perspective as well, I don't know how you feel about this, but if they got Caps onto some playmaking champion, you know, like the Annie or something like that, so he can also be one to start out fights and be an initiator, might be a better look than the Cassio was last time around.
Okay, so sides are flip-flop this time, but FlyQuest are maintaining 2 of their same first-round bans from last time in the Azir and TF. Their third ban, however, is taken by G2, who removed the Yone themselves on blue side, which shows me they don't want to first pick it. They're also going to ban away that Rumble. Again, Whippo plays it. Broken Blade, not so attuned to it. Orianna also banned by G2. Final ban of this first half is Talia from FlyQuest. Remember that G2 had that one last side. So all 4 mid laners banned in game 1 are banned again in game 2.
So it's either a Vi Ahri situation or it's an Annie first pick for G2 is what I'm expecting. Something that gives them a little bit more... Ooh, okay, no, they go straight for the Aurora. That's really a surprise. We've seen them lean more towards that Annie because of its playmaking potential. But the blind pick Aurora were expecting this to go into the mid lane. I guess they are testing Quad's pool a bit here, especially by removing the Orianna. They're saying, what else have you got into a champion that has a lot of agency in the early to mid game?
And then we're thinking about the AD jungles that pair well as with it, and that is like the Wukong and the Vi are the 2 really primary ones that are still up. And oftentimes, if you pick the Vi, yeah, people like playing the Wukong with the clone into the Vi. So we'll see if Annie plus Wukong here is a really common pairing. Very, very potent. If they want to snatch that early.
Inspired always gives me a heart attack with these Nidalee hovers. Every single time. I know not to trust them, but there's just, I still inherently have a problem. But we do see the Senna immediately locked here. Second pick of the draft for FlyQuest.
Okay, even with the reduced, stacking, has been very successful, so confident on that one. And they're like, you know what, there's early enough that there's still plenty of AD jungles to go through, and they don't have to jump on the Wukong they feel like early.
So I like the fact that when you think about Aurora, it is a very range-limited champion, and you have to kind of like play tricks to find those angles on your opponents. If Senna gets all the range that she wants, she's never going to be in range of those tricks anyway. So I feel like that's got to be at least part of the thought process here for the side of FlyQuest as G2. Hey, we're talking about Wukong and Vi. They're happy to take the Vi here to pair with the Aurora.
Yeah, and like you're talking, especially when you're playing against the Auroras, if especially they get some side lane priority, you have to ward flanks. You have to keep track of them so they can't get towards your back line, can't get those big flanks off. So here, I am still expecting the Wukong for FlyQuest here. Because a lot of people do like playing it with the Annie as well as into a Vi. But they have been cooking.
I think it's putting a bit of pressure on FlyQuest now to decide if they want that support pool pinched, or if they want to lock in the jungle, because either way, one of those two roles is going to get attacked. There's that Wukong you were talking about. This does mean that G2 can look to remove things like the Tahm Kench specifically. Tahm Kench with the Senna into Vi, very well-known response just because of the single target protection that the Tahm Kench does provide. On top of that, like, they could consider removing the Nautilus as well, another very common and effective pairing that goes alongside the Senna, especially given that G2 are very avid Senna players themselves, so they're very familiar with some of the best support pairings, and I expect that to be targeted in the next phase. Meanwhile, for FlyQuest, I imagine they can look to try and attack the AD carry pool a little bit. Maybe they would consider removing the Draven. It's something that we haven't seen recently from Hans Sama, but it is something that he is willing to bring out into these slower, more scaling AD carries.
Also, I really like the Rel here for the side of G2, considering the fact that that typical counterpick of the Alistar is removed by the Fearless system itself. You're going to feel better about just being able to lock that one in blind, considering Senna does not have any flashy movement abilities. She can just turn invisible, right? Annie, yeah, she can haste herself with the shield, but again, no dashes, no blinks. Easy for Rel to try to find big engages on these carries. Nautilus, another common pairing there with that Senna, similar to the Tahm Kench like you're talking about. Obviously doesn't have the same protective capability, but a big engage mechanism. That one's removed by G2.
I think Kai'Sa might be a really good ban from FlyQuest right now. You can say what you want about Hans Sama's Kai'Sa, but I think that it just pairs really nicely with the Rel plus Vi combo. A very effective backline access, really good dive, and looks like FlyQuest are going to align with me. I'm expecting Tahm Kench to be the last ban coming through from G2. It's just such a good pairing with the Senna, and it's so good into the Vi. It just makes the most sense to me. Braum would be the only other thing I would consider, depending on how defensive FlyQuest is feeling.
Yeah, some of those, peel tools or the defensive tools, maybe because both of them are available, the value on ban goes down a little bit. I came into this series as well kind of looking for Bwipo to be on more standard things, because in the previous series, he was doing a lot of counter picking and they were not working out. And so things like the Scion and the Renekton, I think, are really high priority for him and for FlyQuest. And so that's why I do also respect this Renekton ban that they throw at him again, even though it does leave open a lot of options for Busio.
And the option they're going to go with is the Bard.
Ooh, some more roaming, some more side lane stuff here.
Yeah, I mean, normally when I think about Bard, it's into champions that have low mobility that you can either use as an engage tool onto, or you can set up for picks on. Leaving Senna isolated, I think, is okay, especially with how much swapping we're seeing in the early game in particular. Senna's quite happy to move around the map, and I expect Bwipo, kind of, what is their composition missing right now? I guess a little bit more engage. I mean, they have the Wukong plus Annie follow-up plus a Bard. They do have a lot of flexibility in terms of their engage, so I guess Bwipo could do whatever he wants.
And that is music to my ears, Vedius.
Probably his as well.
Yeah. Because Bwipo doing whatever he wants can definitely be some spicy cooking, and it will be into the Cassante here. Obviously going for the blind pick here, Broken Blade, trying to play that generalist pick for himself up on the top side.
All right, everybody get into your meme folders real quick, find the copy pasta, get that one ready to go.
Bwipo has done a lot of things, like, Urgot style stuff as well. Could be something, go for the executes. He likes scaling into it. See what it's going to be. The Garen with the execute. So thinking about the executes on Cassante, locks it in. The Garen execute is effective if you get ulted.
So for those of you who might not be familiar, because we haven't seen it in a little bit here, at least not at home in the LTA for us, Garen, the execute, obviously it's true damage based off of your missing HP. When Cassante goes all out, he has to be missing HP. It's very easy to find the execute and shut Cassante down before he can be that crazy drain tank that he wants to be when he goes in the ultimate form. It's not a champion you see a lot, but it's a specific counter pick into Cassante that is made to deal with this champion.
I mean, Fly, they have a lot of engage. You have Annie Flash, you have Wukong flanks, you have Bwipo just straight up running at you. The Bard ultimate also providing support, and if anyone uses their flash, it becomes so effective at locking them down just because of how quick it is and good it is at punishing low mobility targets. Now, I will say G2 do have a lot of mobility on their side because you have things like the Aurora W, the Corki W, the infinite number of dashes that Cassante somehow manages to find. Like, it might be tricky to use, but in the mid game when these flashes get burnt, I think there's going to be great opportunities for them to try and punish. I'm excited to see what they can do, because while it was a slow start to game one, ultimately FlyQuest was playing the map better. They were the ones getting all of the early towers, they were the ones initiating on things like the Grub and the Herald, and they were playing the map well. So we'll have to see if G2 can get a stronger foothold in this game when they have a Vi and an Aurora to make things happen in the early game.
And it looks like there is going to be no sorcery second for Bwipo. He's going for the tankier route with the Resolve. Sometimes with Garen, you'll see people take the Axiom Arcanist thing to have even bigger ults, you know, that and Last Stand type of things for some 1v1 big burst potential there. But a lot more safety with the Resolve tree here, a lot more regeneration for lane.
All right, hopefully we get a bit more action-packed early game than game number one. Remember, while you're watching the action unfold, you can keep an eye out for exclusive drops just for tuning in to MSI. All you got to do is be logged in and watching on LoLEsports.com for a chance to score that loot. Now, Quad versus Caps here in the mid lane. I'm looking forward to the next installment of this, but up in the top side, I feel like so far at MSI, before today, both of these top laners have been underperforming. But when you look at them in the past, they've both played a ton of international games. Best international placement, Bwipo got runner-up at Worlds. We don't even have time to talk about it because immediately G2 is ready to fight down here in the bottom side. The 2v2 starts, Lebrov and Hans Sama getting the better of Busio here early on as FlyQuest fires back.
Bit of trading back and forth. It's FlyQuest who still have positioning on the lane, though. Of course, they do have that ranged advantage. But you're right in saying that there's a lot of expectations on both these top laners' shoulders. It was Bwipo that came out the gate swinging in game one. The health bar's getting lower and lower. Oh, keeping your eyes on Inspired here. Look, he's setting up for an invade. He's trying to steal away that Gromp.
Oh, very early.
Get it.
Nicely done from Inspired, but now in the bottom lane, Busio's about to die! First blood over to G2! Nicely done, as Masu wants to try to get something back, but the only thing he's gonna get is a trip to the graveyard! Double kill Hans Sama, 2 minutes and 20 seconds in.
A double kill for the Corki. That is going to be so much burst damage into the Senna that's very weak early, has to start scaling up, has to start collecting souls. I mean, last time that Masu played it, he did keep up a very quick pace of soul stacking, but now it's going to be so difficult because the lane is incredibly dangerous.
Hans Sama even executed, I guess, to
Fast
go back.
recall.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Gets back to base quicker. Meanwhile, Inspired is just stealing away as much as he can from the camps of Skewmon. Rather than actually move towards his bot side, he's committed to securing that wolf. He will at the very least get something back, but Inspired doing some damage on the top side of Skewmon's jungle. Wow, I wasn't expecting a double kill at level 1.
Yeah.
Hans Sama wanted a bit of revenge. He was put behind a lot in game 1, and he comes out the gate swinging here in game 2.
Let's take another look at how this happened.
Moving up for brush priority. Yeah, Lebrov goes right in. They didn't hesitate either. As soon as he got the flip back, throw down the ignite. Hans Sama following up, and then with the barrier too, Masu's not even able to answer.
And then he moved into the fog of war as well.
Really good job on the side of the brush there.
Yep. Very well played.
Masu also using his cleanse, I believe. So, getting the extra ones.
I mean, when we talk about good starts for G2,
It's a not like this.
Yeah, I love Masu, obviously, in the game, remaining calm, composed, needs to focus up. A small blip in the radar. Mithy gives us the true feelings on the inside. Meanwhile, on the rest of the map, we're just seeing fair trading on the top side. I do think Bwipo has a slight advantage, especially with a wave pushing towards him. Inspired with a small camp advantage just because of the damage he was able to do into Skewmon's side of the jungle. Meanwhile, in the mid lane matchup, we're just seeing constant trading back and forth. I call this old school Annie versus modern day Annie, just because they play in very similar ways. Both just want to drop their combos and do as much damage as possible. Busio hovering around the mid.
Yeah, on a ward right now, so Caps just trying to play it steady, waste as much extra time from the enemy support as he possibly can.
Double Scuttle Crab as well for Inspired, so really off to a fantastic start in terms of the matchup. And here comes the early swap from FlyQuest once more.
Okay, Masu up here topside, forcing Broken Blade back a little bit, making sure that Broken Blade is later on his recall. That's going to give Whippo the opportunity to make his way down to the bottom lane first. As you can see, that wave crashing into the tier 1 turret, Hans Sama doing that. And remember back to game number 1, the biggest early game lead when there were no kills was Masu's farm advantage on that Varus Karma lane, like you already mentioned, Vedius. This time around, though, it's Hans Sama. He's up in farm, he's up in kills, he's up in gold, and now he's valking in after Whippo, who has to turn around and run. Yes, you are a Garen. Yes, you're up in levels, but you're in a 1v2. Now Quad in some danger as Caps gets a solo kill. G2 have the feat of warfare 5 minutes into the game.
The burst damage of the Aurora passive combined with Electrocute never gets old.
I don't know what this G2 has been, but solo kills in bot lane, solo kill in mid lane, this is absolutely crazy from the G2 members. Like, we have not seen this type of performance from them for a while. Whippo level 6, the cavalry's coming in.
Yeah, Whippo still ready to try to turn this one around. Lebrov gets silenced, but he's not worried about it. Full health still on Hans and Lebrov both, as Skewmond is chased out of the Dragon Pit by Inspired. So FlyQuest, despite hemorrhaging these early kills, will at least take the first objective, forcing the enemy jungler out and securing the Drake. Here's how Caps got his solo.
Yeah, Caps with the first trade right there, got the big chunk early, and then just chased him down on Aurora. Oh, got him at just the end.
The range on that is always very deceptive. The reactions from the crowd, always fun to see.
Good job. Very big. Can you get...
Very epic.
All right, back to live. Caps in a little bit of danger, though. Goes between worlds, drops the ulti defensively. Of course, Quad already using Tibbers there to try to secure the kill. So ult for ult, no kill gained. Both mid laners still with their flashes available. Both teleports synced up almost exactly. Same story being told for the teleports here of the top laners.
Yeah, and that chase down from Caps was even with Quad running the phase rush there on Annie. So really nice from him to be able to chase it down.
So we've been talking a lot, obviously, about the kills that G2 are getting, but Inspired is just bullying Skewmond out of this game. The fact that Skewmond thought he could secure the Dragon with the pressure that he had in bot, FlyQuest smartly attack the bot lane, means that there's no support available for Skewmond on the Dragon. Inspired bullies him off it. He's also consistently trying to steal camps away, and just look at the advantage that he's building for himself. He has, what, like a 4 camp advantage over his jungle counterpart. Inspired really putting his Skewmond through his paces.
Yeah, it really was a nice, like, thank you for the leash moment on the Dragon that he was able to go down and collect. And since the early double kill from the Corki, FlyQuest trying to mitigate that damage, swapping back and forth. Garen, of course, we saw it multiple times there, but just activate that W, reduce a lot of the threat of the opponents going for those all-ins. So Whippo here doing a lot so far with the Garen for the team.
Now, that first Dragon being taken also means that the Void Grub situation in Game 2 should be different than Game number 1. Remember back in Game 1, FlyQuest took the Grubs, G2 shook hands on it, said, fine, we'll take the first Drake. Now that those are not up at the same time, the Grubs have just now spawned. FlyQuest are starting the objective, but you can see G2 hanging around. There's nothing else to look at in the other side of the river, so G2 are going to look at this instead. Busio gets crashed down on by Lebrov, but Masu misses the center route. Hans Sama is here, level 6 on the Corki. The rocket poke can be very, very devastating. Han's gonna try to steal one of those grubs away there with a fast bomb, but it doesn't hit with the timing. Now that last grub, the target here for FlyQuest. Whippo's coming up around the side. FlyQuest looking to go in as Quad finds the engage. Follow up there with a Cyclone, and Hans is already down. Nice damage coming in from the Wukong, but now Caps is between worlds. Lebrov is low. Caps has to go back over the wall, and Broken Blade has found his way into the middle of the fight, but Busio is already out. FlyQuest get a kill, get the grubs, and get everybody out alive.
FlyQuest there, they got there so early, and Whippo actually walked up first, so Whippo was kind of holding the mid lane there, the wall, and giving the extra comfort for FlyQuest to then turn and make that play. Quad investing his flash to go for it, and they do get the extra kill on top of all 3 grubs.
G2 seemed very indecisive on what they actually wanted to do, while FlyQuest had a very clear game plan. Bring Whippo up, force the fight, and they didn't waste any time. The moment that the grubs were secured, that was a flash engage from Quad. They quickly locked down Hans Sama, and they took him out of the fight before it could really begin.
And when you look at plays like that, you also have to look at the minute or even the 30 seconds that precedes it, because our camera was on bottom side, and we did see Whippo go proxy the wave. So the big bonus when you go proxy waves behind the tower is you get the early move timer. And so Bwipo, doing a lot, communicating with the rest of the team, goes for the proxy, gets the extra timer, gets the early move up, and FlyQuest kind of use all of that to manipulate the situation there.
Big wave crashing into the top lane. Tier 1 turret. Broken Blade wants to collect as much of that as possible, especially considering the top lane CS deficit already. Inspired ducking back into the grub pit now as Skumon and Labrov threaten him. Busio's here to back him up, though. Just fires a little bit of damage into Labrov, forcing G2 back away. And this is kind of what you were talking about, Vedius. FlyQuest feels comfortable leaving Matsu alone to try to farm the souls, but they shouldn't be this comfortable. Matsu in danger now as Busio shows up in time to barely get his AD carry away.
I thought you cursed us, brother, for a second right there. Woo, that was a close one. You are lucky Matsu lived, buddy.
All right, sorry, I didn't mean to. Busio's got my back. Busio's got my back, and now we've got a teleport coming in. Bwipo's got his back. The Garen back up here in this top lane. He's a half level ahead, well, about a quarter level ahead of Broken Blade, who would like to hang around and be able to intercept this wave. He does have his teleport ready too, considering he's almost out of mana, is in a bit of a precarious spot, does get caught up by the Tempered Fate there. More of a tempo ulti, not like you can make a whole lot of plays with that, but you do interrupt the recall. Bwipo finds a quick silence into a little bit of spin. If he could have got some more damage from that, you got him close to ultimate range, but you're not going to kill somebody from 40% until it's a higher level ulti.
I actually really like that play. You know, taking a couple turret shots, then going for the ultimate, all because this Cassante is so low on resources, very low mana, already low on health. So Bwipo, he's just keeping up the pressure. He got one turret plate already. He can continue all this Garen pressure.
Now he's working on that next plate, goes for another spin, but Broken Blade with the footwork. It's like you said, Vedius, Cassante always has a dash. For some reason, there's always one off of cooldown, and Broken Blade is making sure he doesn't give Bwipo any more ticks on the spin. G2 starting up the second Drake of the game, now immediately turning for the engage onto Inspire. He drops the clone, he tries to get back away, and Skumon's gonna be killed instead. Matsu rotates into the fight, and Quad and Busio are looking at Labrov. Han Sama flying away as Busio and Quad go on a magical journey, and Labrov gets away to safety underneath the tier 1 turret. Han Sama continuing his retreat. G2, they thought they had the trigger pull, but it was a trap trigger, and Inspired ends up baiting him in.
The counterpunch from FlyQuest just seems to hit harder. The fact that Skumon melted under the damage from Quad and Matsu, Inspired could still get his ultimate off, even in the midst of that chaos. They didn't quite have the damage to one-shot him, so FlyQuest turned the fight around.
And the heals and shields that they have. So this is an attempt at bursting the Wukong. One of the reasons people like playing it into the Vi is that then you could pop your ultimate, then you can go for your clone. He doesn't die. You know, we saw the Senna ult coming over the top. We saw Quad and Busio coming through to peel him as well. And as you say, Flowers, it really is a gambit when you go for that play. You know, trying to get enough burst damage to burst him down in time, but they fail the DPS check, and FlyQuest get another dragon.
And those kills that G2 is able to find really don't mean anything at this point. Inspired was already getting the better of Skumon in the year of the game, and now he's ballooning that lead into a significant advantage. We've seen how every single objective fight has gone the way of FlyQuest, largely because Inspired is on the objective first, and he's setting up his team for a nice fight.
Yeah, some key items, Vedius. You know, you're talking about the Trinity Force there for Inspired. Also, the Static Shiv for Senna, relieving, you know, some of the early deficit that he was put in. Now it's so much easier to deal with minion waves.
Plus, gentlemen, we are back to one of my favorite game states. 1 feat for one side, 1 for the other. It's a battle for the boots. This time, though, for the first turret. There wasn't a ton of damage done pre-turret plates, except for that top lane tier 1, which after FlyQuest got all 3 grubs, did take a significant amount of a beating. That means that if FlyQuest can secure that, they'll earn the boots there. Bwipo starting to use the spin before Broken Blade enters into the scrap there with a Pathmaker, but it's G2 who want to find the kill here onto the Garen. Immediately, Skumon makes the engage. Bwipo is low, flashing away, trying to find some sort of an outplay, but immediately Broken Blade goes all out. Skumon, though, trying to get himself away as Busio wants to get one back, but the kill credit over to Caps is right where G2 wants the money.
Strong play there from G2 up on the top side to get it and get out. They, as you say, it does cost them 1 flash. Now Busio in the middle.
Nice play coming out from Labrov, and immediately Broken Blade looking to slam Busio back into the ball, but Busio with a 2-man stun, ready to set it up as Caps goes between worlds. Busio gets away underneath the turret. The Tempered Fate is perfect. Inspired, needing one more hit on Labrov. He'll get the kill. Busio stays alive. Inspired about to die to Hans Sama. There's dead bodies on both sides as Quad keeps chasing Hans, but it won't matter. There's no more opportunity here for a kill, and Caps gets to recall at the same time.
Busio is just dancing on G2. The fancy feet, the side steps, the getting away to safety was beautiful. G2 still end up picking 2 kills, but my goodness, like G2 overstayed way too deep and they almost got punished massively for it.
You said it, Vedius. Busio with the juke boots on. That was crazy. Actually getting away from an Aurora is definitely a feat. He like quick channels his recall in the middle there, but they have Quad and Inspired coming over, and again, a Senna ultimate over the top. That Senna ultimate was just enough, and Caps tries to follow him under the tower here with the double ultimate, and then right after he comes out, Caps goes for the Q and flashes, but on the bottom side, you do have to point out on Sama, the Corki that got the early couple of kills, getting more money. He got the kill onto Inspired, and he did get the kill onto Tibbers as well. I mean, it's not everything, but it's an extra 50 gold there. So that definitely is something.
This guy in the audience is loving it, man. Hans Sama on the Corki, the win condition potentially here for the side of G2 this time. Does have his Spirit Shoujin completed. Tier stacked 2/3 of the way. Worth pointing out, we saw in the picture-in-picture during the replay, Rift Herald for G2 is their first neutral objective so far this game. FlyQuest got the grubs, FlyQuest got the dragon, but it's good that G2 was able to stop that bleeding here in these river battles for objectives. FlyQuest still with a very moderate gold lead, but it doesn't mean a whole lot. It's 500, 16 minutes into the game. Whippo and Broken Blade, both level 11, level 2 ultis online. For the Garen, a very big deal in this matchup. Your execution threshold has gone up. It's that much easier to find the insta-kill onto Cassante.
Eyes on Labrov, Hex flashes over the wall.
Wants to go in for Masu, it's a lot of burst, but immediately he's going to be saved by Busio yet again. The Tempered Fate to guarantee the follow-up from G2 cannot be there. Labrov, he's fine with it, gives him the emote.
They get the cleanse out from Masu, a valuable objective to pick up, but again, we kind of look at the rest of the map. Things still going very much the way of FlyQuest. The top side very much in their favor. The only real gold lead that G2 sitting on is in the pockets of Hans Sama. With the dragon spawning in 10 seconds, we'll see how things play out because it is FlyQuest that have better vision set up around the neutral.
So, Vedius, how do you feel about this Spear of Sojin Corki build? Because usually the most common, of course, is the Trinity Force with the Murmana, or you could go like the crit version, some people like as well. But this one is a lot about the ability damage.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it come out from Caps during the play-in stage, and it's something that G2 clearly prepared coming into this tournament with the idea of giving you a little bit more value around the poke. I personally still prefer the Trinity Force. I just think it spikes harder in the mid-game, and we'll see if it comes to fruition now as the root comes through.
Yeah, Labrov getting bound up. Chain CC, he can't press a button. FlyQuest immediately find a pick on the main engage tool from G2, and with him out of the picture, the dragon just spawned. FlyQuest, they'll be at sole point if they get this.
Exactly. G2 lost their primary engage, which means that they're not in a position to contest this. Their best option is now to try and cross-map, attacking that top tier 1. But again, we find FlyQuest in this mid-game just finding advantage after advantage, and G2 making these mistakes where they're just out of position, and FlyQuest doing a really good job of finding them and finding advantages off the back of them.
Yeah, with all the pressure here of the dragon stacking, FlyQuest are not going to be able to just draw G2 into their hands. See about Busio's trailing play here up on the top side, though. Busio doing a good job staying in Fog of War.
Okay, goes on a magical journey. Does not hit the binding, even though it only would have been a slow. Busio still trying to get away before Caps gets that third hit there on the spells. Does find the recall there on the Q. Now this turret down to 1/4 HP. Remember, this is still very important. There were still no turrets taken by either side. First turret and the bonus move speed boots are still up for grabs. Labrov in the enemy jungle. Tries to crash down to get himself away. Busio again, not going to find the binding. Magical journey through the wall. Skewmon coming up beside them in the fight. Ready with a Vault Breaker. But nobody to be found. No fight here. Top laner still on the other end of the map. There is no teleport for Whippo. FlyQuest knows this. There is the teleport for Broken Blade. If FlyQuest opts into a fight, they could instantly be a man down. They want to avoid these types of fights, and for G2, if you can force one, it could be your opportunity to take the lead.
Busio hovering here too. Watch out for the Bard ultimate.
Inspired, gonna find Skewmon there as he clones back over the wall, but now Quad could be in danger. Immediately drops the combo onto G2, but instead it's the full engage. Tempered Fate looking to stop that engage now as Hans Sama's under pressure, but Inspired has to try to get away. The Senna ulti over the top, as now the turret is destroyed into the bottom lane at the same time. G2, they get the shutdown back on the quads. Annie, it's 1 kill so far, 1 kill for G2, nothing for FlyQuest, 1 turret for 1 across the rift, but G2 got it first, so they earn first turret, they earn the feats, they're gonna drop the rift turret in mid lane as well. The play favors G2.
Yeah, the getaway driver there, Broken Blade jumps in the rift turret, and with the increased turning radius there, just cruises on through to safety. G2 get their play, they get out. Bwipo, of course, after the teleport up to answer, does at least go for that trade, gets his turret.
You can see the first-hand experience of playing against Canyon driving a Rift Herald was definitely something that G2 have learned from. Broken Blade able to get away from that situation, and G2 securing their first tower of the game, but FlyQuest respond with 2 of their own. The dive, honestly, seems quite over-aggressive. The advantage that they have is that FlyQuest isn't quite in a position to defend. The ultimate from Busio buys a decent amount of time as Inspired sets his sights onto Hansama. He quickly realizes that he can't really win out on this 1 versus 1, but after they get that kill onto quad, the arrival of Bwipo is enough to deter G2 from sticking around in the fight. They lost a lot of HP in the extended engage, and so they have to be happy with the tower and the kill.
As we crest 20 minutes, I want to check in on the stacks for Masu. 59, 60 stacks now on the Senna. The average Senna stacks at MSI at 20 minutes are just about 49. So despite the fact that they had that 2v2 death at level 1, Masu is still stacking 20% more effectively than what you would expect for this point in time. So the Senna not really slowed down in terms of that mechanism she's known for.
Yeah, Hansama had some of those slow stacking games himself as well. So let's see how that Senna factor does come into play, because looks like he is going for the Black Cleaver build. Does have Wukong as well as the Garen on his team, so going to try and shred for the squad.
You have no idea that this is going on right now. They have a suspicion.
Broken Blade's smelling something funny up here in the topside river, as G2 are going to show up, and they show up with enough men in enough time that FlyQuest does not feel confident finishing the objective. At the same time, G2 did grab that turret down there in the bottom lane, ties it up at 2-2 in that count. Busio with a nice 2-man binding there. Make sure he can get himself away as Labrav and Skumon prowling around the enemy jungle, seeing if there's anything they can steal away. The gold essentially dead even, very slightly favoring G2, but the big thing I'm looking at, it's 1 minute until the dragon spawns. If FlyQuest take that dragon, they have a Cloud Soul. A Cloud Soul with Annie on your team, with Garen on your team, with Wukong on your team is so scary.
It certainly is, and since Otacon here is still on the map, they have some options. So they're actually roaming Busio up here first to take away the vision. When they can draw you across the map, you know, the Soul potential on the bottom side of the map, the Otacon up on top side as well, don't have to necessarily force the issue.
A tale of 2 sides of the map here. As you can see, the 1,500 gold lead and 1,000 gold lead respectively for Bwipo and Inspired. Meanwhile, 1,500 gold lead and 1,000 gold lead respectively for the mid laner and 80 carry in Caps and Hans on G2. Who can carry the next fight harder is the question that'll answer whether or not FlyQuest can take this Soul. G2 moving up with a full 5-man roster to try to stop it as Bwipo immediately tries to engage on the Caps and Hans, but Bwipo is going to be isolated. Immediately the Senna ulti trying to reinforce FlyQuest top laner, but he's going to be taken out before anything else happens. FlyQuest in some trouble. Broken Blade here with the front line, goes all out and he manages to stay alive. He's going to kill Quad. Broken Blade popping off. G2 slamming the fight. The target selection was better, and G2 hold on.
In the front to back, it's G2 that holds strong. The idea being that when Cassante goes in and the Rel is there to follow up, Bwipo immediately turns his attention onto the backline. He says, if I can stop you from following up, then that means that the Cassante's just going to die. But that is not what happened. Broken Blade was able to survive for a huge amount of time, while Bwipo just melts trying to deal with Hansama and Caps.
Exactly, right over the top. They used the Senna ult too, but that was not the difference maker this time around. Bwipo right into the double carries of G2, right into their faces, flashes on Caps, goes for the silence. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fight, the other engage gets stalled out by Busio.
A lot of time was spent trying to deal with Broken Blade on Labrav, and it was like a 4 versus 2 situation and 3 versus 1 on the other side, and G2 just went out on the 3 versus 1, and then we saw some Cassante gaming right there as Broken Blade isolates the Annie, takes her out of the fight. And G2 find themselves a one team fate. They deny the soul away from FlyQuest, and now they've started off the Otacon.
They've denied the soul. This could be a massive jump in power here for G2 as well. FlyQuest is on the approach, but the Otacon is already low. Labrov goes in for the engage on Busio, but he gets away on a magical journey. Broken Blade here to front line now, as Whippo's already spinning on top of him. The Garen damage is big, but Broken Blade still getting himself away. The Otacon is claimed by G2. Broken Blade still the target, likely to be the sacrificial lamb. Continues running, trying to waste as much time as possible here on the FlyQuest side. Broken Blade still clearing the distance. Inspired can catch up, finds the last hit there for the shutdown. Whippo and Quad are way too far forward. Quad's already going to be killed as Busio finds a big tempered fate, but Whippo's going to die now too. Skewmon heals with the triumph, but he does not die. FlyQuest solo laners go in alone. Masu and Inspired now ready to try to follow up, but Hansama's already able to make the distance. Labrov with a crash down over the wall, but Inspired ready to follow. It's two dead on either side.
Yeah, FlyQuest trying to clean up scavengers, but they got too many. Caps here, does get slowed, but should be okay.
Yeah. Inspired without the clone to jump over the wall to chase after Caps means Caps can get away.
Thought that was going to be a Baron start for FlyQuest, and I think that was their idea. We kill Cassante, we chase down G2, and with numbers advantage, we can turn and force a Baron. Instead, what happens is Quad gets caught out alongside Whippo. Busio buys a ton of time with his ulti, but Quad already dies. That means that in the extended fight, no one gets the value out of the center ultimate. A nice binding does come through, and great damage comes down on the Skewmon, but it doesn't quite secure enough damage. Inspired, though, he said that he's not done with the fight.
Nope, they go for the extra chase afterwards. Caps laughing as well, and he is the richest person in the game with the biggest gold difference here on the Aurora, as well as the extra power of the Dark Seal fully stacked here. So much burst potential behind that Aurora.
And I think we're seeing a much more coordinated G2 here in this second game, and at the same time, we're seeing FlyQuest in some of the same pitfalls that we saw domestically in the LTA, where they would get a lead, they would start to feel it a little bit, and then they would become discombobulated. They wouldn't all be on the same page, and it doesn't seem like they're all making the same choice. We'll see if they can regroup, because right now, G2's in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, those last two plays for G2 had so much value. The big teamfight win before Dragon, stopping the soul stacking and getting the Otacon. Whippo is at it again, though.
Yeah, Whippo wants to go in after Hans. Tempered Fate finds the Corki, but nobody else. FlyQuest going in. Inspired ready here with a Cyclone. Hansama's already down. Masu trying to get away from Labrov. Looks for a little bit more damage. If they can kill the Rel too, that's going to be huge. Whippo goes in for the Stride Breaker. A little bit more damage is there, and Masu's already got the kill. Now Broken Blade about to die here too. It's 3-0 for FlyQuest.
They make the quicker play. They just started out with Whippo chasing down the Corki. They take him out, chase through a tower of their own, and now Vedius, they're moving towards the Baron.
Excellent target selection from FlyQuest means that they flip the game on its head. The Dragon is in a minute's time, and with the Baron secured, FlyQuest is going to take full control over Game 2.
North America versus Europe, back and forth here, Vedius. Big objectives traded. G2 will still have this power of the Otacon, getting extra flower for every kill they get and the on-death effect, but now FlyQuest with that last play, the pushing power of this Baron, and with Dragon here about to spawn, they can shove out their lanes on the top side of the map first and then get everyone back there for the Dragon Soul fight.
Setting up for a trap, but it was that lockdown onto the Corki. They got Hansama's flash in that extended chase that was happening in the previous play, and that's why I say it was such good target focus, because FlyQuest recognizing that summonless Corki meant that with him gone, so much of the damage disappears.
And they have teleport on Whippo right now, so they're keeping Whippo split pushing. Inspired has once again got a Guardian Angel for the critical fight.
Skewmon's going in already. They found their engage onto Masu, but the Tempered Fate is immediately there to try to stop the engage. Inspired ready to peel for the Senna, and now it's Broken Blade taking a little bit of damage. G2 found their moment, but FlyQuest was ready to respond. Now G2 is split. Labrov going to be the target for Whippo as he immediately goes in to target that engage mechanism. The Rel stays alive. FlyQuest with control over the Dragon Pit.
Ahead of the fight, G2's trying to find a pick on Amasu. They don't find it. They might found Caps.
Caps is low, flashes away from the Dawning Shadow, but Labrov gets clipped. He's down to 100 HP. The Rel cannot fight.
That should be Soul, because Caps now has no ultimate on Aurora or flash on Aurora. So much value here from FlyQuest chasing off and getting those cooldowns. They should be able to get it. Skewmon is around, but there's plenty of vision for FlyQuest, even if he went for a miracle steal.
Absolutely beautiful tempered fate from Busio's Bard to save Masu from what would have been a phenomenal engage on the side of G2. The MasterCard priceless moment of the game, the Dragon Soul for FlyQuest now, but could there be a counterpunch? Quad's in danger, the engage from G2 this time onto the FlyQuest mid. He's gonna die immediately. Whipple and Inspired looking to turn things around, maybe onto Skumon, a little bit more damage is needed, and Whipple's already got the kill there with Demacia and Justice. Now Broken Blade, still here on the front. Labrov takes another hit over the head from Wukong. Masu has joined the fight. Broken Blade's gotta make some distance, but another Tempered Fate locks up G2. Hansama hit with a binding, but they can't follow it up with enough damage. Masu's got a lot of range on Senna now, and Broken Blade is low. Masu getting himself away, as Inspired drops the clone to drop the aggro. Now, Whippo, still spinning around, but it's only minions under fire. FlyQuest dancing with the line here between greatness and disaster. G2 low on health, backing up. FlyQuest still with the ban. Caps with the Aurora Burst. Catches Masu unaware, and that will silence this push.
I was just about to say how well Masu was gliding in this fight, playing with his range beautifully, chipping away at the HP bars of G2, making it so difficult for them to really find the fight. But then he takes one step too far, and Caps shuts him down, adding a few pages to that Medjai's book.
And that does put a stop to the siege and a stop to them taking that secondary tower, but it's not a huge influx of gold back to G2. Here's another look at actually how it happened here and then moving up. So he, like you said, he had been doing a good job using his slow, poking out, using the range. But as they walk in,
Gets a little bit too close.
Power shot.
And the stealth as well. He didn't quite even see Caps showing up, and he gets caught unaware. Frustration on the face of Masu, understandably so. The siege slows down, and we return back onto live.
A beautiful play from Caps, knowing exactly when to use that invis for the range.
He's got 18 stacks on his Medjai Soul Stealer here.
Yep.
And since they got the feats, they also have the upgraded boots.
But we're already into a fight. Inspired finds the engagement of Caps and Labrov. Caps gets himself away. Inspired takes a massive chunk, but Labrov is the one whose body hits the floor. FlyQuest with another 5v4 situation now, going for the push in mid lane. This tier 2 turret should fall. That'll be FlyQuest claiming their 4th turret of the game. The gold, gentlemen, is still not even 2,000 as Hans defends the tier 2. And Broken Blade takes one in the bottom lane at the same time.
Throughout MSI, G2's individuals just get caught out in the mid to late game, and it's no different in this matchup. FlyQuest continues to punish them. Inspired is active on the map, and Quad?
Yeah, Quad's in danger. Stun onto both of them, though, as Quad tries to get away, but Broken Blade is going all out. He's in some danger himself. Busio trying to lock him up. Broken Blade is all out, but FlyQuest bring more men. Inspired dominating on the Wukong. An impressive performance in back-to-back games. 9, 2, and 4 on the FlyQuest jungler in game 2.
And their Cloud Soul is really helping FlyQuest move across the map here and find more and more picks for themselves. This whole map is so dangerous for G2 members. Very difficult for them to navigate.
It just feels like G2 have lost control. They don't really know what they want to do on the map. Their members are isolated. They're trying to cross map where they can. And it's this mid to late game states where they just kind of lose focus of what they want to do, whereas FlyQuest is fully locked in. They are moving as a unit. Busio is moving around the map looking for picks. He's fishing for another one.
Yeah, he goes for the Tempered Fate on Skumon, but he won't land that. Whippo chasing after Caps, but Caps just chunks him for 1/3 HP. Now Whippo is Garen, level 16. The passive is at maximum value. Inspired goes in for the knockup onto Caps. Forces him to use the ulti defensively to jump away. The Elder Dragon is in 30 seconds. If either side gets a big win here, they can go for that, and you know how threatening that is. FlyQuest finally forced down the tier 2 turret here in the mid lane. But now, the Elder is the focus for both sides. G2 moving towards the area.
Yeah, Baron in 12 seconds.
Not that Elder, I goofed it.
Well.
You're right, it was purple. The icon was purple. I thought it was a dragon, my bad.
It's so hard though, because all the vision control is in FlyQuest's favor here. And since they do have the Bard, like they have so much threat. There's no ultimate on him right now, of course. But yeah, thank you, Vedius, for the highlights.
Whippo continuing to split push as well. Something we've seen him do time and time again on the champion. G2 trying to get a pick of their own, but Whippo reads the play. I think this is a, super overextension if G2 tried to make this happen. Busio, I was cautious of the Bard pick, but he is making it work in this game. 0-1-11 is the scoreline. He's been involved in 11 of the team's 13 kills. His ultimates have been both defensive and offensive in his ability to find picks. That massive pick that he found onto Hans Sama earlier on in the game was crucial to give FlyQuest a huge advantage. Now with a 3k gold lead, FlyQuest have position on both the Elder and the Baron.
And as Masu approaches this next wave, worth pointing out that Senna, 120 stacks. He is very, very scary on this, has 3 items fully completed, working on the rapid fire cannon, I would have to think here next. As G2, they'll at least pick up their own red buff. 40 seconds on the Elder, and it is the Elder this time. Baron already alive, as this next fight could just determine everything. Kills tied 13-13. Yeah, it's a 2,500 gold lead for FlyQuest, but that's not a lot. The Cloud Soul obviously being a much bigger difference maker. Silence onto Broken Blade from Whippo, but now G2 ready to step in. Caps goes between worlds and Masu's already almost dead. Down to 200 HP. Quad's already eliminated, but now Caps is also dead. Masu continuing to fire. Surviving by 100 was enough, and LeBron is about to die next. FlyQuest turn around. G2, they try to pick Masu. They fall ever so short, but it is just enough for FlyQuest.
The front line for FlyQuest does so much there. The double spinning to winning is able to cut through them, and Masu actually survived the entire thing, kiting back, and with the sustain, and with the peel, FlyQuest triumph!
FlyQuest keeping their AD carry alive by just 100 HP. He then heals himself up with his own Qs. It makes a massive difference. And FlyQuest now, with G2 dead for long enough, they can take the Baron, they can walk over the Elder. FlyQuest with a big win in the team fight.
Inspired and Whippo. You said it earlier, Flowers, it was a tale of two halves, with the top side of FlyQuest being the point of strength and the bot side being the strength of G2. Well, FlyQuest came into this fight and they beat the strength of G2 into the ground. Caps did not get a chance to move. He got what damage he could, but with the Baron going down, the Elder quick to follow, G2 is looking to go, FlyQuest is looking to go to match point.
Caps, that's the first time he died in this entire game, but so many times in League of Legends, when you're the guy who's got the weight of the whole game on your back, just one death can be all it takes as we look at the fight and the engage again.
And so look at it, G2 do get a good engage, but so does Inspired here. And then Whippo goes straight to follow him up on Caps, like you were talking about. Meanwhile, G2 did get their focus, which was taking out Quad.
So much damage was done onto Masu, but the fact that he lived, Busio ready to provide that protection as well. And Hans Sama was grouped up with the rest of his team, making it even easier for both Whippo and Inspired to turn their attention after dealing with Caps. Just a beautiful team fight from the top side, and once Masu had space, he started dishing out the damage.
Yeah, the Garen and the Wukong, they can both put out so much damage, but also both have so much CC that you get the knockups into the silences, and by that time, they're able to take out the key carries and move on to the next target. Now, with the Baron buff here, FlyQuest pushing in.
Masu, so much power on this Senna, 137 souls. FlyQuest on the push towards inhibitor turrets in 2 separate lanes.
Baron buff on the minions with the Elder Dragon on themselves, so threatening.
And they immediately decide to go in for the engage. G2 under pressure, Dawning Shadow, gonna guarantee the first kill. Scumon's already down and Inspired is legendary. Broken Blade goes all out as Whippo's gonna be in some danger. The shutdown credit goes over to Lebrov. Inspired is far forward. He's likely to burn down here, but he's already got the Guardian Angel. Broken Blade continuing to kite out, but it's not enough. FlyQuest lose their top laner, but they'll take Broken Blade and Scumond in trade. Fly, they still have the Baron. They still have the Elder. They still have themselves set up in the enemy base. Inspired, low on HP, stealing away some camps to try to heal back up, while the rest of FlyQuest continues pushing Nexus turrets. Masu has so much range, G2 can't get anywhere near it. The Nexus already under fire. Quad with the engage, the Elder with the execute, and FlyQuest on the game-winning push for match point.
It was a bit of a scary early game for FlyQuest, but they fought back valiantly. They found some massive picks, and they bring us to match point in this best of 5.
It's a 2-0 lead for FlyQuest after a hard-fought game 2. Lore, analysts, what are your thoughts?
Captain, I'm shocked, but it's okay, and I'm just as sad as Lore. Listen, it's the 4th of July, and I truly understand what it's like to be free, to feel free, because my team is giving it up for free against an unbelievably strong FlyQuest, who I now think in 2 games, right, back-to-back, they have not always been in a winning position. Maybe some skirmishes didn't always go their way, but Raz, they always find a way.
Usually, I feel depressed the moment you see what happened in that early game. Like going down 0-2 bot, the solo kill mid. At that point, I'm like, okay, I already know what this segment's gonna look like. That didn't happen this time around.
It didn't. And Isaac, I'm going to give you the floor because you want to tell us a story.
I want to tell you about Busio, and I think the first time he went international, this guy was kind of scapegoated for his performance. I do not think that he played to the expectations that we had for him when he first came in. I think he really struggled with nerves on these big stages, but he has been developing as a player, and I feel like the way he is playing in this series is absolutely incredible. In the Karma game, I think he rarely ever set a foot wrong. In the Bar game, yes, they got slammed in the 2v2, but then this man was on the map making things happen constantly, and I feel like he was absolutely a difference maker in the second game, completely smurfing.
That was the most disgusting Bard game I have seen in a long time.
Yeah.
That was, as an EU rep, embarrassing.
Actually, as good as, wait, Mickey's Bard probably.
Oh, come on, the strays, the strays.
It's our HyperX Reflex replay because, yeah, they break Caps' ankles.
I mean, this was just sick from Busio. It looks like it's going to be a free pick here for G2. They flash in, but he's able to buy so much time. The Senna ult comes through. He lands the binding on multiple members. Caps goes back in, flashes, gets through the portal. Perfect timing on the ult to connect on both of them. Then he has a sidestep. Then he has a binding to come out as well. They're even able to eventually get him out. I do think they eventually got that kill onto Caps too. I mean, this guy was just playing out of his mind.
I mean, it was incredible, and this is something that G2 have been painfully reliant on, is these very linear compositions with kind of overloading on engage. And if the Bard ults are on point, you shut that down every time, and he was so consistent in saying, hey, well, you're going to use 2 ultis, we'll eat those initial cooldowns, reset the fight, what do you have left? And the answer was consistently absolutely nothing for the side of G2.
Yes, either trying to find and bait those fights in, or there were times where he was just saving Masu, just if there was an attempt being made on his life, either mid lane or that one play that happened topside. Just an amazing game from him.
Yeah, we also have the Baron to run through at 27 minutes into the game. Another good one for FlyQuest. We're trying to remind ourselves what actually happened, so let's play this out.
Yeah, let's just play this out and just watch this one out, because, oh, this was the pick on Hansama. Hansama ends up, yes, Valkying over here, but an amazing Bard ult that ends up catching him, and I love the fact that FlyQuest just says all aboard, Inspired goes for the pick here, and at this point, we just see this pick turn to a Baron. I love this play overall, because it was around 27 minutes into the game where G2 had the gold lead off the picks they had through mid, and all of it was on Caps. So I really enjoyed the fact that this immediately turns into a Baron.
And you said there something really, really important, right? And I think Bwipo also touched on it in the pre-game interview. He said, gone are the days that if Caps has a lead, he's going to take you to the finish line. And that might not necessarily be because of him, right? It is because the team is not gelling. And I think that goes for everything. You might say, oh, LeBron was out of position, Broken Blade was out of position, but it's because the team doesn't seem on the same page.
I think G2 at their best historically have been a team where all 5 players game knowledge is at such a high level that each and every one of them can make decisions independently. They don't need a simple game plan. Today, FlyQuest are that team. All of these players on the fly. And yes, there are some fumbles. On the side of G2, they look lost. They look like they need someone to direct them in the mid-game to make decisions. And that's why we're seeing them just throw ultis at people, go all in, because simple seems to be the only option they have now.
It used to work, but everything is working on the side of FlyQuest. And I'd like to contextualize this a little bit, Azael, into the history of FlyQuest, how long they've been playing with each other. The fact that they were so good internationally last year already, but they just didn't have enough. I feel like we're seeing the next steps come to life here.
Yeah, I really hope we are. I mean, you know, this would be the first step towards that if they're able to take down G2. You know, they brought GenG to 5, but people are always going to say, but you didn't beat them. Close doesn't count. You know, it's not enough. And they are the longest standing tier 1 roster right now. Rosters in League of Legends, they change like that. You have a bad year, you are gone. FlyQuest has been building with this squad, trying to accomplish that big goal of taking down an LCK or an LPL team in a best of 5. And they're going to have the opportunity if they can potentially get this done.
And you brought up Busio. The other player I want to hit on really quickly is Masu, because he kind of made a commitment coming out of MSI last year. Terrible performance, no doubt. He said, I'm going to get better. Every single player says that. How many of them are in this position now? Almost none of them. He has gone the distance. He has gotten better. And overall, this FlyQuest team is so monstrous, due in no small part to his individual level.
Yeah, International's been the focus for this team. Anytime you have an interview with them, they always have their eyes on that direction because, yes, you mentioned Masu, Busio, both of those guys had regrettable international performance that they wanted to rewrite, and this is the moment where they're doing that.
But this guy, right, there's a lot on his shoulders, and maybe he can do it. G2 has elected to go to the red side, but now you're up against it. A reverse sweep, it doesn't happen often because it is very, very difficult, even if you get that one game.
I mean, it is incredibly hard, but I'm just going to say it. This brother needs some help. He has been playing incredible, I feel like, all of MSI. Even when the team is getting stomped, he's the one with big individual advantages. He is making things happen. The rest of the squad needs to step up and be there for him.
It is unfair to ask Caps to bear the burden, but we have to ask anyway. G2 fans have to ask because it is just him. It is all the pressure in the world. It is all of the expectations on his shoulders, but they cannot go anywhere else at this point.
Or don't, you can go home quick.
Or,
that's an option.
Thank you.
FlyQuest are on match point. We'll see if they can finish the job. But Twitch subscriptions are back for MSI. Subscribers enjoy benefits like enjoying MSI ad-free, custom chat, emotes, badges, and more. Riot allocates a portion of the proceeds in the global revenue pod, directly supporting the leagues and teams in LoL Esports ecosystem. Subscribe now to unlock the Not Like This Way in-game emote. And we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll see if FlyQuest can finish the job.
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Get summer ready at Verizon. All new and existing customers get iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. Yep, iPhone 16 Pro on us. Only with Verizon.
Chaos around me, so many enemies. They all surround me. They out for blood and revenge, rising with killer intent. The fury ahead is immense, but I will not bend. Look in my eyes, no you won't see fear. Nothing but fire and it's not even fair. They all against me, but I'm still here. So go ahead and let them know I'm more than prepared. An army's not enough to silence me. Go ahead and bring the galaxy. Nothing you do could rattle me. Go ahead, battle me. Get out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. On my way. Get out my way. Move. I gotta do what I gotta do. No one or nothing can stop me. And if you don't think that I can, just watch me. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. Yeah, vengeance in the trenches with my mindset on a mission. Ain't ready for what I'ma hit with. I'ma go get it, I'ma get this. And I told them I'ma end this, get a witness. You want the fire and I got that. Ain't nobody Nobody here gonna stop that. Got more than a 12-gauge kickback. I'm about to get that. No one gonna top that. I've been putting that work in. If you want the crown, you gotta earn it. Don't assume that silence means weakness. There's a monster that's lurking under the surface. They about to know. To doubt me, that's a tragedy. You end up just counting the casualties. Victory is my anatomy. Go ahead, battle me. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. I gotta do what I gotta do. No one or nothing can stop me. And if you don't think that I can, just watch. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. All of that talking stops now. There's no need for discussion. Once you see what I'm about, all of that talking stops now.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. I'ma look at you from the top, howling like a hound. Let me take it off, push it up to another height. This is what I do. I'm a dog, not afraid to fight in the dark and night.
G2 is on the brink of being eliminated, and FlyQuest, they just have to finish it. And for FlyQuest, it all starts with success. It starts with FlyQuest.
Get
on the brink of getting this historical result versus G2 on the international stage.
Desk. Oh no, I can't hear shocks anymore. Something's happened. Oh,
nice. Go for the legs. Good sweep, Raz. Good sweep.
All right, Raz is working on his IRL PvP, and FlyQuest have clearly sharpened their PvP in game. They are up 2-0, match point here in this best of 5 against G2.
Okay, who's winning harder though? Raz on the analyst desk. He took out Dracos in the pregame, and then he just took out Shocks there.
He's at 2-0.
Or is FlyQuest winning harder? Yeah, Raz and FlyQuest.
All I'm going to say is that I feel like Raz is getting more KOs than some of G2 is, okay? You know what I mean? And you're just going to have to find some, because the desk was right. It feels like that it's kind of all about Caps right now. His impact is very much felt, but the rest of the team, I mean, Skumon, of course, a rookie to the international stage. He hasn't had an easy debut, having to go up against Canyon a few days ago, and now against Inspired, touted as one of, if not the best Western performing jungler right now. It's definitely tough competition. I think in this game specifically, Inspired really did run rings around Skumon. So we're going to have to find some comfort picks for him, setting him up for success so that he can have a little bit more impact here in Game 3.
Yeah, I think the most impressive thing to me in the last game was the adaptation after the 2-0 in the bottom lane. That's not something you really expect to happen, but the adaptations from FlyQuest afterwards were very good.
All right, let's jump into Champ Select, powered by Omen and HyperX here for the 3rd time today. EU fans would love it to not be the last time today here in this series, as once again, FlyQuest back on the blue side. G2 have opted to return to red here with their backs against the wall in their must-win game. FlyQuest going to continue target banning Caps. Like you're talking about, Vedius, this is the guy for G2. He didn't die a single time in the last game until that near-ending team fight when he almost zeroed out Masu, but the TF, the Yone continuing to be banned. The Talia has also been banned, and the first 6 in every single game so far, as the Renekton is removed by G2 as well.
I will say I'm a little surprised by G2's high priority on taking this Renekton away from Bwipo. I guess they feel that they just don't have a reliable answer into it in the event that it's blind picked on the side of FlyQuest. The Jax now being removed from Broken Blade, I think is a smart adaptation, because they know that Broken Blade, not only is he very confident on it, but domestically it was one of his best champions. He basically went undefeated throughout the entire spring split on it, and so just taking that away, removing some of that comfort to put yourself in the best possible position, I think is a smart move from FlyQuest.
Now the 4th mid laner that has been banned in the first 6 bans in the first 2 games is Azir. Okay, there it is. The fact that FlyQuest left it open in place of that Jax, that told me immediately they're going to first pick it, they're going to slam it for quad. G2 gets the same read, they ban it away instead.
Okay, so with them being back on blue side here, it's probably going to have to be another blind pick for Bwipo. You mentioned the Renekton ban, you know, it's something he's so comfortable on that would be a good blind pick, but there's still things like Gragas or something like that that he could go for to try and like neutralize lane and has performed really well on. So I think that he will still be okay, but they opt for the Nico. And again, even with the nerfs, you know, we have still had pretty high priority for a lot of not only bottom lane pressure with this champion, but there is the possibility of flexing it still.
I think not only is she a good engage, but I think into Labrov, she's even better. Because when we think about this player, he prefers melee engaged champions. And I think that in terms of range matchups is where he's at his weakest. Now, there's a possibility that they might go for the Nami Lucian here. Alternatively, something that we see often from Labrov is things like the Blitzcrank into that kind of poke tile matchup where he can have a big advantage. But given that we've already seen the Lucian locking, we are looking at either a Braum or a Nami, potentially a Leona on the bot side of G2. I wonder if they'll prioritize their jungler here. Oh, the Nautilus, of course. Forgot about him.
Okay, so the bot lane for G2 is the priority here. Going back to that second game, it was a level 1 double kill, no outside influence in the bottom lane for Hans and Labrov, but it still wasn't enough to get the win. This time, they're investing even more in that early firepower.
And after that, though, Busio was really good on the Bard, making so many moves, so many big plays. So if he does get his hands on the Nico, Busio is very good with his map movements, with his creative plays. And we go into the Yorick. Okay, we were talking about these Bwipo blind picks. He is one in North America. He was the first one, at least in our league, you know, that really popularized this champion as well, even with the 3 armor nerf.
He's not here on the desk with us right now, but I can hear Azael rubbing his chin at this already. Azael is a very critical person of the blind Yorick, because Yorick has a lot of potentially really hard counter matchups if your opponent is willing to play them, but inspired on the Trundle this time.
That may be why they want to go for an early Trundle, so that you kind of dissuade G2, Broken Blade, from going for like the Cho'Gath or something, because some of the other like counter matchups are ones that people mention that are super difficult, but you don't see in pro play. Like an Aurelia is so risky, even though you can dominate the matchup, because it makes Aurelia doesn't have her own escapes, so then it makes it hard for you to like play side lanes later and team fights and stuff. And so looks like they're not too worried about that one, and they want to get the Nefiri first. That champion does have so much mobility, but even so, we have seen decent Trundles across the world go for invades even against Nefiri and chase them down sometimes.
I mean, Trundle, simple champ. He gets close, he takes a bite out of you, and then he bonks, bonks, bonks. Yeah. You know what I mean?
He's fast, and he can put the pillar up to make you slow.
He's going to be looking to put that dog in the kennel, all right? Like, he's a champion that can definitely find advantages early. We'll see how things pan out as we move into the second phase of bans. AD carries are going to be the target, as Kalista now removed, a nice pairing alongside the Nico. I'm wondering if they're worried about things like the Kai'Sa still available. I don't know. With the amount of, I think Ezreal might be something they think about. Decent range, very safe on the bot side of the map. Also just synergizes well and opens you up to allow the Nico to start roaming around the map. But the thing about the AD carry meta is it feels like every AD carry is viable in a way. So you're really just concerned about the most threatening ones that pair up nicely with the Nico.
Yeah, I feel like we don't really start to see AD carry feel super pressured until Game 4, Game 5 of Fearless.
Meanwhile, on the other side here with G2, since you do have this Nefiri carry jungle here for Skumond, they're looking at some other possible like setup mid laners there. So I actually do think the Ahri is a good ban, since the Annie and Aurora, those 2 other really big ones, are already off the table, obviously from last game. Let's see if there's any other of them that FlyQuest are actually worried about.
This is quite clever. So they're aware of the potential flex of that Nico into the mid lane. Yep. They're wary of a possible Braum Caitlyn or something coming out from the bot side of the map, so they just choose to ban away the Braum to kind of mitigate and push away from that potential flex of the Nico. The Gwen being banned out on the top side can be a good carry option for Broken Blades. Cho'Gath is usually the direction that he's looking at for a matchup like this, but into the Trundle, he might be dissuaded from bringing that out.
Exactly. It's just like what you mentioned earlier, Kobe. You pick the Yorick blind, but then you give him his buddy with a bonk stick to make sure that Cho'Gath,
he's not dissuaded.
Yeah, he's not. Broken Blade is saying, all right, I see your stick, I raise you a Cho'Gath.
And the reason you immediately started talking about Azael, talking about, you know, Cho'Gath counter, is because of feasting on the Maiden and being able to deal so well with ghouls and everything. So we'll see if the Trundle is going to be the kind of switch that kind of nullifies that counter pick. But oftentimes, like you always see, is the York then just doesn't summon the level 1 Maiden. Later on, you know, the Feast isn't going to one-shot it, so you can do it later, and you can like choose your moments when you're going to summon it, but that is normally the reaction. If the Cho'Gath's just in your lane with Feast ready, you just don't summon it.
So seeing Orianna, I am wondering if G2's thinking about either a Sylas or an Akali for Caps. When we think about how he's been playing, wanting to give him as much agency as possible would make sense. He must be feeling very confident, and he'd want to have a nice jungle matchup, or sorry, a mid-jungle pairing is what I mean. And into an Orianna Nico, there are some good ultimates to steal, the Kai'Sa as well. Sylas might be the direction, but Akali is good into the Orianna as well.
Ooh, Caps Akali here when they need it most. Elimination game.
All right, Caps on the carry in the mid lane. This is the guy to look at to see if he can keep G2's hopes alive. The Cho'Gath, the big frontline for G2, but you also always have this little bit of a warning sign, this exclamation point when you're running one main frontliner against Trundle. Trundle has a very obvious target in every fight on who to ult.
And also, sometimes it can be hard to play some of these short range, like melee carries into a Nico. Busio doesn't always have to be the very beginning of the initiation. So, you know, Skumond and Caps here on these melee carries are going to have to really worry about that positioning if you get locked up by full Nico combos.
I'm expecting bot lane to be volatile early. It's been pretty violent so far in this series, and I expect it to continue to be so. Don't be surprised to see junglers pathing towards bot side early to try and get involved and either protect, cover, or just get involved in the action. Mid lane, of course, is an area where G2 would love to try and find advantages. If they can unlock Caps with a kill or two, then Orianna becomes very difficult to play on the side lanes. But FlyQuest, I think, should be feeling a lot of confidence. If they can keep Caps down, then they're in a great position to round this out in a 3-0.
Yeah, I don't want to worry you, Vedius, but Busio is 8-1 on the Nico.
I was worried at the start of the day. I feel like that I can't be more worried.
Well, I do have a fun fact here for you, Vedius. As of this game right here, Caps has now passed Xiaohu for second most international games of all time for any player at 193. Only Faker is ahead of Caps in terms of international appearances now.
I mean, there is a reason why he's called the Western GOAT. The fact that he made back-to-back World Finals all those years ago, the fact that he's competed against some of the best mid laners in the world. He is recognized as being a super talented individual, and if he wants to keep that number going up here at MSI, he needs to step up here in Game 3. He's already had a very strong performance in this series. Let's see if G2 can begin the reverse sweep.
Like this from Quad 2, keeping watch of the Raptor camp to see if there's any attempt at warding so he can alert Inspired. So much easier to work around the information that your opponents have when you already know where they've invested their trinket cooldown timers.
Also looking at the AD carries, sometimes you'll see AD carries take the cleanse into these CC-heavy champions. Not this time around. Barrier for both, and I feel like this leads right into what Vedius was talking about with these volatile bottom lanes ready to scrap from the get-go.
Brav positioning in the lane, fishing for a hook, but Masu and... I was about to say Masu and Masu.
Double Masu.
Masu and Busio positioning nicely within the minion wave to deny that hook possibility. Some being denied some farm. Mimo on the top side of the map. Whippo already getting out to a good start, but Broken Blade utilizing his E to trade back. You expect Whippo to have the advantage in the early trades.
Yeah, moving up there. He had the ghouls ready on the ground. Goes up and gets it. We also saw on the bottom side of the map, Masu is using the expensive Uzi skin, and then Busio turned into him, so they got double value out of it.
Right.
the
double Uzi skin.
I triple with the clones.
Triple Uzi skins.
The value.
FlyQuest already popping off in the bottom lane there, as they do have control over this, and it's already a better start than game number 2. Remember that in that previous one, it was 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock when Hans and Lebrov got their double kill.
All right, man, that's why you do see a lot of the Nico with the Kai'Sa, because the Kai'Sa's pretty short range and doesn't have the strongest lane phase by herself, but then you pair it with the Nico, and you're able to have that agency. So pushing in on the bottom side with both junglers pathing towards bottom side, that means this topside trades that we're seeing here are going to be...
Oh, Whippo. Nice damage onto Broken Blade there, but he'll still heal some of it up. Again, you kill the ghouls, you get the proc your passive, you heal up on everything that you kill, even if it's a little trash ghoul. Quad gets Caps very low though, down to 100 HP as he continues shoving in the mid wave.
I like the aggression from Quad. It's what you need to be doing in this early matchup. But we talked about the junglers pathing towards bot. Inspired has done a full clear and has made his way down. He's using the pressure that he has from his bot lane to move into the enemy jungle, and he set his sights on the blue buff.
Okay, smited away by Skewmon. Nicely done.
Yep. This is what we were talking about. The pushing lanes for Trundle is always so scary for enemy jungle because he is going to be able to come and look for those invades, but Skewmon had his smites, so no problem for him. He can just cross over for the Scuttle Crab. I think he should be able to finish it and chase it upwards and be just fine, even though you see Inspired crossing. Inspired's actually wrapping through enemy jungle at the moment.
Oh, but this is the tragedy for Bwipo. So many times you see him get a little bit greedy, sticking around, wanting to shove the wave up the last little bit, and it ends up costing him his flash as Skewmon is there.
Kind of interesting here because, like I was talking about, like Inspired is covering this route, so they've been trying to trap this.
Oh, but Skewmon's caught out there by the Tangle Barbs from Busio. Inspired waiting over the wall. One more hit from the club, and it's first blood to Inspire.
And that is why he saw it coming a couple steps ahead. The 4D chest there, Inspired becoming the embodiment of jungle diff.
I mean, he's just in the head of Skewmon. The fact that he's like, okay, here's what's going to happen. Ooh, Labrov covering mids.
Labrov wanting to at least try to get a summoner spell here out of Quad, but instead just gets a turret shot as Caps does hit the Shuriken, but that's not going to do a whole lot. We've actually got, as we're standing by in this early game, Lore is standing by with Masu's family. Lore.
Right now, alongside his mom. How does it feel watching your brother play here at home in Canada?
It's a very emotional time for sure. I just want to say that we're proud of him, irrespective of him or the team winning or not.
Thank you so much. Hopefully he can close out this one fast. Casters, over to you.
I love seeing the family come out to support the players like that, especially here on home turf in Canada. Already up to a 2-0 lead would be an awesome moment for Masu and for all of FlyQuest if they can close this one out super clean, but they've still got to play through G2 to do it. Cap's going to take his recall now. Level 6 on the Akali. Keep your eyes on him for roams and plays. We're looking at him to be that X Factor.
And that X Factor moving up to the top side. He's got his Gromp and Wolves ready, so should be able... Wait, it's pretty deep ping here from him as well. He's setting up for a possible future play.
All right, we've got one real Inspired farming a frog. We've got a fake Inspired heading top, looking to give some grief to Broken Blade.
Blade, though. Secured by Broken Blades.
Yeah, the Feast is ready to go on the Cho'Gath. Masu takes a little bit of damage, but nothing to really be super scared about. Nice Tangle Barbs there from Busio.
It means bottom side is a possible target. You saw Skewmon kind of heading down there, but they decide we are... Wait, he's going back to the play now.
Oh boy.
They're going for the Maiden first.
Okay. Bwipo's Maiden at 500 HP. Bwipo trying to keep this wave from crashing into the turret. Drops the cage, but Bwipo's down to 300 HP. Arden Blaze does hit him. Skewmon taking damage there for the turret. Bwipo kills him! Skewmon gives a free one over, and Bwipo buries him there with a shovel. Now up in the top side. It's one traded back, but they still get the dive. Feat of Warfare claimed by FlyQuest as Busio does drop to Broken Blade at least.
Skewmon didn't expect the shovel damage right there?
Patient. Oh wait, the ghouls! The ghouls!
It's the brush.
The last ghoul.
Oh my god, this is painful to watch. What
that
is
I
going
feel for you,
on?
you know, because Nefiri W is broken, but it's not broken if you don't press it there under the tower. They really wanted to force it in, and props to Bwipo for moving up towards the minion wave, you know, and forcing them to go in and blunder that tower dive.
Goodness, Bwipo handing the shovel to Nefiri and being like, here, dig this yourself. Like, he's just, like, it was so brutal to watch. Like, the idea is solid. You get a lot of good damage down onto Bwipo, but as you rightly said, like, he got impatient. He went underneath the tower, and now Inspired, level 6, moving into the enemy jungle. Labrov flashes.
Labrov with the flash, trying to lock up Inspired. They want to try to get the Trundle here, but Inspired wants to turn it around. Subjugate, already used. Labrov, He takes some damage, but FlyQuest doesn't want to overcommit to this. So it'll be Lebrov's flash, traded for the flash of Inspired. +1 ulti technically for G2.
Look at the lane assignments that we're getting from FlyQuest right now. Whipper with the pressure on the bot side of the map. They've also moved their mid lane in. They've moved their bot lane into mid to keep caps underneath this tower. They're fine playing the Orianna into the Lucian because they know that Quad can just continue to wave clear, and this gives complete access to the Grubs. FlyQuest, throughout this series, have controlled this objective, and it looks like G2's not in a position to challenge it once again.
And I just feel like Busio has been so good for this team. And the bottom lane together, of course, you know Masu as well. But Busio, there's been so much talk about his improvements, over the years, and he has just been so good in North America and showing it with the map control, a lot of these vision plays, constantly being in the right place at the right time in this series.
3 games, 9 grubs for FlyQuest. Total control over the objective. As back down here in the bottom side now, Broken Blade a little bit behind Whippo in terms of experience, as Whippo hits him with the shovel again, but the extra HP will be healed back up as Broken Blade continues to farm these minions. Caps hiding in the smoke screen, but Masu pretty unafraid of him, uses the supercharger there for the extra attack speed, but Caps' shuriken gives him enough distance to not take those extra autos on the back end of things. FlyQuest up a little bit over 1,000 gold. Again, they've already got the feat of Warfare. They're up +1 in terms of neutral objectives since they claimed all 3 grubs. No dragons taken early on in this one. Kimtech first Drake typically has pretty low priority considering the stats that it gives don't really feel super effective in the early stages of the game. But Hans and Lebrov now trying to get this top lane wave shoved in. Lebrov still not level 6 on the Nautilus.
I just think the lane assignments from FlyQuest continue to be so good. Keeping Quad in a side lane, normally Orianna doesn't want to be there. She's so susceptible to ganks in these longer lanes, but it's very difficult for Hans to just walk up and trade against him. Quad feels very comfortable with the level 2 boots to go toe-to-toe with Hans. He was getting zoned from a lot of farm. Meanwhile, Masu had full access to wave after wave in the mid lane, getting solo experience as well. He's nearly got a full level over Hans. He's got a 20 CS lead. Meanwhile, Quad, while sure, he's a little bit behind Caps, he's still in a good position. And it just feels like everything is going the way of FlyQuest as they continue to build advantages in the laning phase.
Yeah, that Orianna staying safe while they still have their outer towers. Maybe later as the game goes on and the outer towers do get taken down, that's where you usually see the Akali having supremacy in the side lane and putting some more pressure onto the Ori. Maybe G2 can find angles there because it looks like it is probably going to be another G2 pray for Caps to pull out some really big plays in this game.
Okay, and you can see right down there in bottom lane, as soon as Broken Blade ulted a minion right there with the Feast, Whippo immediately summons the Maiden because he knows he'll at least get 1 Feast cooldown worth of value out of it before Broken Blade tries to burst it down and kill it off. Whippo maintains control in that bottom lane 1v1. Gold lead still stagnant where it was before, still a moderate lead for the side of FlyQuest as Inspired, not real Inspired, but fake Inspired, now real Inspired. Both of them moving up there towards the top side, but Cavs will be reinforced by the TP from Lebrov.
That's the best part, Flowers, because the fake Inspired is always with the real Inspired because Busio plays so well. He plays so well with his jungle, and they have been able to create so much. He sacrificed his life for the topside tower dive. But also, as you mentioned, and we were talking about in Champ Select, like the Yorick here, Whippo, early on, not summoning the ultimate when he did have to face Broken Blade and the Feast was ready, and then choosing his moments, in the 3v1 and after the Feast cooldown has been used. And with this early lead, FlyQuest will come and claim what is rightfully theirs. They have pre-existing vision, waves in very good spaces in both mid lane and top lane here, so they rotate over, they collect their objective. It does feel very methodical and calm.
Feels like that, honestly, the confidence is slipping away from G2. They're very much a spectator right now, not really looking for many proactive plays on the map, and FlyQuest are running around pretty much doing everything that they want to. And that's the one thing that I love watching about Inspired. He plays with nothing but confidence. Cap's going for a nice trade in the 1v1. Now that he's got that rocket belt completed, he should feel a lot more comfortable in this matchup. Always having that potential of a kill with his ultimate available. Once he gets level 11, that cooldown is going to be extremely valuable, along with the extra damage. Yeah. But for now, it's FlyQuest. They can play passive. Herald spawns in about 2 minutes time. They can continue to farm up. No need to overforce anything. They've hit that double Trinity Force power spike, which you love to see. And yeah, FlyQuest very comfortable 13 minutes into the game.
And that's the thing with these early leads, you're still going to be able to get to the point where G2 have their first items and can still, you know, fight a fight versus FlyQuest, and we get the real determining moments.
Exactly. You've got the Spear of Shojin for Skumon. You've got the Heartsteel on the Cho'Gath of Broken Blade. The Essence Reaver for Han Sama. The biggest gold lead for the side of G2, the only gold lead, is Caps with that massive farm advantage of 5 waves. Broken Blade here. He doesn't have the Feast. He's still going to try to whoop the Maiden a little bit, but not quite enough damage to guarantee the kill, so the Maiden gets back to the safety of Bwipo, as the gold lead has shrank a little bit here, and we'll see if G2 can fight their way back into this one as the TP into the top side arrives from Quad. Broken Blade versus Bwipo down here in the bottom lane. Bwipo has lost his Maiden. Skumon is nearby waiting in the Pixel Brush on top of a control ward. Broken Blade is low on HP. Bwipo will walk into the river now. Skumon waiting. Bwipo doesn't walk any closer.
Yeah, he's got his flash, so he's kind of staying on range there. They might have seen one of those little dogs as he walks away from the brush.
Okay, that's first turret claimed for FlyQuest. We crest the 14-minute point, and we can see that G2 claimed no turret plates during the early game here in game number 3. FlyQuest getting 3 of them themselves, so not a crazy advantage in gold built up through those plates. A pretty low plate game overall, but FlyQuest securing the feats now. They've got the extra power on the boots. Skumon trying to step up to scare Busio and Masu out of his jungle, but he takes a little bit of poke in doing so. Inspired still up here on the top side, will be able to secure the Scuttle Crab, and Rift Herald spawns in 20 seconds.
Inspired with just fantastic map awareness. Seeing a good opportunity to secure that top tower, knowing that Skumon is likely on the bot side of the map. Not only does Bwipo respect the possibility of a collapse, but it just results in first tower, the boots upgraded as well.
And you mentioned it, Flowers, but Busio constantly doing all this setup work. Look at this vision line ahead of the spawn of the objective. So Rift Herald comes onto the map, and FlyQuest see every entry point that G2 could possibly use, because they push up the minion wave in mid lane. That gives you some artificial vision. Then you have the full wards on jungle, and they actually have a couple of options to themselves. Bwipo here trading again, and Skumon actually visits, but Inspired is here covering.
Yeah, Broken Blade goes for the Rupture, does not hit it. Bwipo getting away, but he's already feasted on Broken Blade. Nice kill on Bwipo.
All right, the feast also effective on the York himself, not just the Maiden, jumps him down. So G2 do get some money. And again, the Rift Herald is up, but it's still difficult for G2 because they invested everybody down to the bottom side of the map, or at least jungle as well as support, which is the most mobile members. So FlyQuest will still start up and take the objective.
I think that really caught Bwipo off guard. He did have his flash available, and I think that he thought that I've probably got one more auto attack in me before I die.
Big beast.
Definitely caught me off guard, that's for sure. At the very least, G2 will get another kill on the board, but FlyQuest maintaining that control over these neutral objectives. The Dragon becomes the next point of focus, 40 seconds away. G2, with the play on bot side, have been able to get a bit of deep vision into FlyQuest jungle, but Inspired, having now cleared his top side, will have plenty of time to move back towards bot. Maybe he can get a cheeky reset in ahead of the Dragon that we're expecting a bit of a contest over.
I do like the boots of swiftness for Broken Blade, because usually it's pretty hard for Cho'Gath to dodge, you know, York abilities, but that does mean so much for him in the matchup.
Okay, boys, let's take stock of where everything's at. Caps running away from some ghouls up here in the top lane. Next Dragon spawning in 10 seconds. And it's G2 with the setup around the pit with the wards in the FlyQuest jungle as Inspired trying to approach. He's got his bot laners standing by here in the mid lane, grouped up. It'll be up to Quad to answer the push from Broken Blade down there in the bottom lane. And Skumon is going to start the objective.
Shockwave used onto Broken Blades.
Yeah, just onto the Cho'Gath. He gets a chunk, but that's a big team fight ultimate that FlyQuest doesn't have.
FlyQuest with a Trundle ultimate could try and go straight through front line.
Okay, the Dragon's already down to 2,000. Inspired gets the shield. Labrov tries to go in. The Drake is already slain by Skumon as Labrov tries to get away, but there's the Pillar of Filth. The Hex Gates activate, but that's not going to matter. Labrov tries to escape, but Masu puts the last shot in his back as that's a 4th kill of the game for FlyQuest. G2 take the objective, but lose their support.
And you could see the idea from the beginning there from Inspired. Since the Dragon's getting low, he walks forward like he's gonna go steal it to try and bait out that hook into the wall, and then he saves his pillar for the exit. So FlyQuest, even though they lose that Dragon, wait a second.
Quad's in danger, Broken Blade. He has his feast ready. The Rupture silences him up, beats him down, and eats him up. Nice shutdown for Broken Blade. 3-1-0 here in the Cho'Gath.
So Broken Blade is continuing to get bigger, but Caps being isolated in this Yorick matchup is not really where you want this Akali to be. Ooh, Lucio
in trouble. Pop Blossom as he's about to die. Pillar to make a little bit of extra distance, but Scumon's already got the first kill. Now Masu's the next target. Whippo and Inspired trying to protect their AD carry as G2 comes to life. A 5-man play around the bottom lane tier 1 turret. They might look to go for the dive. Caps coming around from the side. Masu knows he has to try to walk this one out the long way. Lebrov and Caps isolated. Lebrov trapped inside the Yorick cage. Lebrov dies. Teleport coming in for FlyQuest, and now it'll be a 4v4 with the odds even. G2 heads home.
These pillars here from Inspired, they trap another one. The teleport timer not respected by G2. They wanted this moment to be their full comeback and reach a little bit too far.
I feel like Caps was just a little too antsy there. You could see he TPs in, he sees an opportunity for a fight, and then they're threatening the dive against a full health Trundle. He's already itemizing towards the magic resistance as well. It was an ambitious play, and Inspired rightly punishes it. 5-4 still the kill advantage. Let's look back at the collapse.
So here is the chase, and this is of course after Broken Blade already got that early kill on the Quad, but you're looking at the death timer ticking down and the teleport being ready for him. So FlyQuest, they kite back, they're doing some damage. There's still this minion wave that G2 have to deal with, so that buys the necessary time for Quad to revive, and FlyQuest make the call, okay, we'll attack the other side and try and push them off of this dive, and then a Yorick cage and a pillar afterwards as well. There's no exit path. There's just this team can create too much terrain behind you.
Inspired is tanky. Like, this is not ideal for Akali when you're playing into this much magic resistance. And it's going to make it harder for Caps to have any real kill threat on Inspired at the very least. Of course, that's not going to be his target.
Right.
But with the Seraphs also finished for Quad, these defensive items are quickly being completed, and Masu having 2 fully finished items along with the upgraded boots as well. Like, FlyQuest is looking poised and ready for the next fight.
Yeah, they certainly are. I mean, you mentioned it's hard for Caps. It is also hard for Scumon to get in there because the Trundle with these low range, wait a second, they're actually walking on over now towards this.
It's already gone. The Otacon taken in the darkness before G2 can respond to it. 17 flowers up to 31 after the Otacon harvest them all versus the 6 of G2. Plus 25 flowers is like an extra 2,500, 3,000 team gold difference as Whippo gets caught by the Rupture, flashes away, respecting the feast burst from Broken Blade. He remembers that last death, does not want to give away another freebie. This tier 1 turret in the bottom lane about to fall though, and Broken Blade's going to head home because he knows FlyQuest is setting up in the jungle of G2. Immediately the turret dive would follow if Broken Blade stayed around. Scumon passing through, but his blue buff has already been stolen by FlyQuest.
I mean, Inspired is just running the game. He can literally do no wrong. He's playing around his pressure beautifully. The vision control they have means that G2 aren't even aware of what's happening on the map. G2 is quickly losing so much control. It's 3 towers to 0. And Inspired is an absolute monster on this Trundle. Meanwhile, again, we talked about it earlier, Masu has a 1.5k individual lead over Hans.
Yeah, and he was helping Inspired do that counter jungling. They're playing as a team, and Masu
with the killer instinct jumps in on Caps, point blank range. Caps, however, can make enough distance to get himself away. He has to use perfect execution defensively to do it, so ulti for ulti, no summoner spells used between the 2 of them. Red buff claimed for FlyQuest as they're locked and loaded for this Dragon spawning here in about 20 seconds. G2 has control over the river for now.
I think that is a good ulti trade before the Dragon fight here, actually, because Akali, without the ultimate, where is the threat, Vedius, to crack this FlyQuest comp? I think that was a very intelligent play.
Broken Blade is pretty much all G2 have right now.
Okay, the feats have been good.
No
hey,
flash.
Broken Blade with a knockup. Now G2's going in. They found Bwipo.
Yeah.
This could be the fight they need right there. Caps gets the kill, and Bwipo, wrong place, wrong time. That's the opportunity for G2.
Look at the mini-map though. I think FlyQuest are making the right choice. Immediately push towards the mid lane. Set your sights on that tower. Just get more map control. G2 are desperate right now to get a foothold back into this game, and FlyQuest have a lot of options to play with. Good damage done onto that tier 2 in the mid lane, and they also get some vision around the top side. The good news for G2 is that gold gets funneled into Caps, the Akali. Getting that influx of resources is much needed as we get closer to the late game.
And nicely for G2 as well, they rotate Hans and Labrov over to the mid lane in time to keep the tier 2 turret standing. It's not healthy, it's about to topple over, but that's gold that's not in FlyQuest's pocket. So G2 is now up a Drake, but FlyQuest still maintains their 1,500 gold lead with about twice that much value in adaptive force through those flowers that they've got from the Otacon.
Yeah, I mean, that foothold was right there at that Tri-Brush, though. You know, the early move from G2 to punish the York that has no flash. Right as we ask about it, Vedius, they're able to find that so much. That is so big considering the game state that they were in to be able to get Dragon number 2 as well as the extra gold.
I will say, in a smite fight, FlyQuest have to be careful. Not only because of the feast, but also the unsealed spellbook on Labrov means that there's 2 smites plus a feast. So if they're going to contest that objective, they need to have full confidence that they're going to be able to secure it. Skimon and Labrov setting up a bit of a trap of their own. I don't know if you can really trap Inspired, given how strong he is right now, though. He's aware of their presence in the topside jungle, though. An easy way to tell if you're in danger is you look at the mini-map, how many dots do you see? Inspired saw 1, and he was like, yeah, this probably isn't that safe. Moves away to safety. G2, kind of, we're in this lull state right now. Baron not going to be an immediate point of contention. An early secure of the Otacon means that that's not available, so these outer towers really become the focus for G2, and FlyQuest can just do what they can to match and catch these waves.
Biggest individual gold lead in the game is Masu, who is closing in on his 3rd fully completed item. However, both solo lanes for G2 are ahead in gold, plus 800 for Caps. But now he's under a little bit of pressure here. Bwipo summoning up the Maiden. Still only a level 2 Maiden, but you can see the health on it now. Pretty tanky, 3,000 or more. Bwipo halfway to level 16, but the same story almost there for Broken Blade. Both of those level 3 ultis, very, very powerful on these top laners. Broken Blade will find the Maiden, but again, the HP on it pretty tough at this point. Bwipo's just going to drop the cage defensively to try to keep Broken Blade away from the Maiden, but if Broken Blade can feast this thing, that's pretty important, and there it is. Broken Blade secures the feast kill on the Maiden, but Bwipo is ready to try to keep the fight going now as the ghouls continue chasing. Broken Blade loses out in the trade, but again, he's Cho'Gath. He'll regenerate pretty easily, and he goes right back to farming in the lane.
Yeah, 9 stacks, pretty good for him, but Caps
over the wall, throws out a shuriken, does not find a valuable target. Masu and Quad were both right there, but it just slightly misses.
That Masu lead that you're talking about can be very meaningful too. As he goes for the AP upgrade, that poke is going to be a big advantage for FlyQuest in the standoffs, trying to get the early advantage before the engage comes out.
I like the way FlyQuest are playing on 2 lanes right now. That mid tower is not really defendable. And FlyQuest will pick it up. Good control, nice cross map, mainly because G2 can't get much on the other side. Caps is very slow to push on the Akali. Even if he gets close to the tower, it's likely that FlyQuest can respond in time. And so FlyQuest get themselves another small advantage.
And you can see Broken Blade's ulti is almost back up, whereas there's still half the cooldown on Bwipo's. The Maiden of the Mist is a very long cooldown ultimate compared to most of the others in the game. Broken Blade about to hit level 16 here on that Cho'Gath. Bwipo just hit that value there with the Yorick, so the next Maiden is going to be even beefier. Baron is up and alive on the map now. 1 minute until the next Hex Tech Drake. Remember that G2 is up 2-1 in terms of that Drake count, as Busio will continue using these clones, these dummy inspireds, to walk in, see if they can find anything in G2 territory. As you can see, the wards placed down all over the map by the side of FlyQuest. Control ward in the Baron pit here. They'll disable one of the G2 wards as another clone used. This thing is so powerful as a scouting tool.
It certainly is. FlyQuest doing just a really good job with their vision in general. You've already praised Busio enough, but just want to reinforce how well he is working with Inspired to keep an eye on what G2 is up to. The goal difference has largely stayed even. G2 haven't conceded any major advantages since the last fight, but as the observers are highlighting for us right now, it is darkness around the Dragon. FlyQuest are going to be able to get the push on mid thanks to Bwipo.
And that Cho'Gath is very tanky. Full 3 items for Broken Blade here, whereas Bwipo is still on 2 and pieces.
This next fight, man, I feel like it could very easily go either way. Caps is still top side. He's got his teleport if he needs it. He wants to go after the tier 1 turret to get the gold a little bit closer. He will find his target. Inspired steps forward, but a quick burst of damage coming out from Han Sama. Now Lebrov's got to be careful. He finds a dredge line, but he immediately has to flash back out. Lebrov is already down. Quad grabbing the kill on that one. Caps makes his way in with a TP. Can he find the flank? Broken Blade flashing away, barely staying alive. Masu jumping in, needs a little bit more damage. Masu's already got the kill. G2 are going to get wiped off Summoner's Rift. FlyQuest finds a moment instantly.
FlyQuest will steamroll G2 as they march towards the Nexus.
It's only Caps left standing. He jumps in, but it will not matter. The last golden statue is buried. The latest chapter of the rivalry is written as an epitaph for Europe, and FlyQuest eliminates G2 from MSI.
FlyQuest in Canada.
I mean, FlyQuest completely dismantled G2, picked apart. Even when G2 found advantages, Fly were quick to take those back and shut them down. An impressive performance from FlyQuest, who will stay alive here at MSI 2025.
The team play here, and at no point did it look like there were any sort of nerves. This team staying together from last year to build on what they created really is so big for North America. We'll see how far they can go.
Globally, one of the longest standing rosters of 5 here on this FlyQuest squad, showing dominance 3-0 against a team that for the longest amount of time was best in the West. Every time we saw them at internationals, G2 was running the show. Obviously shakier in recent years, and this time FlyQuest triumphed. Going into that last fight, I really did think it could have gone either way. G2 had found a couple of picks beforehand. FlyQuest, though, found their moment.
Oh, Azale just texted me as well. It's no longer 2019, just a reminder.
I mean, it is a significant fall from grace even from last year. The G2 players and the organization made roster changes with the intention of having better performances internationally. They thought that they had reached the ceiling with their previous roster. Last year, G2 made top 4, beating top esports in the lower bracket, pushing T1 to 5 games. This year, they find themselves with a very difficult run through the play-ins and being knocked out in the lower bracket on the first round. They're going to feel frustrated. They're going to go back home with their heads held low, and there's a lot to work on for this G2 roster moving forward.
And hopefully, that's going to mold them, make them tougher. The best steel goes through the fire, and for G2, you know they want to return better. You know they want to return stronger. They will be eliminated now, however, from this competition. FlyQuest will move forward, and I do believe that their next matchup, it only gets tougher from here, is going to be the loser of BLG versus T1. That is some tough games.
I mean, it's an exciting one because I do think the FlyQuest, I mean, they showed some moments of brilliance against AL, and you would imagine that given what we've seen from BLG and T1, I'm hoping that it will be an exciting matchup regardless of who wins out on that best of 5.
It was a impressive showing coming out from FlyQuest in this one. I think everybody had big spots of bright moments, right? We look back, we think to that first game, we're looking at Inspired, right? Well, honestly, Inspired kind of had the insane entire series, but Masu constantly finding the angles he needed to find. You think to the final fight in game 2, barely staying alive on the Senna, getting that done. Busio's Bard just completely smurfing all over the place. Bwipo with the Scion kill on Caps back in game number 1 at the very edge of the turret range. Everybody felt locked in. Everybody felt like they had themselves exactly where they needed to be, both on the Rift and in their own heads.
And even though you're gonna have to play either T1 or BLG, those are the teams that you have to beat in this tournament if you want to progress. there are not any softballs, you know? And this FlyQuest team has very high potential, and they've set their sights and their goals to look upward.
The tournament only gets tougher from here, but FlyQuest has shown what they're made of. Now it's time to join Lore on stage with NA's own Masu and Busio for the Verizon post-game interview.
Vancouver, please, a round of applause for the victorious FlyQuest! Guys, congratulations. What a statement series today. I want to go to you first, Masu, because regardless of the fact that G2 was taking kill, that they were grabbing objectives, you were always one step ahead on the map. Tell me about communication and your spot on macro this series.
Honestly, I'm the ADC, so I have like the least part in it, but I think today we just had some really good swaps in the early game especially, and that kind of led to us always knowing what they wanted to do in the mid game. We were very aware of where they could play, where they could get gold, and we defended very well, and we knew exactly when we were strong and when we could make plays, so that was it.
Beautifully done. And Busio, I was looking at you backstage between Game 2 and Game 3. First things first, happy 4th of July.
Thank you.
Must feel good. Stomping EU the way you did. You were dancing backstage between Game 2 and Game 3. What gave you the confidence that you were going to send EU home right after Game 3?
Well, it was the 4th of July, so we had to win. But honestly, we didn't even need it.
Matsu, you came to MSI saying that you were the best Western team, but you were not quite confident in the fact that you had reached your ceiling yet as a team. Would you like to revise that statement now?
No, I still think individually I have a lot to work on, and as a team we also do. So I think we still have a lot more room.
Any more on the improvements that you guys want to make as a team?
Still just like communication, planning, and just playing as a team in general.
All right. Busio, when I think about your first time on the international stage, last year MSI, we don't talk too much about this, but look at you now. Look at the improvement that you made, both individually and as a team. How do you reflect on your success and improvements?
I'm glad it's showing, but it's just a steady improvement, and more experience is definitely helping me.
Absolutely. Again, statement series from you guys, and you guys were playing, but I was hanging out with your family, actually, during this series. Everyone loves a supporting family, especially in esports. Busio, would you like to say something to your parents who were cheering for you today?
Yeah, shout out to you guys for coming. I hope it was fun.
And Masu, we had an interview a couple days ago. You were telling me that you were a bit nervous. You wanted to make your family proud. And I got a chance to chat with your sister during the game, actually. And she was telling me how emotional it was for her watching you play and watching you succeed. Is there anything you would like to tell her and your mom?
Of course, thank you for coming and always helping me and supporting me. And hopefully my sister wasn't too weird.
Of course, a brother had to make this comment. Thank you so much to you both. Congrats on taking this one in your home crowd in Canada. Congrats on winning again on 4th of July against EU. A round of applause for Buza and Masu. And guys, that's all for us here on the stage. We'll be right back for the second series right after this.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. This is what I do. I'm a dog, not afraid to fight in the dark at night.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I
Okay, I get it now.
Sweet dreams are made of this.
传奇该如何铸就？
The prophecy has been fulfilled. Never doubt Uzi. He changed the meta. He pushed the limits of the game. Uzi now reigns as king. zone. While I grind hard while you at home. You talk about it, but I be about it, cause you all talk, no backbone. I'm on a 10, I'm on a level 10. I wanna win, then I wanna win again. You thought I was done? I'm hoping it never ends. If you wanna win, then I'm on a level 10.
An update is required. Financial system updating. System updated.
We will dance together.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Hunter in the dark. Master of night shots. Oppo Find XX series. Powerful camera, powerful AI.
Of all my hard work, them hours in the gym, I'm about to go berserk. Count it down, clock is on tick, tick, let's get it in. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me.
He's a beast, he's a monster, he's a force with the man. I scanned the room, forming up the plan. Fire in my eyes, got him stuck quicksand. I don't play to lose, I just play to win. It's that hard work, every day I'm putting in. I don't play to lose, I just play to win. Sound like broken records against me, let them records spin. I gotta give it 100%, nobody gon' harder than me. Do it on purpose, I got the people depending on me. Mama mentality, got my game face on. Every time I step up on this court, you know that we won this time.
I'm going full speed, I just pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, at the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, at the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, at the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me.
Yeah, you're looking for something amazing. That's why I put in the work. That's why I grind on the daily. I'm running wild and I know that no one can tame me. Hall of Fame on my mind, they cannot contain me. I know that I can't stop now. There ain't no way I'm giving up. Won't back down. I've come too far and I know I'm gonna act out until I'm standing on the top. They hear me now. They hear me now. Let them know. Nothing can hold me back.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. This is what I do. I'm a dog, not afraid to fight. In the dark and
And welcome back to MSI 2025 for our second series of the day, a clash between the LPL and LCK first seeds here with GenG facing off against anyone's legend. Guys,
yeah.
I don't even want to talk to you right now, but I guess I have to.
Well, we just got our Europe versus NA finals. And now we're getting what a lot of people were looking at as a possible tournament finals for MSI. So we're going from hype matchup to hype matchup.
Hell yeah.
Right?
It's crazy that
so you can put your mind at ease to something else entirely.
Yeah, it's fine. I get good League of Legends.
Just look forward.
To focus on this one. And there's a meme actually in the LPL community saying that LPL has Shanks, LCK has Chovy, and they are our featured matchup in today's series.
Featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. Shanks faces off against Chovy. AL's mid laner had a long and difficult journey to his first MSI. The solo queue prodigy languished for years on World Elite, putting up strong performances with nothing to show for it. When finally given the chance to contend for a title in 2025, Shanks jumped on it, proving that he was one of the very best mid laners in the LPL. But to prove yourself on the international stage, you've got to go through Chovy. The Korean mid laner finally proved he has what it takes to win an international tournament last year, but he isn't content to stop at just one trophy. And after handling Caps in round 1, will Chovy move one step closer to a second MSI title, or will Shanks prove once and for all that he's not to be overlooked?
Chovy versus Shanks, the victorious Chovy who brought MSI last year, coming against the future maybe of LPL here in the mid lane for Anyone's Legends.
And that's part of the reason people are super hyped for this as well. Look at some of those rankings among the mid laners here at MSI. Super exciting. I mean, every mid laner wants to go against Chovy, of course. And Shanks here in his first international tournament gets to do it. In all the interviews that he's doing, he has so much swagger, so much confidence. He's coming in with his red tinted sunglasses, such a good attitude going forward. But he's also had good performances so far. The Azir game where he had insane farm, dare I say, Chovy level farm on the Azir, keeping that up to defeat us, FlyQuest, by the way, as well as his Aurora game. So really good performances he showed already lead into the hype here for the matchup.
100%. The expectation coming into this, for me at least, was going to be a little bit of stage nerves. We haven't seen that. And so it will be fun to see that particular matchup. What is interesting to me is kind of the former teammates going up against each other, Tarzan versus Chovy. That has been a storyline that a lot of people have been interested in, especially since Tarzan finally won the big one when he was in LPL, just this split. So coming into this one, this is a fun one of like career head-to-head versus when they were together on Griffin.
Exactly. Those Griffin days, lots of people remember it fondly. Of course, that's a lot of games. That includes Kespa Cup, that includes Challengers, includes all of their time together. And it's really exciting, too, because Tarzan versus Canyon, also, Tarzan actually has the head-to-head lead, 10-5, but a lot of those were when he had Chovy on his team, you know, back in 2019 days when they were playing against each other in LCK. Now Chovy is on the other side.
It's funny because I was talking to Tarzan on stage and I was asking him, okay, what kind of advice can you give your new mid laner about your former mid laner? And he told me he has to trust himself. He can go toe-to-toe against Chovy. So I'm really curious to see how this one is gonna go. What do you guys think about the matchup, actually? Who's taking this one?
I'll start with this one. I think it's going to be 3-2.
Do we all have the same ones?
Yeah, probably. This is supposed to be an Attack on Titan reference, but you know,
I mean,
amazing drawing
good
skill.
one, actually.
No, it's awful.
Nice
try.
As insane form as Tarzan is in right now, absolutely performing so incredibly well. Canyon is still my jungle goat, you know, and GenG have just been so massive this year. 20 match streak for them, continuing their streak from LCK here in International as well.
And we get to see maybe the two favorites of the tournament here facing off against each other here in this first round. So let's send it over to Gasters for game 1 of AL versus GenG.
Well, here we go. GenG versus AL, two tournament favorites coming into it. GenG head and shoulders above everyone else, it feels. For AL, definitely an uphill climb today to take down the LCK #1 seed. I'm Medic, I'm joined by Emily and the wonderful Chronicler over on the end. Let's get into draft.
Yeah, I just wandered up here, you know. I got lost, they didn't stop me.
Yeah, I can't believe you say wonderful. I already off to a terrible start here, Medic.
I'm sorry. I need to channel my inner Atlas.
Yeah,
please.
Yeah. Got GenG playing, come on.
Getting into game number 1. The matchups that I think we're all going to be looking towards is obviously Shanks versus Chovy, and then the other one for me on GenG specifically is Canyon, because this man, as we saw in the previous series, absolute demon when he's on, but he was also a large reason why that series against Hanwha had to be a reverse sweep.
Yeah, I remember the best and worst of Canyon. That was also, they had some really fun drafts in that series. I really liked, it was what, the Lee Sin TF draft. TF already removed by AL on the blue side, but then for anyone's legend, for me, obviously, whether Shanks can contain Chovy, I think is going to be such a crucial part of these two teams facing head-to-head. It's such a crucial part of facing GenG ever. And then we've been talking about it. I'm going to talk about it again. The support jungle combo of Tarzan and Kyle is so key to the way the AL play. They can kind of flex into any draft with their picks, and they are really responsible for a lot of their teamfight setup and cross-mapping.
And as good as Canyon and Duro I think have been individually, when it comes to them as a duo, they haven't really necessarily been as crazy as some of the other combos that we have within the LCK. So we'll see if that's where anyone's legend can find their opening, as the very early Pantheon Prio should come as no surprise. Incredible early dueling, a lot of side lane pressure. We've often seen the Trundle picked into this, but Xin Zhao, more skirmishing power. That's what Canyon is going to go towards here.
Canyon's most played this spring as well, so no real surprises. He picks that up. Aurora locked in as well for Chovy early here. Only brought that out twice in the LCK, if I remember properly.
Yeah, and it's a good, also, like, a good pick for Chovy, but also a really good takeaway from Shanks, right? We've seen how well he performs on that Aurora pick, both leading up to coming to MSI and then additionally already at MSI. As we see the Rumble hover for Tarzan, this is kind of a Flandra classic. He's been playing this since he came into the LPL with Snake. And then, you know, just a really strong top lane pick.
We'll see. There is a slight possibility that GenG is going to be looking to flex his Aurora. They have done that before. Otherwise, I'm looking towards the Galio. That's been one of the picks that you can pick into the Rumble. That, considering there's also a Pantheon on the enemy team, already being able to match that global at least somewhat is going to feel good. The other one that we've seen often is the Ornn.
Yeah, and then Kyle locking that Rel in has been a really monstrous pick for him in terms of engaging AL team fights. And just works really well with the Pantheon, right? So they can make fights uneven, as we see the Alistar hover and lock in for Duro.
Just so much AoE teamfight power from AL already. You look at the Equalizer, the follow-up with the Grand Starfall, into the Magnet Storm. You have so much engaged potential. You can see GenG realize that. So, okay, we need a bit of disengage. Let's get the Alistar in. Obviously, can be engaged himself. Xin Zhao also can disengage a little bit himself with that Crescent Guard.
Feel like might be good to ban away the Yone here. That Yone Rumble combination, I think, will make an already strong team fight even more lethal. And then GenG most likely going to be looking to pick up their AD carry here on 4 to kind of keep hidden what is going where exactly, not committing to a solo lane and possibly giving Chovy the counter pick. Otherwise, if it is a Galio, I think we do have a pretty good idea of where it is going to go, as the Sylas taken away here from Shanks.
And we'll see if AL themselves want to remove that Galio potential counter, and also I think just works well with what GenG have already when we're talking about teamfight power. They are going to take out the Lucian for Ruler.
No real surprises there. Ruler, obviously one of the best AD carries on the planet, and if he can be aggressive on that Lucian, can get himself in a really strong spot. Still looking for that next ban from GenG, currently targeting the mid lane. I did wonder if having the Aurora in mid, you just want to get rid of some of the good picks into it. So far, they'll get rid of the Sylas, and then Corki Rel, just so strong in the 2v2. No real surprise that that's taken away as well.
And it's testament to the increase in form from Ruler specifically that he's getting these Lucian bans. Because coming in, him and Duro were by no means weak players, but they were the weakest point on this GenG roster. And we did see in the earlier games that GenG played that definitely for Ruler, that no longer applies. Had some very impressive team fights. So it makes sense that anyone's Legends want to try and take away the comfort. And again, it's also going to be Ruler not knowing what his opposite matchup is going to be. And both these picks can play quite safely, particularly the Ezreal as it gets taken away.
Yeah, I really like the Ezreal takeaway as we see the Jhin potentially coming in. Yep, it will be locked in for Ruler. And there is some setup for Jhin on this, especially with the Jhin Alistar combo, something that we've seen be really successful. And we'll see what AL want to lock in on their side.
And one of the problems for AL is they now can't pick those safe AD carries either. So if the Alistar is going onto your AD carry, you don't have the Arcane Shift to get away. You don't have the dash from the Lucian to get away. They're saving AD carry pick for the moment. Looks like they are going to go for the Annie in the mid lane. Huge burst CC. And once again, it comes back to this. This is a very strong burst teamfight comp from AL.
Yep.
Kai'Sa would, yeah.
Kai'Sa would fit in well
absolutely.
with that.
Will really slot in when it comes to the aggression, when it comes to the ability of Pantheon to very quickly get to a backline, and it gives you even more potential to play towards those side lanes, right? Particularly once you get level 2 on the ultimate, there is so much possibility to make these big plays around the map as it is going to be the Ornn. We talked about it early on. All reliable here for Keen, just going to play for the rest of his team. Not going to be the most fun matchup, but once you get Kaenic, you can kind of just absorb those punches from the Rumble.
It's a little troll, though, to hover Yasuo and then Vladimir and pick Ornn in the end.
Yeah.
Obviously, it makes sense as part of the team composition, but I was hoping for perhaps a little bit more of an explosive top lane matchups. But now with both the drafts locked in, what are we thinking, guys? How do we feel this game is going to play out?
I mean, this is exactly how AL want to play, right? They'll be super, super comfortable with this draft. It allows Tarzan specifically to join up for side lane plays. It allows a ton of follow-up. Whoever does decide to engage, either from the Annie or more likely Kyle's Rel. On the other side, I like how GenG can kind of reposition. AL are really going to have to watch their flanks a lot in this as well. An Aurora is on your team. You really want to watch out for that.
As Tabe, Coach Kim gonna fist bump here, and for GenG, I think that team fighting stands and falls with Canyon. If you can get to the 5v5 and you're able to absorb the initial blow, there's a lot of disengage, a lot of CC available. But as mentioned, Canyon, even on the Zinzao, some great starts and then into some mid-game fumbles. If you do lose control of mid-game into the comp that AL have, and you need to face check into Annie, into all the amount of burst that's there, could be tough for GenG.
Definitely could be. AL, the LPL's #1 seed. 2 players on that lineup that have never been to an international, up against GenG and Chovy, the reigning MSI champs, the #1 team on the global power rankings as well. It is a monumental task for AL, but I'm sure they're up to the challenge.
And this is the matchup I really want to see, right? Because a lot of people have really been doubting AL. Again, for them, I really think it comes down to how well can Shanks contain Chovy. And then additionally, in coming here, I do want to give yet another shout out to their coach Tabe, who has this track record of really transforming LPL teams and being able to bring them to international competitions with a lot of success. I think that's really where a lot of the support jungle focus comes from as well, as we're going to run through some of his prior teams. But yeah, that is such a huge strength, is the compositions he's able to draft for this team, making sure that they're super comfortable in playing them, and then also using the flexibility of both Tarzan and Kyle in a lot of these drafts.
Yeah, it's easy to forget that only a couple of years ago, AL were an 11th to 15th place team in the LPL, right? Then rose up to 6th last year, and then this year, both finals, now making it to MSI after winning those LPL playoffs.
I mean, even the BLG team, right? They had such a breakout performance in 2023 MSI. The expectations were very low, and they ended up being one of the big stories from that year. Tabe and his team dispatching of GenG not just once, but twice in high-stakes series, as we say. They're the reason why you pick the Alistar into the Rel, have the ability to cancel that crash down, not allow that engage to just come through without the possibility for a counter trade.
With the jungle starting on the top side of the map, Tarzan on this Pantheon, 10-2 across his career, 80% win rate. Has had an absolute ball of a time on it this year. Level 2 hit for Kyle and Hope. Kyle is going to go in. Juro ignited there, down to 200 HP. Hope looking for a little bit more. Could flash forward. The pulverize comes out, but Hope decides against going any deeper. Flash save for Juro, did have to use the heal.
This is something we saw for GenG domestically as well. Sometimes a little bit too overeager in the 2v2. Juro goes in, doesn't hit the initial skills, and then the follow-up. Very nicely done there by Kyle and Hope to push the advantage, but it is just a summoner trade as Ruler. The cancel.
Yeah, well played by Juro there to get the pulverize down, making sure that Kyle couldn't find his engage. Shanks and Chovy trading in the mid lane, but Chovy okay, can just pop that pot.
Electric matchup there with both of them just continuously looking for these short trades.
Yeah, and I am curious to see if either jungler will kind of take a look at this bot lane with a few sums down. Potentially, I'm always looking for some early jungle action as we see them kind of finishing up both of their clears on this bot side.
Juro hits the pulverize, gets the headbutt back as well. Hope flashes forward, but Ruler blocks the Prey Seeker, the Void Seeker there from Hope. Canyon is looking down here.
He's here.
Oh, wind becomes lightning dodged, as is the deadly flourish by Kyle. Then comes in with the Shadowing Strike to force Ruler away.
Double sidestep there, and Hope giving up his flash, that is a big deal. But with the health trade going the way of AL, I don't think that Canyon can actually look to contest the scuttle here.
Yeah, no, I think he's just going to look to cross in mid and then get that topside Scuttle Crab, which will draw the junglers. Again, even clears here.
Should be fine in the top lane. Meanwhile, Flandre just pushing Keen in whenever he can, kind of expected in the early matchup. Well, Keen has gone for that no magic mantle for a bit of magic resist on the Ornn to help him out in the lane.
Main advantage here for AL is a tempo lead on jungle, because Tarzan has already backed. Canyon has not been able to do so because he was towards the bot side. Had to cross over to top side Scuttle.
And we see AL going for that swap, right? Both teams will be swapping their bot lanes top, potentially for a little bit more grub advantage, as we see the top laners going on the bot side. I feel like AL in LPL specifically, they have had kind of the best macro sense, which they did improve on from Split 1, right? Where they kind of got run over by TES, and then TES did not perform at first stand. But that's another thing that I think they've improved on quite a bit, is with some of these early lane assignments.
For GenG, they've often been extremely tenacious in sticking in games, even absorbing some early laning disadvantages. And don't get me wrong, if they do get early laning leads, you actually don't get to play the game. But it's not something that they always rely on, with exception of Chovy. We see Keen very happy to just take matchups like this, where he's happy to absorb the blow. And then it comes down to the team fighting. And I think GenG, out of any LCK team, has the best sense of what do we go for? How can we cross-map? Can we contest an objective or not? Kind of to the contrast of the absolute chaos that is T1. Not unlike the relation between AL and BLG
and
in
BLG,
that sense.
Right? Yeah, I mean, AL still are, as we see, Shanks kind of going on for some damage onto Chovy. It is comparable. I do still think that AL can be hyper-aggressive, again, especially with this support jungle duo when they're able to on the map, especially with early skirmishes. And if...
Oh, good knockback by Juro. Stops the flash Shadowing Strike from connecting onto Ruler. Uses the heal in the end. It's a summon a spell exchange on that top side.
Big deal there, not having to use the cleanse for Ruler. Especially when playing into any and into a Pantheon, keeping hold of that summoner is a really big deal. Grubs are going to be coming up in about a minute and a half. We do see some pings, but neither team really incentivized to go for the dragon right now, as Duro takes a bit of a beating, but had aftershock, so not going to be too bothered.
As well, to make sure that Kyle couldn't get the second knock-up on him. Matchup I do want to focus on is that mid-lane matchup, though. Shanks coming into his first international tournament against Chovy, who obviously has been to a slew of them over the years. Importantly, though, Shanks had such a good start to this MSI. Chovy obviously continues to play well, as Kyle actually going in here onto Juro. Juro down to 100 HP, the Ignite ticking, but it won't be enough to kill him off. And in the end, again, it's just summoners exchanged.
Yep. We see the AL bot lane. I was wondering if Tarzan was going to do something up there as well, as we see him kind of pinging onto their side of the map, but still kind of quiet, no objectives taken from either side.
Was probably considering looking for something, but his entire topside jungle is up. I imagine his bot side camps are also on the respawn, so if Canyon is in the area, who I don't think was spotted, he was at that point backing in bot side river, but if Canyon is there and you try and go for a big play onto the Alistar, can backfire quickly, and I don't think either team really feels a necessity to make too much happen. Obviously for GenG, you look at that Ornn, the value that he's going to provide and the team fighting power that the team has. They're not going to feel necessarily pressured, but even for AL, with how much skirmishing power you have, I think you can afford to take it slowly up until the point where you have to start contesting these objectives.
We do have one of those objectives coming up in 10 seconds time. It's the Grubs. Kyle not yet level 6. Juro's only just ticked over to 5. See Kyle trying to soak some of the XP in mid to get towards that 6. Both the junglers hit that mark and have their ultimates available, but currently no real vision set up for either team up towards that topside river, so we have to see a little bit of a push from either of them into the enemy jungle to get a bit of vision down. Chovy, though, goes in with the weirding. Shanks using Tibbers to force him back, and now that might be the bell rung on AL going for grubs.
Small advantage here when it comes to the health bar. Shanks won't have his ultimate, but does Chovy having his ultimate matter if he doesn't have the health to walk over? We see GenG still looking for a contest. I think wanna desperately try and get at least a grub.
They've done a good job of keeping Hope gated from coming in through that top side of the river. Chovy being forced away again in that mid lane. GenG are the first on the grubs, but AL have secured one. TP coming in. Tarzan looking for this. Can't land as Canyon gets a smite. TP from Kin. Call it the board. Duro with a double knockup. And onto the back line. Kyle is already knocked up and taken out. First blood to GenG. The dive in from Tarzan, but now he's in the middle of the enemy team. Tarzan falls second. Chovy goes between worlds. And AL is sent to the afterlife. Hope able to kill Canyon off, but Hope should go down. Flandre with a flame spitter. Will be able to get one of his own. Keen can't get in range and doesn't have the mana to kill off Hope or Shanks. Ruler's going to be able to walk away. Keen comes in. The curtain's open, but Shanks is just outside the window, unable to be connected there. Flandre takes the fine couple of shots. Kale coming across as well. Shanks has enough mana for another disintegrate. The electrocute procs, and Keen will fall in the end. A 3-for-3 exchange.
When all is said and done, it's a relatively even trade. Even the grubs are 1-1.
Yeah, I was gonna say no one actually has cleared out that final grub. But that was a really, really messy fight, and Tarzan might be in trouble.
Gonna try and walk away from this one. Cannon comes in with a wind becomes lightning, but doesn't follow it up with an audacious charge. And now they turn it back onto Duro because Hope is here, and he rings eternal. Tarzan heals up through the triumph, and Canyon's down as well. AL will get the cherry on top of this cake with a grub to boot.
Yeah, I was gonna say, meanwhile, Flandre is just cleaning up that last grub for AL. These are the combinations I love seeing out of this team, right? Tarzan really, really playing around his limit, knowing who is behind him to end up following up for that kill in the mid lane, while Flandre is just like, okay, well, I'll take the last grub for you guys.
Big overstep there from Duro. If he has the ultimate available, can just ult and walk it off. But I think not quite ready for the amount of heat that AL was ready to bring. GenG finding themselves at an early deficit as the continued fighting from AL. And look at the gold as well. The fact that Hope was able to pick up those kills and that damage of Flandre, man. He really salvaged that fight because the first couple of seconds looked like GenG kind of knocked it out of the park.
Even that first grub fight, right? Like that was all rumble damage kind of on the back half of it once Flandre was able to get in. Again, this is not only a champ that he's just looked really, really good on this split, but also something he's been playing since he came into the LPL, and it was one of his prio picks even back in the early Snake days.
Yeah, we try not to remember the early Snake days.
Look, Flandre was great during that time.
He was really good.
This is the moment to bring up Afrika for Keen. Can we?
We can go down memory lane for both top laners. Snake actually did finish second in that split.
Yeah.
No one banned Beast and Baka as champions, so it's fine. I'm not quite over that, maybe.
I don't want to talk about Keen's finishes unless it's recently.
He's had every possible finish.
He has, yeah. I remember that graphic. Can't believe that he was able to pull it off. For GenG, this deficit obviously not going to be the end of the world. Item breakpoints that they're looking to get is Sundered Sky on Canyon. As I finish my sentence, he does have it. Koenig working for Keen, as well as Chovy, obviously wants to get to that first item. I'm also going to be looking at Keen. One of the big things with the Ornn for me is to be careful not to overgroup and hit your experience breakpoints. Many other champions kind of bound by stacks. In Ornn's case, getting to level 13, 14 as soon as possible is such a big deal because so much of the champion's power budget is tied up in being able to give out those item empowerments.
And as we see both teams kind of...
Ooh, another fight.
Sussing out this Drake.
Yeah, some posturing going on right now, but neither team really committing to it. Canyon did leash the dragon, at least, but...
I got overexcited.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did.
It's okay.
It's all right. I mean, 8 kills in 12 minutes. This is triple a usual LCK game, no?
Yeah, that's true. How you doing?
Hey, come on now, guys. That's outdated narrative. Sometimes still happens, but more often than not, there is a lot of stuff happening, okay?
I was going to say GenG, though?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And not necessarily when it comes to kills.
I
mean, I was about to say, why are you setting me up like that, Emily?
No, I love GenG. I love both of these teams. It's such an exciting matchup for me.
Ooh.
Just #1 versus #1 as we see AL are going to end up getting the first rotation on this Drake thanks to being able to push in that mid wave.
Yeah, not going to be any contest from GenG. They'll be able to get a plate for their troubles. Canyon on the opposite end of the map, not feeling really any necessity to go for any plays.
I will say though, over the last sequence of fights, Canyon has hit 1,000 international assists, which is incredibly impressive.
Awesome.
7th player to reach that milestone, so good job Canyon overall. So I'm sure he would have been more happy to pick up a couple of the kills in the fight, but 0-2-3 right now on the Shenshao does have that Sundered Sky complete. AL having a little bit of the run of the map, took those early grubs, then got the Drake. Obviously, the first 3 kills was hit by GenG.
Chovy finishing his second mask. Obviously, to make sure he doesn't, you know, confuse it with the mask 2, which you should stay very far away from. I've seen this build a lot. The extra amplification, particularly on the champion that is very burst reliant, like the Aurora. Need to be careful not to walk in any start. But thus far, we have seen Shanks, I think, make good use of this counter pick with the Annie, keeping Chovy on the back foot, which has meant that he hasn't really been able to have any impact in the sides. And I want to say skirmishes, but really it was just skirmish and a little bit of runoff.
It is interesting how much symmetry there is between these two teams. You know, Chovy and Tarzan playing together on Griffin, obviously in the good old days. Flandre and Keen, 2 stalwart top laners of their regions who went through some hard times before hitting the limelight.
Really?
Kyle and Duro even actually just mirroring the teams that they played on. With Kyle being on GenG, then Live Sandbox, then AL.
And Kyle actually had a really big breakout year, was only a single game away of making it to Worlds in 2022. Did, you know, make way for the best Cinderella run of all time.
I really thought that team was going to make it.
Yeah. Instead, obviously, got bested by DRX in Game 5, and
the rest is history.
The rest is history. Duro, the opposite, really had a stellar performance in summer of last year when he came in and really helped back then Live Sandbox with, or BNK4X rather, with a lot of their issues. Turned them into a pretty decent middle of the pack team. And GenG also has a habit, right? He did this with Delight as well, as Chovy might be in some trouble here.
Yeah, Shanks 1 stack away from having that stun back
teammate.
up. Tarzan's looking for him. Chovy stays around, doesn't finish the recall. Can use the weirding to get out of vision for a second. Jumps forward between worlds as well. With the TP coming in, AL might call off the dive, but they decide against it. Chovy able to get out there. And now Keen's on the chase. Tarzan has to flash. Should be able to escape.
Yeah, nice response. Pulling the TP from Keen, able to get Tarzan's flash out of there.
Fighting! Knockback. Unbreakable Will so powerful at this moment of the game. The Equalizer not really going to hit onto too much. TP coming in from Chovy as well as Canyon is trading with Flandre. The curtain's open and Hope goes in with a killer instinct. Ruler flashes away, but now Keen's here to save his AD carry. He can't do that! Kyle up towards the top side with the Grand Cypher coming in. He's going to pull first. Flandre getting chased down by Canyon as well, but he'll get the kill with a Flame Splitter. Now Tarzan's on the face of Chovy and will continue to chase him down. Duro, Berto, Crisp! It's well done States for AL as they win out the fight.
It's mayhem on the Rift and AL come out on top.
Yeah, I think with these types of fights, this is where AL thrive, right? Especially with, in that particular fight, again, we're looking at the rumble from Flandre and Tarzan's team fight targeting, as well as Hope just kind of going really, really deep in the back line, chasing after Ruler.
Because the moment I saw that Jin setup, I thought that GenG actually had the angle, right? Because the initial burst comes down, Tarzan taken out, or Akal rather, taken out of the fight immediately. The Equalizer doesn't really hit the mark, and Chovy shows up. But look at that, immediately forced to cancel. Hope follows up as well, ensures that Ruler doesn't get to join the fight, and then the timely arrival of Tarzan. That TP, they didn't even need, right? Duro can't do anything as Chovy gets taken down by his old teammate.
A bloody affair so far.
That's me.
Yep. 14 kills in 17 minutes. We saw the Rift Herald picked up by AL as well, so those feat of strength is going to come down all to who takes the first tower. Duro currently shadowing Chovy, trying to get him in a good position in this lane, but Chovy hasn't really been able to Chovy much in this game so far. Shanks is going to overall. Obviously, you know, he's farming well and his gold's even in that lane, but we haven't seen the Chovy pop-off that we often do.
And again, I think the big story for AL right now is, again, this Rumble pick for Flandra. He's had so much presence in these team fights. As Juro's gonna get onto Kyle a little bit.
Shiver's gonna come down as well, maybe just to harass them so they can't go for this full tower dive. AL don't have any defenders.
And that does allow, again, Flandra to get some key one-on-one time with this top lane tier 1 turret, which he will take down for anyone's legend. And additionally, they're dropping this Herald in mid, so they're gonna polish up that mid tier 1 as well. Really nice map play from AL in response to this Drake taken.
Still going.
Yeah, they're looking for the tier 2 as well. With the TP coming in from Flandre, maybe they thought they could fight the Drake, thinking GenG were a little bit slower on that neutral objective than they were. AL will get the feat of strength though.
Not so sure about the teleport, but everything else really nicely done there. GenG, I think correctly, make the record. We need an early dragon. We have a lot of breakpoints that we can get later to the game that if we hit them, we still are extremely strong in the 5v5. Think of an Infinity Edge for Ruler. Think of a the fact when Keen is going to start giving out the ornaments, but the price is so heavy. Is Tarzan.
They're going in, Killer Instinct in from Hope, and now the tides turn in this battle. Canyon with the Crescent Guard will tank up a lot of that damage and is able to walk out his cow.
Canyon keeps looking for these opportunities together with Duro, but a lot of these skirmishes, they're not really hitting the mark.
And again, this is going to give Shanks time on this bot tier 1. He should be able to take this down as long as he can thin out the wave enough, and there we go. So some really nice map pressure coming out of AL. This composition is kind of designed for it, right? They really want to get ahead, especially before those Ornn items coming in, before Chovy, who again has been farming well in this matchup, despite Shanks kind of keeping him pushed on the opposite side of the map, because this Aurora will still be able to do so much damage in fights.
Ruler now, RFC done. He really had to show a bit in the previous series for GenG on that Jhin. In his team fighting, a lot of power, but we also know, as any GenG fan can tell you, sometimes a little bit too far forward on the waves. This time, doesn't look like anyone on AL is ready, and Arakan starting to become a consideration now. And AL, if they can deny vision, even with how good the engage from GenG is, so much burst is available, and I think Keen hasn't quite reached the point yet where he can just shrug off a full-blown engage from AL.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see these LPL versus LCK stats, kind of got to bring it up anytime, especially two top teams from the region are facing each other. Again, a reminder. I know everyone was super hype about GenG or about G2 FlyQuest. This was my matchup because it is #1 seed from LPL versus #1 seed of LCK. These teams are so much fun. We see the best of 5 series score at 17 and 20, and then the all-time game score at 104 to 136.
Now GenG looking to set up around Arakan. We do have Shanks still pushing inside. Obviously, he has the TP available. We'll see if AL is going to fall from the bait. GenG, I think, looking for the 5v5.
Yeah, Duro going in, TP coming out immediately from AL as they want to try and trade it back. Hope the first target here. The knockout coming out from Keen as well, but the equalize now to the backline, and they haven't killed off Hope or Shanks. Keen forced down to about 2/3 HP as Hope dives forward, and Keen will die first. AL once again turn around the fight.
The ult!
And Starfall, immediate stun onto Chovy, who jumps backwards between worlds. Kyle going in with the Magnet Storm, surviving for oh so long. The chase continues as Hope has found a perfect flank onto Ruler. Ruler down, Juro to follow. Chovy flashes to safety, but the rest of GenG do not have that luxury. Canyon has to dash away to the minion wave, and AL will turn their eyes to Atakan.
Hope getting revenge on one of the 80 carries he was replaced by, right? I want to talk about Hope for a little bit as we see anyone's legend on this Otacon, because it's not that he's been bad, right? It's that his teams have always been like, okay, but we found someone better in Viper. We found someone better in Ruler. And here, he's absolutely willing to just dive the backline. It becomes crucial in this team fight.
And here it feels like GenG definitely wanting to scrap, but the follow-up damage just isn't there. Ruler is immediately blown up by that combination of Shanks and Tarzan. Basically doesn't get to join the fight, and Chovy wasn't actually there. Keen pulling that trigger when one of your biggest damage dealers is not available, particularly when you're playing a free carry composition, the tank not included, can't quite do that. And it was GenG that started off this whole sequence, but they punched above their weight in this fight.
And I think in that team fight as well, you see how well Tarzan and Kyle set up for the carries in these fights. In addition to, I mean, Tarzan's just a carry on his own at this point on the Pantheon, but you kind of saw their setup there. As long as AL have one dive buddy to go with another, they play so well around these kind of pick compositions.
And now, GenG in defensive mode. This is something where obviously, if you've watched this team even a little bit, they often are able to hunker down and find some great re-engages, but it's the fact that the 5v5s thus far haven't looked that clean that worries me somewhat. Flandre does have the TP available. GenG, they're down about 4.5k gold. The 2-item spikes have been hit, but AL ready to contest this.
Flandre on his way has the equalizer, also has the Seekers if he wants to get a little bit aggressive. Keen on that front line. Tarzan jumping onto Ruler. There's the equalizer follow-up. Juro with a good knock-up, but Hope cannot be stifled. Ruler down. Between worlds goes Chovy, but they just don't have the damage. Canyon's on top of Hope, but he supercharges his way to safety. And Chovy once again is running for the hills. AL wipe away GenG.
They take down GenG. They get the Drake.
King gets out as well.
Hope is absolutely stellar in these fights. They're going to be able to clean up Chovy on the backside of this.
So Keen barely gets out. Chovy uses his TP, still doesn't make it. And GenG, you got to question that decision. They're so far down and they're still very happy to commit to this 5v5. And even though a nice interrupt of the Tarzan means that Ruler doesn't get blown up immediately, once Hope shows up, he's still cooked. Chovy doesn't have the items. And without that Jin damage, you can see the health bars on AL. They're a little low, but no one is actually in danger of dying.
Yeah, and again, I'm just so happy that you all get to see this Anyone's Legend on the international stage as we see this cancel coming out, stopping Chovy from backing, and then he is also dead on the backside of this fight. Because this team, again, I think people didn't necessarily know what to expect from Anyone's Legend coming here. Top Esports did have better macro in the LPL finals in Split 1, I promise. However, AL really raised through the upper bracket and qualified, and I think with the international performance that Top Esports had at first stand, people were like, well, how good are Anyone's Legend anyway? They are an incredible team, guys, and they're so fun to watch. This is a perfect composition for them, and you really see how willing they are to follow up as soon as one of them goes in.
And I generally trust GenG blindly when it comes to specifically how they pick fights and what they do when they're behind in the game, but in this game, I'm not seeing it so far. We're going to have to see some absolutely immaculate team fighting from them, but it's not like, even taking into account some of the scaling right now, Ruler also sitting on an upgraded Ghostblade is in their favor, because the damage from AL never really is going to fall off. The lack of front line maybe becomes a problem down the line, but right now they're down. 7.5k gold and Tarzan is looking.
Equalizer coming out. Tarzan looking for the flank onto Ruler. Kyle there for the follow-up. The Magnus Storm comes out. They just have so many tools in their toolbox. AL can miss everything and still kill off GenG. Chovy and Canyon trying to get back to the safety of their base, but Tarzan's having none of it. He'll pull Chovy back. The chase continues. The Spear is ulting into the base. Kyle dashing forward as well as AL have used Tibbers to tank up their mid lane inhibitor tower, and Chovy falls where he should be safe. AL now on the inhibitors.
GenG have not been able to protect Ruler in these fights, especially against this composition. Once it got rolling, all eyes are on Ruler. One member of AL is diving, and he is out.
This is domination. It's a shellacking. GenG 20 series undefeated, and AL come out in game 1 and have shown them what they're about. GenG can't defend, and the LPL shines strong. 1-0 in this best of 5.
Oh, I'm so happy at Anyone's Legends performance. This is, again, such a fun team to watch, and a team with so many players with a chip on their shoulder, right? Like, people were saying, oh, maybe Flandra's lost it, you know? Tarzan had not won a domestic final until this, so really amazing game 1 from them.
It really was. We'll see what the analyst desk have to say about that. They don't have a huge amount of gameplay to analyze, I'll be honest. It was over that fast.
Thank you so much, guys. It took a while, honestly, before we had a game-breaking play. I feel, first comment I want to make here, though, Tabby draft, good.
Yes, I love that draft. The one point that I was concerned about to see, like, how bot lane laning phase was going to go, just seeing the Kai'Sa, like, seeing how active it was going to be early on, but Hope and Kyle really held their own and played really well.
Yeah, I mean, they played with so much confidence. I think they did even more than holding their own. They were so aggressive. AL set the pace of this game, and GenG could not keep up. The bottom lane, like you're talking about, so aggressive early on, making play after play after play, but really, then it started to snowball with these fights. At the grub fight, AL, they're able to split it and they reset quicker. They make the play after to get a couple of kills. They go back, they get an extra grub, and then they keep pushing the pace of the game.
I thought you wanted to show us. Oh yeah, there you go. We have it here. How was it defining for the mid-game of AL, though? Can you talk us through that play and how they made it happen?
Yeah, so let's take a look at the second one that they did, because this one is also up around the Rift Herald, and it's actually going to start out with Hope and Kyle here. So let's run through this play right now, and we'll see. They get the knockup onto him. Kyle is going to evade. He flashes and jumps away, and Hope immediately attacked Ruler here. So he put his plasma on him. He's able to ult through, force the flash, and then he can follow up flash to finish off Ruler, stays in his face this whole game. Then Tarzan comes in to save the other side of the fight, goes after Chovy to chase down that kill as well. And with Shanks coming through, AL are able to win this one. They kept up the pace and they kept up winning those fights.
And that's what I really like with AL's composition. The fact that you have everything that works together.
Look at this focus again, onto the Jhin. They force Ruler summoner spells, Tarzan followed it up, Hope goes to attack again, and Ruler is just out of there.
Yeah, and then even the Pantheon chasing through, and then Kai'Sa running around just to see if they can get any more kills off that one. I loved Kyle's engages as well, Kobe.
Yeah, exactly. He goes in, he's fine to sacrifice himself so they can keep chasing down this team. The killer instinct here from AL, beautiful. Both, you know, for the entire team and with the Kai'Sa.
Yes, and it reminded me of the BLG series that they had in the finals, just because, like, that first replay that you showed, really chaotic, two fronts in the fight. They're willing to take those, and they play them out so well. The fact that Tarzan seeing the fact you're like, oh, you know what, Kai'Sa, you're doing well on your own. Like, you already are in a pretty good situation. I'm going to support Flandre. Flandre had a great game. Not just those replays that you showed, but the grub fight prior to that, I felt like when he came in through, he was able to get a few kills himself, and they built on that lead. They're seen as a really smart team in the LPL, and so you got to see them really be the team that kept the pace, played fights well, and then were able to end it.
Absolutely here. I'm just wondering, what is GenG gonna come up with now? Because again, I don't feel like the composition they had was an issue here. What would you have done differently?
It's weird because the fights were set up by GenG. Like, they're the ones that engaged that mid lane fight, and then it was oftentimes them not being on the same page. Chovy was late on one of the engages that came through. If he was ready for the fight, there with the Aurora ulti, it would have been fine. I think just them being on the same page of the fights they are taking, because this is a slow one, you need to be meticulous with it.
Exactly. Craft some more tools here to be able to control some of these skirmishes in the game, because AL are going to continue to bring it to you.
Looking at the next game here, what are we looking at on this side of GenG? They look really focused backstage here. I feel like they were a bit thrown off by the speed that AL had here in this game one. Who do you want to focus on?
For me, I want to focus a bit more on Flandre, because Flandre is a type of player that if he's on a tank pick, this game he was on the Rumble and he played quite well. But if he's on a tank pick like a Scion or an Ornn or something like that, he's going to be moving to the fight first. This is the fight that I was talking about where he was just cooking the enemy team. This one specifically turned into a 3-for-3, but when they set up for the Rift Herald again, like, you could see them end up taking, oh, this is another play, but like, the fact that right when they went back for the grub again, they were able to get two picks. They're playing for fights, and I think that's something GenG has to be ready for.
Something that we saw from both these teams is that AL on social media was saying that GenG is looking really strong. We are actually entering this series as the underdogs. I would like to revise that statement after game one.
Yeah, I mean, there was so much talk about, oh no, you're better in scrims. Oh no, you're better in scrims. You're demolishing us. No, we're not. You're also insane. And so I hope we do get to see, a full 5-game series here from these two teams, so we get to see the full extent. And I would say a lot of people coming in too, even though GenG is so hyped up and they've been doing so well, if there to be an area on the team that you should attack, most people are saying you should attack the bottom lane.
Yeah, you can definitely do that. The thing that I'm kind of interested in, I guess I can talk about Keen and Flandre just a little bit more, because these type of players, the story behind both of them, I'll focus in on Flandre, because coming into this MSI, this is his first MSI, 10 years of competitive play, and he was somebody that when he went to Worlds and won it all, like this is the story that he's talking about. And he was mostly focusing on the passports, because if you have to, or the visas, because when you end up like going to a finals and fighting for international play, you don't really know if you're gonna go on that airplane trip, right? And this is his first MSI, and so for him it was kind of like an emotional story for him. And so for Flandre, I kind of remind myself of the story that he came into the LPL with Snake Esports. He's always been really good, but then needed to be able to make that move to EDG to win that first chip. And now he's on AL, and now he's being able to find the international showing. Similar to Keen, who was on a Freak of Freaks, goes to GenG, and now people can really see him for who he is.
Yeah, and he's a poet. If you've made up your mind which way you want to go, doesn't matter which way the wind is blowing, actually just hits so hard.
It does.
Looking at next game, GenG is going to be on blue side. Would you think that there's a specific first pick that they want to target here?
For me, I feel like Azir is such a great blind, and it is so good for Chovy. So if you want to go towards that direction, and the game pace is slow. So more scaling in that. I will be expecting to see more tank picks come from Flandre. So that's one pick that I'm looking for, is the Azir.
So far, AL opens up the score in this best of 5. We'll find out in a few minutes if GenG can come back. See you then.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I
Okay. I get it now.
Sweet dreams are made of this. Welcome to the main event. 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 Let's go. Through the fire and the rain, I was born to rise above. Kept on pushing through the pain till I made it out the mud. Now the dam's about to break, so get ready for the flood. Can you feel the rush? The beast is waking up. Welcome to the main event. We spent the whole night waiting for the best of the best. Welcome to the main event. You got the whole world watching when you rise to the test. Let's go. Welcome to the main event.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. And then I can
Keen on that front line. Tarzan jumping onto Ruler. There's the equalizer follow-up. Duro with a good knockup, but Hope cannot be stifled. Ruler down. Between worlds goes Chovy, but they just don't have the damage. Canyon's on top of Hope, but he supercharges his way to safety. And Chovy once again is running for the hills. AL wipe away GenG. Domination from AL in game one. Oh, you're over there. Nice. You guys didn't even look at the camera. What is this? Yeah. You gotta have a look. You gotta have a brief glance.
I'm not worried at all.
Not even on that camera.
It's fine. It's fine. No, it's fine. Don't give me the shoulder tap. No, GenG have been known to, have slow starts to series. They did it domestically. They've done it at this tournament. What I do want to highlight, though, is that, as mentioned, this team sometimes falls behind in lane, sometimes takes one or two bad early skirmishes, and then generally they'll back off, they'll look for cross maps, and when they pick a fight, you know that it's going to be good. And I think partially they were obviously overwhelmed by the great target selection in fights, but also a lot of those fights, they did kind of opt into themselves, and I expect them in this game number 2 to kind of recalibrate, because I think particularly Canyon and Duro, way too trigger happy in that one.
Yeah, and for anyone's legend, again, I think this was a composition. They knew how to pilot it super well. Additionally, I thought they did a really great job of recognizing when they could take down that outer ring of turrets to kind of really open up the map, responding super well to a lot of GenG's engages when they were at a bit of a compositional advantage. And then the other big thing for me for anyone's legend going into this second match is, again, this combination of Kyle and Tarzan in fights, find something in this draft that will be able to get onto Ruler as easily as they did in game 1.
Now let's have a look at how the draft goes down, presented by Omen and HyperX. Rise and Trundle banned away by GenG on the blue side, which they picked to be on. Skarner and Talia were moved so far by anyone's legend.
For GenG, wonder what the pivot is going to be. Most likely early jungle prio here. Devi is a pick that I was about to say, if they don't ban it themselves, most likely is going to get picked up here. I like the Skarner ban from AL. GenG is the only team that in the LCK consistently can make the champion look good. Does mean that so far the Azir is still open. I'm expecting that to be the final ban.
Yeah, and ooh, the bar is coming through, which does leave the Azir up potentially for Chovy. And I do want to talk a little bit about Shanks and Chovy again before we see more picks go through in this draft, just because that was another huge question for me, was would Shanks be able to kind of control Chovy? And I thought he did do a good job in that. And yeah, you're never taking this Azir A, away from the LCK, but B, also just a champion on which Chovy can control entire team fights, can leave lane, roam to sides. He's just so good on this pick.
Has had absolutely crazy plays on this consistently over the last couple of years. Obviously a lot of big aura Azir players in the region, but he finds ways to keep surprising us. We love the Poppy pick up here. We often see that combined because you can very easily slam people into the wall. It's also a good pick into the Azir. Takes away a lot of his playmaking potential. Needs to be a lot more considerate when that W is up. And again, you basically have a very similar core where what I think will be Tarzan combined with Shanks will have the ability to pick off single targets.
Yeah, and this is huge to me because TF at this tournament, we haven't seen it see as much success, I think, as people would have wanted. Or I mean, I love watching really strong Twisted Fate. In fact, in that Hanwha Life series, Chronicler, we did see Chovy kind of piloting that with great success. I mentioned how much I love that composition. The next GenG fan, that's really cute. As we see, the Gwen picked up for Keen on GenG's side.
Does give GenG a pretty heavy magic damage topside. You want a bit of physical damage coming out from your jungler if you are going to play towards that. Also means they're blind picking both mid and top into AL through this first rotation, which is not something we too often see. Obviously, they just really prioritize these two picks. Not really surprising considering how good Keen is on the Gwen and how good, obviously, Chovy is on the Azir.
We're going to see the Nocturne come out here for Canyon. Not necessarily one of his most iconic picks, but I do like it into the TF, having the ability to both follow him when he tries to go for these plays. That was the biggest difference, I think, in game number 1. Not just the ability for AL to pick fights, but how they were able to consistently get backline access. Back then it was Pantheon. I think now Shank's going to be looking to do something similar. And then the Kai'Sa was also a smash hit, as we do see the Jax, obviously, great pickup really into the entire top side of GenG.
Yeah, and again, this is another just Flandre comfort pick, right? Like, I do think he always does well with these kind of picks that do have push insides or able to have him in a side lane. His map awareness is typically very, very good, and it has been one of the strengths for this AL team.
As we're getting to the second phase of bans, both the bot lanes yet to be picked. That's AD carry and support for both teams. MF is the first ban out by AL. A paranoia bullet time does not sound like the most fun thing to deal with, so no real surprises there that they want to mitigate some of that damage in the darkness.
Got to be looking towards the Nico as well. If you think Nico is annoying to play into when you have full vision, which it is, it doesn't get better.
I do think that, actually.
Yeah, no, I think many of the players at this tournament do as well. But with the Nocturne combo specifically, there's basically no counterplay, right? The ability for Nico to get onto the backline, particularly that TF, can definitely be susceptible to that. So would not mind that seeing it picked up. Instead, it's going to be the Rakan ban here away from Duro.
I mean, Rakan just does a really similar thing, right? You jump on top of the Nocturne, you pop the quickness, it's super easy to get onto that backline and just put down a huge amount of CC and allow the Gwen and the Azir a little bit of time to work their way through whatever frontline is presented to them. GenG, we'll see where they go with their final ban. Could continue to pinch that AD carry pool. Something like an Ezreal, actually, is a nice enough ban when you're playing a Nocturne.
Yep.
Instead, they'll get rid of the Renata, which does make sense if you're looking to play on that front foot in teamfights.
Yep, and here we see the Ezreal being hovered. I do expect it to be the Ezreal and not the Smolder. However, I am also curious because obviously if you save R5 counter pick for Kael as support, you can also flex that Poppy into the bottom lane as well and save it for Tarzan to have a jungle counter pick.
Ezreal also good both into the TF, has the ability to just arcane shift away from a gold card, but also into Poppy, one of the few AD carries that is able to not have to worry about getting locked down. It doesn't really matter whether Tarzan is going to play it in jungle or whether it's going to be Kyle, as that flex potential obviously does remain in place. So now what is the bot lane going to be for Ruler and Duro? They struggled a little bit in the 2v2, but it didn't really amount to too much. It was really after the laning phase where the trouble for this duo arose, and I don't think that the Anyone's Legend draft is as rough for an AD carry, but still with a Senna, Ruler might be running into a lot of the same issues that he did last time around.
Could quite easily be focused by AL. You've got rapid fire gold cards, obviously, that can lock him down pretty easily. I wonder where Duro will go with the support for this matchup. Nautilus, Emily, you were about to say it.
The old classic, I will not be surprised to see the Nautilus locked in, pairs super, super well with the Senna. And additionally, if they do make it through that early laning phase, Senna has a little bit of a rough time, and until she's able to pick up that static shiv. But this Senna buffing, again, the Gwen going in, the Nocturne going in, the Azir, like, you get to a point where this composition is really difficult to deal with. We see the Nico hover, could be the Braum coming through as well.
I mean, Braum into Nautilus, one of the most classic support counters we have ever seen. It's going to be a hard lane for Ruler and Duro, in my opinion.
I like it when it comes to the ability to mitigate this Nautilus. Nautilus obviously also, if he did end up playing into Poppy, have the ability to hook and buffer your way out of the ultimate in case you do get knocked away. I do think that the Braum, as good as it is for the lane, does make the composition a little bit more awkward. I think their ability to start fights at a moment's notice last time around was good. This time, it is going to be a lot more reliant on the Poppy and the TF, who I think are a bit more telegraphed. Last time, they had so many ways to start the fights, and I think it's really what overwhelmed GenG. GenG this time, in the extended fights, extremely strong. I do think their early levels are quite rough, though, looking at what AL have available.
And that's exactly what I'm going to be looking at, right? Again, this Shanks Chovy matchup against one of Chovy's signature picks. Non-subscribers, we will see you in 30 seconds as I continue to talk about this draft. But yeah, again, that is the big thing for me. Chovy versus Shanks. And then additionally, if this composition does get ahead from Anyone's Legend, they have that ability to jump on a lot of the GenG carries if they can separate and get ahead in early skirmishes.
Yeah, pick potential does feel pretty good for AL. However, if we get past 25-30 minutes and GenG on an even keel, there is few compositions in League of Legends that have higher damage output than a Gwen Azir Senna.
It's disgusting, right? There is so much damage available. So yeah, dominant game number 1. GenG going to be looking to bounce back. For all those GenG fans, me included, I would like this to be a nice back and forth of a series. As the level 1, want to highlight again, there's Brom, there's Jax. I would be shocked if, even TF, if we don't see an early invade here. And it looks like GenG also keenly aware that this might be happening. And the main question is, what is AL going to do with the early jungle control that they have here?
Well, there's a counter invade happening, but that's spotted out on a ward. And Keen and Canyon, I think, will just place a ward of their own. Oh, not even do that, just back away immediately. Now pathing up towards the top side, trying to sneak around here. There's a little bit of mind games happening from GenG as AL will just control this bot side jungle.
Ooh, we'll see. Flandre maybe wants to try and take a look, ward that red buff. It's GenG, they can't walk in, obviously. Are going to spot here, but ward will get found by Cow and Hope.
Oh, Flandre is going to spot the fact that Canyon's here, and Canyon's not going to have a good time.
He is Jax.
The Jax is so annoying at these early levels, right? We've seen this so much.
Canyon uses the smite. We'll get the fear tether down. Flandre should be able to walk away from this one. As you say, still 7 seconds on the counter-strike, but can base and then TP back, I guess, or just run to the lane. He really wants to catch this XP.
I think the timing there was too late to do that, basically, because now you are going to be substantially behind in experience.
And as we see how this bot lane 2v2 goes, I am actually curious if Tarzan is going to go for potentially a dive here, because we talked about the level 1 power of this composition, but also just the setup onto this Senna Nautilus with this invade, being able to link up with the push that Kyle and Hope have been able to get already.
It just feels really risky, right? He's spotted on vision. We saw both Ruler and Duro pathing back. They've hit the level 2. You have so much CC in Nautilus only with 2 levels, so they'll back away.
Yeah, and he recognizes that. This isn't BLG.
I'm still not over 2023 MSI in shot, diving approximately 15 times. This top side, though, I think that was actually, we'll see how much it actually ends up mattering, but delaying Canyon for a little bit and giving up this much control over the lane, I don't think was the right call. Flandre has held on to his TP and didn't end up missing out on too many minions, but this early laning phase not going to be fun for him.
I mean, the big problem for Flandre as well is it's a split map and he's on the wrong side of it. As Keen flashes in, looking for the kill. Can't quite get it onto Flandre, who does land the counter-strike, and now will recall and then teleport in. You saw pings coming on the next wave from GenG, implying that perhaps they could look for a dive on it, but won't be able to have Canyon come across in time.
It does look like Keen is actually continuously stopping his back. So yeah, he is probably going to have to stay through this wave.
Won't manage to do so. Concussive Blow is going to land onto Duro. We saw Curse of the Black Mist going down as well for a little bit of a root. Flandre, though, I mean, it's only a couple more minions, and then he should just be able to recall. The Doran Shield doing quite a lot of work for him there.
Still though, even if he doesn't end up going down, it does allow Keen to take control. Chovy!
Flash forward, Shanks looking for the gold card, didn't lock it in time, and Chovy has the time to flash away. Canyon now with a fear tether, Tarzan using the steadfast presence for the movement speed, double TPs invested. I really think Flandre is just going to try and jump out of this one afterwards. Does land the counter-strike, but leap strikes to safety.
And Shanks going so low in that after initially trying to get the play on to Chovy. Both mids should be able to just come back, TP to the wave. But yeah, that was... I thought GenG would maybe have the counterpunch there.
Well, I thought GenG was going to step a little bit back and take a slower pace. They've doubled down instead. A lot of action here early on. Keen straight up flashing on top of Flandre for that level 1. Now Shanks being forced to flash as well. Favorable trade when it comes to the summoners for GenG, as this top laning phase still remains in a rough spot after the level 1. We'll see if Tarzan is able to kind of bail out Flandre, who without the TP, and I think without knowledge of where Canyon is just going to have to abandon ship.
Yeah, this is really rough for him as we see Duro already out on the map looking for a play potentially in this mid lane.
Won't be able to get in range. We saw teleport coming out from Hope, running that as his summoner spell, so he was able to catch the wave that was pushed in on the top side. Expect to see Keen now pathing down towards bot. He already has Ruler in his top lane.
And we mentioned, you know what happens sometimes if your top lane matchup goes rough, you end up swapping, right? And we see Hope responding, immediately coming to this top side, while Flandre will actually able to get some one-on-one time with the minion wave down here.
There's a little buffer there. I do want to highlight the fact that Shanks doesn't have his flash is a big deal. TF in particular, we've seen this with really any immobile mage that is playing into the Azir. You're at a much higher risk. So I do think actually fighting for prio becomes way more risky, because if you step up and Azir swoops you back, you don't really have a way of dealing with that. And Canyon is approaching that level 6, really just the slightest bit of experience, and he'll have that available.
Yeah, he's about to take over, and the big thing will be, we see Tarzan for a wraparound.
Keen has no flash here. Tarzan's on his way across. Keen does have the needlework, that level 6 hit. Pops the Hallowed Mist. He's going to try and escape. Tarzan looking for the knock into the wall here. Gets the Hammer Shock down. Picks up the Buckler as well for a bit of shielding. Steadfast Presence coming out just to allow Tarzan the movement speed to walk away. But that's Keen's ultimate down.
And Canyon's going to use that to get himself some chickens here. Just farming up a storm as if it was there to go!
The paranoia coming out from Canyon. Destiny, the fear procs just in time to stop the escape from Shanks.
And that's exactly what I was looking for from Canyon's first ult, right? We knew he was going to take over with the level 6. The 2v2 is still fighting up here, but I don't think anything's going to come out of that. Really, really nicely done from GenG, immediately using that Nocturne ult pretty much as soon as it ticked over.
What we said, no flash available means that Shanks is easy pickings towards the top side. Cute there, Ruler being able to use the Shroud to stealth Duro so that even though he was stunned, they couldn't get more. Summoner trades, if they're even though, is favorable for AL because Kyle is sitting. Oh,
Duro! Ignite, Duro flashes. The Mystic Shot was gonna find him, and he will survive. Must be sub 10 HP there.
19, it ticked over in the little thing, but...
Not even close.
Could have been, yeah, could have been a little lower before it ticked over as well, but I saw it get as low as 19.
Duro survives, and Ruler able to catch the wave. We'll have another look at this. It's really nice. Canyon with the 6 jumps in immediately.
Yeah, and this is a super simple play, right? He's on chickens, he takes over, he has the ult. Chovy is already there with the Azir ult. No flash on Shanks, able to capitalize immediately.
I actually, I'm pretty sure he was able to pick up a scuttle before. I think he just wanted the chickens, and then Chovy was like, get over here!
Chovy tried to get away here. The gold card comes in, Flandre with a counter-strike. Doesn't flash for the chase onto Chovy. Tarzan now pulled back, has to flash himself. Shanks has another gold card locked in, and Kyle's on his way to bolster the defenses for AL, but GenG surviving the onslaught for now.
GenG, a member down, don't want to keep going, but look at the bot lane right now. While this is happening, Keen is just going to be able to push in towards that wave. I don't think the Grubs are going to go the way of GenG, which with a composition like this, I think is a big deal. AL also have a lot of split pushing power. We'll see how much GenG is able to get. If they can get Keen even further ahead while also picking up a dragon, they might not feel too bad about it, but particularly with TF and Jax, and denying it from Gwen and Azir, that's a big deal.
Yeah, and we do see the TPs coming out towards that bot lane, but GenG are going to be able to clean up this Drake. It doesn't look like AL are going to be able to do anything about it, right? So this is more of the classic GenG that we're used to seeing, right? Taking advantage of their timing windows and finding cross-map plays instead of contesting.
We do see Ruler currently behind in gold, but really what you always look towards with the Senna is just a stack counter, and he's pretty much on track, right?
This is really good. 27 at 9 minutes, that's super solid, because you get more as the game goes on, usually a bit easier to pick up as you get a little bit more range, and when you start to take these towers, you can then shadow your jungler a little bit more, because you have more time, and pick up the souls from the camp.
It tilts me every time when a Senna bases, when like there's no objective on the map, there's no tempo reason, and then there's 2 souls in the dragon pit, and you're like, come on, that's free money!
He's already got shoes, what does he need 2 more souls for?
The range.
That's so bad.
I know, it was really bad.
That's terrible. It took me a minute to get that.
Look, okay, there's 1 kill at 10 minutes. This is
great.
It's great. It's really good League of Legends.
This is back to the LCK.
We get to have an opportunity to have a nice chat. Isn't that more valuable?
Well, you just told me my jokes were rubbish, so...
Hey, that one. Okay, I generally, I'm a big fan. I hold you to very high standards, okay? So, really, it's on you when you think about it.
For the moment, 10 minutes in, it's a small gold lead for GenG, around 300 ahead. Keen has been able to even out that top lane a little bit. He's actually 4 CS up. Chovy and Shanks are facing up towards top, and again, Chovy has a very small lead. The only really big advantages is Hope is about 200 gold ahead, Canyon's about 400 gold ahead because of that first blood that he was able to pick up in mid.
Yeah, but I think GenG are super happy with this, right? Like, we did talk about the potential pushing power with having the 3 grubs for AL, but this composition for GenG, once it gets rolling, and especially as it gets late, is going to be very, very difficult for AL to play into.
Flandre, his Counter-Strike, still full health. Shouldn't be too worried. Duro shows up now.
Flandre doesn't use the leap strike yet, does have a ward in his inventory, doesn't even need it, just pops the Counter-Strike and gets away.
That's just Jax.
Yep. I mean, Jax in general. Again, Flandre fell behind a little bit. Obviously not the end of the world. There wasn't really an opportunity for GenG to snowball. If they had a more aggressive pre-6 jungler, I think they could have looked for it. But with Nocturne, not really the case. So we see that Flandre, while he's still a little bit behind, about half a level, a little bit of CS, but not really anything to write home about, as both junglers here towards the bottom half of the map. But obviously Canyon, much easier time to get to these lanes as Duro and Ruler wandering around mid.
Yeah, no real surprises here. Ruler yet to get his static shiv, went for the Swifties first, but when he gets that, obviously very easy for him to clear out waves. Ezreal not really as good at clearing out waves. He can do it, but it takes him a little bit more time. Doesn't really have any AoE in his kit. So we see Tarzan still shadowing Flandre just to make sure that he is safe under this tower.
And you see the consideration of GenG, like, can we do something there? But again, it's Jax, so neither Nocturne nor Gren really will be doing a lot of damage. As we do see, of course, the Griffin boys.
The boys.
Yeah.
1 in 5 career head-to-head.
I was like, it's the 70% win rate on the same team as rookies that surprises me, right? It was such an explosive rise to form for both of them and for the whole team.
It really was like that era of LCK, although internationally, obviously, not the highlight of the region. The Griffin and Dom1 rosters coming up and what they were able to do for the league and their impact still being felt. Even Doran, right, was on this team as well.
True. Yeah, I think I remember being at 2018 Worlds and everyone was just like, oh, if only Griffin had made it. The LCK would have taken it, right? That was kind of the sentiment because this Griffin team meant a lot to the LCK because they were a harbinger of what was to come, right? Kind of a new aggressive team, a shifting, like almost, changing of the guard,
it was,
I guess you'd say. And this is why people like me and Chronicler are always like, anytime there's a potential Griffin reunion, we're gonna bring it up.
Such a impactful team. As we look at the game, item spikes, 1 item hits across the board. Nothing too surprising, I think, when it comes to the builds. This TF, though, has really been kept in his lane, not able to make an impact. I do think that there will obviously be the opportunity to try and collapse once we get to the actual objectives, but it doesn't look like AL right now. And I want to highlight, I think that AL, when they don't have control of an area compared to last game, will have a much harder time of actually getting on top of GenG.
As we see, not a super pushing Blades game. However, GenG were easily able to get the vision in first rotation onto this Drake, although AL are looking to contest.
Keeper's Verdict comes out, Keen dodges it. Ruler doesn't do the same. Flandre now looking for a flank of his own as Ken is going to be healed up, but he gets the double Counter-Strike stun into the Glacial Fissure, and I think Duro is just done for. Flandre will pick up AL's first kill of the game.
Duro, the sacrifice for the Drake.
Someone had to be sacrificed. Might as well be the Nautilus. Ruler did have his flash, but not opting to flash the Poppy ult. And the moment you remember down and the threat of a TF is coming, I think they made the right call not to continue that, as we will get the Dragon going over to GenG, and it's Hextech Drake. And I think Hextech Drake, to me, the strongest. Also very happy that we have the Hextech gates. But I want you to look at the GenG comp and think about a Hextech, because even just a single Drake, the attack speed is kind of insane.
Senna with Hextech just feels so good.
It's not okay.
It's great.
But
what are you talking about?
Yeah.
It's fun.
Well, it's fun if you're the Senna. I do think we saw right there what AL is probably going to be looking to do, which is use the Poppy or the TF to create a numbers advantage, blow someone up, and then go from there.
Yeah, and I think it's a good call from them, right? The fact they were able to get Duro, but GenG now with this composition, still scaling very well, have played very patiently, and now have 2 Drakes to their name.
See Shanks using the Destiny a little while ago to get back up towards the top side, I believe. So yet to see the proactive use of that Twisted Fate ultimate. We saw one where he tried to escape Canyon. But, apart from that, it's been mostly just to get back to lanes to make sure that he can catch the waves at the right time. Rifthold started here by Canyon, but with Vision on it, I think it was more a tentative suggestion of doing the objective than anything else. We were looking for the last embrace, doesn't land it onto Hope, but we'll continue to farm up those stacks. Currently sitting at, I think, about 50, 47 overall.
Yeah.
Level 11 hit. Now AL, if they do entrench themselves in a position, it's on the reverse also hard for GenG to get in. Poppy and Braum are some of the best zone control that you can get. The threat of a counter-strike is always there, and Banana Brush control is there for Kyle. Teleport comes in.
Kyle's going to get hooked, but puts up the Unbreakable immediately. Glacial Fissure going down, only hits onto Duro. Keeper's Verdict being channeled by Tarzan. He doesn't finish it. There's the Paranoia. Trophy looking for the flank position, but he's stunned off first. Canyon falling low, the jump back in with a counter-strike from Flandre. Chovy and Keen, though, on the backline with the Emperor's Divide. Chovy's going to pull Flandre. The Dawning Shadow, he jumps away from it. Keen trying to snip through Shanks, but Shanks flashes the wall. And in the end, a 1-for-1 exchange.
1-for-1, and Hope had hopped into that Herald just to immediately drive it into mid.
Big thing there is that Chovy was CC'd throughout the entirety of that fight effectively. First, got hit by a card, because the initial setup here I think looks good. Tarzan isn't able to get anyone with his ultimate. Ruler is in a safe position and GenG goes in. But here, not able to actually get anything done. And then the moment he goes in, gets CC'd. I think it's Tarzan that slams him into the wall. So when the ult comes out, is enough to be done. And Flandre, a master of stalling in this fight.
Yeah, that, and also he was stuck in the pit with Hope, right? And as he was CC'd, Hope was just able to get that kill onto him on the back half.
That said, GenG this time around, this isn't a must-win fight, right? Like in this case, the composition just scales insanely well, as we have highlighted. Keen's approaching his second item, going for Nashers. Chovy, knowing him, will be going for the Rylai's here. And the next Drake fight, that's going to be a much more pivotal point. If GenG is able to set up a soul point, which I think with how the previous Drake fights have played out, they're going to be looking to do as well, looking to for prior towards the bot side. Do need to clear all the vision that has been set up there by AL.
Yeah, there's a ton of wards right in there that have already been set up by anyone's legend. And
they're a little bit close together for my liking. I would like them to spread out a little bit more, perhaps.
But the vision in that area is really good.
Yeah, it's so good. It's like you just have 2 massive spotlights on the area. The rest of the map is dark.
You need to make sure there's no little pockets where someone can hide, you know? It's scary.
It's true.
You see the entirety of the pit and the back.
It's important.
Big here for Keen, taking that first tower will put GenG either a kill or a neutral objective away from claiming the feat of strength. AL need both a kill and a neutral objective to get it, and that's why the Rifthold fight was a little bit important, because it would have put GenG up towards that point, but as we say, not too pivotal in terms of total game states.
Want to highlight, looking at the item, looking at the item finishes, we do have that 2-item spike for the Ezreal, something we very often talk about, means that Hope will have a lot of carry potential in this upcoming fight. No 2 items for anyone else on the map right now.
But the big thing is the damage that GenG have been able to get onto these side lane turrets, right? Chovy able to get damage on that top tier one. He should be able to take that down. Ruler getting the RFC right before this potential Drake contest.
Chovy has his TP. You see Shanks running from base, didn't have it off the Unshield spellbook. Keeper's Verdict. Tarzan stops the channel on it. There's the Destiny pop to give vision. Keen's going to jump into the pit. The hook lands. Unbreakable going down as well. Depth Charge used onto Hope. Keen trading down towards the bottom side as we see so much damage happening in the pit. Keen's going to get the kill. The Dawning Shadow with the Emperor's Divide in from Chobi, and now it's all on Shanks and Hope to try and survive, but GenG are having none of it. They try and chase them out. The Drake almost killing Chobi. Hope dashes back in, straight into a dredge line, and he gets 2 for it. Shanks looking for a little bit more. Everyone's so low. Has that gold card locked in. Ruler is able to get a bit of range advantage here as Shanks now needs to run away, has no cards left to pick. Chobi dashes in, and it's the ace for GenG.
And although Hope almost turns it around with a 2-item spike, it's the team fighting from GenG this time, working out nicely. The turn onto Flandre, beautifully done there, and it takes away a lot of the safety for AL.
Yeah, as you see, obviously the TF ult coming down from Vision, but then Keen going in and actually taking Flandre out of the fight, like you mentioned, and then watch Chobi, right? Even though he gets exhausted, is able to get his ult off, Dawning Shadow comes across all of it, and you really, really see the strength of this composition. As it gets rolling, they can kind of just run over you.
I think Tarzan has been a little early on the trigger with these ultimates from the Poppy. A little too telegraphed. You see now twice in a row, not able to get too much crazy value of it. And the soul point is picked up. And I want you to look at that man in the top lane. As we've talked about for a large part of his career, has been in, well, I wouldn't want to say Elo hell, but definitely not a great place when it comes to Elo. Now stating 4-0 on biggest individual lead on the map. 2 items done. And this Gwen is only going to get scarier.
That's
so
insane.
Strong right now.
Larger than the team gold lead right now at 2.5k.
I see AL do have some tools. I hope doing so much damage in that last fight. If he's given a bit of time, he can begin to get through GenG. But with the paranoia, with Chobi diving in, with Keen diving in, it's just so difficult for you to do much. Ruler now at 69 stacks. It's a nice number for 22 minutes into the game.
Sorry, I can't help but laugh at that. I'm 5. Another thing I did want to point out, as GenG are starting up this Otacon, is their attention to side waves, right? They've had their side waves pushed out pretty consistently.
Verdict, double TP coming out. Last Embrace going to hit onto the Poppy. Duro knocked up, but I believe he buffered a hook out of that or something. Keen looking for the flank position. AL take control of the Otacon. Ruler low. Shanks has a gold card locked in, but Keen uses the Hallowed Miss to dodge away from it. Counter-strike coming in as well as Tarzan is knocked up and snipped down by Keen. Canyon falling low. He doesn't get the smite off in time. Absolutely anyone's legends will claim the Otacon. No, it's Chobi actually that takes it in the end. As AL now on the retreat, the hook just short. As AL managed to get out, but GenG win the fight.
It was a team effort. Literally everyone showed up on that Otacon feed. And it goes the way of GenG despite a great initial blow from AL. The objective flip turns into a bit of mayhem.
Just absolute chaos. You have 2 unsealed spellbooks for AL. Where are your smites, lads?
Yeah, I was going to say both junglers taken out too. I was really curious to see who is going to end up taking it in this one.
And it's Keen that is, I think, the big difference maker. Has to walk out initially, is spotted, but he demands so much attention. And even with Chobi and Ruler being low, we see that Shanks and Flandre need to respect him. And while Kyle, as well as Hope, are able to take out Canyon, their own jungler also perishes, which means that Chobi on the Azir, able to get that last hit, could have gone either way. And now GenG, Soul Point, gold lead maybe not that crazy, but the Otacon going their way. The Senna stacks, the flowers, and the threat of a possible Hextech Soul.
Keen now a full item ahead of Flandre as well, has 2.5 with the Seekers complete. Flandre still just sitting on that Triforce. The last time we were able to see those inventories. Drake up in 1:30. That Hex Soul looms in the distance. AL will have to try and find a way to fight back against GenG, who, especially with the paranoia now, with the Rivalries, with the Nash's Tooth, with the range on this Senna, like how are you getting onto that backline?
And this is what we were expecting coming in today from GenG. They are happy to pick fights, but they're very deliberate when and where. And in this game, they've been turning that early prio into fight selections much better than last game.
And here I was talking about that kind of side lane pressure that they've been able to establish, push out their side lanes, go mid, try to crack this mid turret, kind of take over the map before this next Drake is up in just under a minute.
Neither of the top laners have TP currently. I think Flandres will be up by the time the Drake spawns. Not quite sure on Keen's, as he now is actually working his way down towards the mid lane, which really implies it wouldn't be up in time. Heal used by anyone's Legends just to get a little bit of extra health underneath this tower. The tower, the target for GenG, and they will secure it. Put down the Sun Disc as well.
Yeah, the sieging power of this GenG comp is obviously disgusting. You have Azir, Gwen, and then also Ruler to keep everyone top, even if you take a little bit of poke. And AL, I think the backs are going to come in, use the Hextech gates to get back in position, because for this Soul, even if you somehow find a Baron angle, I do see some pings going down. I don't think that you're going to be able to make it worth it. You need to deny this from GenG, or the game might be over.
Duro lies in wait. Ruler seen
Ward is
going
not spotted.
into the bush. Anyone's Legends will clear out the ward. They know that Canyon is there as well. Flandre is going to catch the bot wave, uses the counter-strike. There's the Destiny as well for a little bit more vision. Keeper's Verdict comes down. No one is found guilty, and the hook connects immediately. Tarzan has to flash away, and GenG haven't lost any health yet. They continue to push forward onto Kyle. Canyon going in with the Paranoia as well. Flandre looking for the counter-strike, but all of GenG scatter, and he finds no one. He'll go to an early grave as GenG turn their eyes towards the Soul.
And again, you see just how difficult it is, even when AL are trying to set up. If GenG are parked in a spot, it's so hard for them to come in, even with the TF ult coming through for vision, right?
Hextech Soul is there. AL are going to try for a desperate play. We see multiple TPs coming in. Cal, Hope, both making their way over. And GenG, they're trying to respond.
Chovy is already TP'd up towards that top side, has the Emperor's Divide, the only ultimate available for GenG.
He has his.
7,000 on the Baron. Canyon trying to get in here, doesn't have Smite. Canyon doesn't have Smite and can't secure it, but GenG will look for the fight afterwards. Hope might just have to jump out of the back of the pit as the Baron has been taken by anyone's Legend, and Hope just about escapes with his life, then has the flash, but Keen's on the chase. Hope with a good arcane shift over towards the
Hextech Soul!
The Hextech Soul for the slow is enough. Keen gets the kill.
Tarzan's
taking
is the only one with the Baron buff left. But again, you're going to see immediately they're going to start pushing on the top side. Keen was able to take out that tier 2 in the bot side, and it's looking great for GenG.
It's looking good for more games in this series.
Go.
As, yeah, the negative Rebel Baron power play, generally not one that you want to see, as Tarzan will be able to pick up a little bit, but even if that Baron, as it did, went the way of AL, the fact that not only do they give up a bunch of kills, but give up the Hextech Soul, it's just so hard to imagine that they're going to be able to get any value out of it, as Flandre does have reinforcements on the way, and it looks like GenG not really wanting to veer too deep into enemy territory.
Yeah, not sure where Tarzan is, not sure where Kyle is. Now they'll go deep and get some vision.
The collapse.
Duro's looking for the flank. Tarzan rooted with the last embrace. Chovy's here as well. Keen's on his way towards the back of the fight. Keeper's Verdict coming out will knock away Keen, and perhaps anyone's Legend will think this is a fight they can take. They can't.
Canyon.
Right now with the Paranoia coming out. Shanks getting chased down. Kyle down to half HP. Tarzan the same. The Hextech Soul doing so much work as Keen comes in and snips them to pieces. Chovy flashing forward. Flandre with the counter-strike once again. Just can't land the stun. GenG wipe away anyone's Legend.
And a clean ace for GenG. Heralds the end of the second game. Objectives going their way. The pace pulled back. AL not able to draw them into the chaos the way they did in that game number 1.
Ruler flashing the JDG emote as he sieges in onto the inhibitor and the Nexus.
GenG show that there's a reason in series they haven't lost in 20 of them. They even it out at 1-on-1. But anyone's Legend, they really didn't find purchase in the game at all.
Good bounce back, and this is what a lot of teams that face GenG run into as well. It's if they do have early prio, and I think we saw both with Flandre's level 1 over extending, not being able to really make anything happen after that, plus the fact that after the early kill, Chovy had prio against Shanks. If you don't have prio, you don't get to ever set up a decent fight. GenG is not going to let you play the game.
Very true. for both teams now. We get further into Fearless. We're going to start to see a few more pocket picks coming out. We've already seen some great things. You know, Chovy's Azir, world-renowned overall. I wonder if there's, you know, a few like Yorick picks and such like that coming out in the next few games. I would love a Flandre Yorick. We're going to hand it over to the analyst desk to break down that game and take us into game 3.
We have entered LCK's territory here. GenG came back and said, you know what, guys? If you want to fight, we're going to do it our way. Slow down the pace of the game until you guys can do nothing and there's no possibility of you guys coming back.
Yeah, I was fully expecting it to be a game about the top laners, especially with Gwen versus Jax, and I felt like AL's composition really relied on the Jax. If you're playing Twisted Fate and you're looking to play on sides, I was like, okay, let's play towards it. Well, the level 1 was awful for AL. And you see a lot of times, you know, top laners looking to harass junglers, slowing down their timers a little bit, or trying to harass them enough to get them off it so they don't get level 2. This time around, like, Kenya got everything. He got level 2, he took the skirmish versus Flandre, he chunked him really low, and then he ended up forcing Flandre to go back into lane, half HP. That ruined Flandre's lane, and you could already see like 15 minutes of this into the game. Keen had everything. He had the CS difference, the gold difference, the experience difference. He was really far ahead, and you can see in a lot of the fights. And Flandre will have this kind of like way of playing the game where it's like, oh, Rift Trail fight's happening? I'm willing to sack 2 waves or 3 waves to like be there first for the play. And they ended up going 1 for 1 in that play, so he just lost incremental leads again and again after that level 1.
Yeah, I mean, both points that you're mentioning, where it both helped the Gwen, helped Keen, and then didn't even really slow Canyon down that much at all. And then Nocturne ended up being a really critical part of a lot of their plays too. Just made it so this game was so much more GenG's pace. And since they got Chovy's Azir that he loves so much, they got to farm up. They got to, you know, farm the Senna as well, get those Senna stacks. And there were a bunch of plays where, like, you know, they went mid lane first, and Tarzan does actually get Chovy's flash out early, but then it ends up being GenG play in their favor anyway, because they get the Canyon ultimate, Nocturne comes through, and Chovy starts to get some momentum.
You got to see a little bit of frustration from Shanks, of course, on that first play. He was trying to TF pour it out at the same
the fear
time.
just came in.
That one blows.
Yeah, the timing on that one definitely was big. But honestly, let's take a look at one of the dragon fights as far as this match is concerned, because this dragon fight to me really did illustrate a couple of these points. The Nocturne vision denial actually opens up so many options here. And you'll see how GenG attacked 2 areas at once. So they're taking their time, moving up slowly into it, and then Twisted Fate ultimate is popped right here, so they have the vision now, and then GenG go in and they get the hook as well as looking to attack the back. So Chovy goes in, he gets the flash, even though he's exhausted, starts walking back out, and after Keen and Canyon already took care of the victory inside the pit, it is just an astronomical win for GenG. Of course, then Hope does go in and get some kills back for himself, but they then can chase down Shanks and get the extra little bit of gold plus that dragon. I feel like this was really a big momentum swing here, and GenG from there were able to just take over.
Absolutely, and they know they have the scaling on their side as well, having the Senna, having the Azir, and you guys mentioned it, we see the damage right here. You know that Chovy on Azir, usually that is going to go in GenG's favor.
It is, and the only good cheese you could say from AL's perspective is like, all right, Fearless, the Azir's off the board. We don't have to deal with it. That's the this is the sad play for Shanks. He's like, all right, maybe I have enough time. You don't. The fear has already started, and you're gone from that play. And it does suck from AL. Like, you saw in that last replay, Shanks trying to get a little bit off that. I thought Hope was also playing the early game really well. He was getting a CS lead for himself. Obviously, going up against Senna, you're going to get outscaled at a certain point. But it's still 1-1, and especially with how creative AL can be in later fights, there's no counting them out.
I have a lot of questions actually after this game. The first one is about the mid lane matchup, because I'm looking at Twisted Fate's win rate so far at MSI, 0%. We know the value of Global. I know that it was one of the highest rated picks so far. Is that a bait champion, or haven't teams found a way to actually utilize it well?
It is really hard to play, and you know, I myself I feel like I underestimated when FlyQuest used it, their comp that they built around it, but it is really hard to use because you want to have successful Twisted Fate ults, but then you also want to be able to play like more slowly around gold card opportunities and choosing your moments so wisely. And so far, the teams that have picked it have been unable to execute with it. And so, yeah, it is becoming this really big topic. And it's also pretty funny that a lot of that Twisted Fate like popularity and all of the mid laners started practicing it after Chovy and GenG, the ones that brought it out.
So far, game 1 was all about AL and their style, and game 2 again, GenG comes back in a very LCK-esque style. That's all first here for now. On this side of the desk, we'll be right back to see who takes game 3. Stay tuned.
Get summer ready at Verizon. All new and existing customers get iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. Yep, iPhone 16 Pro on us. Only with Verizon.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around.
Tarzan rooted with the last embrace. Chovy's here as well. Keen's on his way towards the back of the fight. Keeper's verdict coming out will knock away Keen, and perhaps anyone's legend will think this is a fight they can take. They can't. Right now with the paranoia coming out, Shanks getting chased down, Kyle down to half HP, Tarzan the same, the Hextech Soul doing so much work as Keen comes in and snips them to pieces. Chovy flashing forward, Flandre with the counter-strike once again, just can't land the stun. GenG wipe away anyone's legend. So we've had 2 successive stomps.
Yep.
What happens in game 3?
The third success? I don't know. What is the test answer?
What are we looking for here?
You guys are the analysts. I'm just here to shout. Is it going to be another stomp?
Are we going to see fun League of Legends?
AL go more aggressive? It worked for them in game 1. Game 2 seemed very muted in comparison.
What I do think is fun that we very clearly see both team styles so clearly reflected in these 2 games.
Yeah, and I think with both teams in their playoff run, you could particularly see this. They're both very good at bouncing back. I'd actually use that to really fight against what I think is now the kind of specious GenG choker narrative, especially after watching them against Hanwha Life in the qualification, right? I think both of these teams are really good at kind of regrouping, readjusting in draft, finding their style. We saw that from GenG in game 2. I know anyone's legend is fully capable of that as well. And in terms of AL, what I would like to see is, again, them getting super, super involved early on the map and being able to make those kind of uneven skirmishes. I thought to return to kind of something you and I have been talking a lot about, Chronicler, with this matchup, Shanks versus Chovy, right? Can you contain Chovy? And I thought Chovy in particular kept Shanks kind of locked down, especially after that level 6 play, combining with Canyon. And then additionally had free reign over the side lanes on this Azir.
What I want to highlight as well is the fact that Chovy and Keen were able to get Prio, as good as Canyon is, as we get into the Champ Select powered by Omen and HyperX. I want to really highlight the fact that GenG gets away with playing for Canyon is because when their lanes does well and Canyon is farmed up, GenG just look nigh unstoppable, right? This goes back all the way to back when he was on Dumbmon. This is a player you can play for, and he will 1v9. And I think that's what we saw in game 1 as well. When he's put on the back foot, because his early game really isn't all that reliable. If his laners are struggling, then Tarzan fully takes over. But for me, that starts with how do the other lanes look, right? And I think we saw in that second game, if Chovy does get a single kill, as it happened there, from that point on, Shanks wasn't really able to make an impact on the TF, a pick that I still do think is strong, even though I'm pretty sure it has not won a single game, and we're not going to see a win a game in this series either.
Pretty sure it's 0-7 at the moment.
That would make sense.
MSI.
It's good, I swear. Next, just one more TF game.
Just one more.
Just one more TF game.
One ban I do want to point out that I actually do really like coming out of GenG is the Yorick, which we were kind of hoping that we'd see out of Flandre. I think it's been one of his best champions across this split, and Flandre always kind of finds these interesting, potentially, I don't even know what off meta is now in Fearless, but kind of picks where his opponents might not know the counter matchup and he gets to them first, sometimes in build as well as champion, but in terms of the Yorick, was a huge Yorick enjoyer. But on the side of AL, we have the old reliable, the Varus pick locked in for Hope.
Yeah, the last really powerful AD carry, or the last thing that we see banned out most games. Vi is available as well, though, if GenG do want to run like a Vi Ari here.
Yeah.
You want to go for something a little bit picky. You don't sound too enthused by the Vi there, Mal.
It's more so, I think that the Vi is a champion that has really been struggling, but this should be the main talking point, and I think we all kind of glossed over it, but the Taliyah being available, Chovy to me, absolutely mind-boggling performances on this. And even though I think the Vi is the type of pick you can draft into, right? We see things like the Wukong, like the Skarner, even the Trundle does come through. But that mid-jungle 2v2 is absolutely disgusting for GenG.
Yeah, and that's what makes these red side bans really interesting, right? Because we see the Maokai taken away, we see the Yorick taken away, we see the Ryze taken away, and it kind of does leave up, okay, what kind of power picks are we going to allow through, but trade for The Vi to Leah combination is absolutely lethal. And then we see the Trundle locked in for Tarzan, which is something that he has excelled on. A lot of the kind of platonic ideal of an AL comp has sometimes been with Tarzan on this Trundle, able to stop and stymie engages from his opponents. And then we have the Flandre Scion. So this is exactly like, these 3 picks are perfect into what AL are going to want to do, and then leaves up the support and mid pick for wherever they want to fit those in.
Could be an Aatrox angle here. We've often seen that picked into the Scion, but with this Trundle Scion rotation, you both pick away one of Scion's biggest counters. I was kind of wondering if they were going to leave it open, because GenG obviously can't pick it, because if you pick Scion in the Trundle, you're kind of asking to get dunked on. As there has been, I was actually thinking that they were going to commit to the Kalista, because it actually does have the ability to punch back against the Varus. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case. It's going to be the Imbessa for Keen, really playing into the scaling there, right? We saw this many times. Imbessa is a champion where at the very least you need 2, ideally 3 items. You then can completely take over games. And even though Scion's laning phase obviously applies a lot of pressure, you also, against the sustain of Imbessa, shouldn't really be able to actually threaten any kills.
Yeah, completely take over games, and then also with the picks already in this comp, right? She has so much ease with the CC that GenG already have to be able to lock down key targets in the backline. We see the Nico already taken away by GenG.
Yeah, they're looking for an R4 Renata here, I think. And even though I don't love blinding the Renata, I think you want to deny Varus Renata, because as a 2v2, that is insanely tough to play into. And Nico is the biggest counter we do often see into that champion.
Lucian banned away by AL. There's the Renata ban. Actually,
so they're banning the Renata
themselves. I guess knowing they want to go in, and it's quite telegraphed with the cease and desist, having a hostile takeover coming down on top of that would cause quite a lot of issues for GenG. Will AL now look for the Kalista ban, or having already seen it perhaps flashed by GenG as an option? Without the Renata, it's not as strong, but still very powerful AD carry in her own right.
Yeah, really powerful. Although, yeah, the Nico and the Renata have both been taken away, so they're gonna ban the Zeri instead.
That's a Ruler classic. Basically built for him, champion with an absolutely insane penta level of threat, which, as any Ruler fan will know, something he always calls for in the comms as soon as the opportunity arises. AD carry pick would be the most obvious here. My God! This man is known for never ever doing things like this. The Ruler Ziggs to come out here, that's a curveball.
It is a curveball, but also, again, if they are able to make a lot of really early plays with this composition, obviously, yeah, Imbessa aside, you get that Ziggs out, you get him taking turrets super, super quickly. Yeah, the Vi Ziggs combo is absolutely awful to have to go up against. We see the Bard coming in for Kyle.
Wow, okay, Ziggs Bard on opposite sides of the Rift. LeBlanc hovered here for AL. Expect it not to be the pick. I will say there's a little bit of a dearth of engage potential from AL. You have the Unstoppable Onslaught, you've got a Chain of Corruption. I guess you have Tempered Fate now as well, which does give you a little bit more, but there's not a Leona or a Rel or an Alistair that can just jump in. It's going to be a Kali for Shanks in the mid lane into this Talia.
And that's kind of Shanks throwing down the gauntlet, right? And also AL throwing down the gauntlet, being like, we believe in our mid laner. I love Chronicler's face right now. He's not happy at all with that pick.
I think there are drafts where if there isn't a lot of CC, if there isn't a good way to disengage, the Akali can really pop off. But into the fact that you're playing into Vi, you're playing into Talia, which outside, or obviously in the laning phase is the 1v1. I think Talia really does struggle once Akali comes online. But in the team fight, you're still gonna really have to play around that E as the Rakan comes through for Duro here. So GenG, they are looking to just all-in blitz with this style of composition, right? The amount of backline threat that's there, kind of crazy, but the same can be said for AL.
Yeah, I'm really, really interested to see how both of these teams end up piloting these compositions, especially considering, to your point about Ruler and the Ziggs specifically, this isn't necessarily something that we see from him However, it works really well in this comp. Also, Merc tries are going to go hard.
And for me, the X factor on AL is Kyle on that Bard. I think Bard is a champion that can warp games in many ways. There are a good amount of immobile carries on the enemy team.
For the non-subscribers, you can join us back in 30 seconds. We'll see you soon. As you say, like, both compositions are quite explosive here. It feels very much about which team wins the early game, which team manages to get prio in their lanes, get the push in, control the map in the early game, because neither team has great comeback potential, although you never know.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't want to be either of these short-range characters trying to play into the amount of damage that's available on the enemy end. I'm kind of with you there, Medic.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about how snowball-y the first 2 games were. Kind of expecting to see it here as well. Really interested to see how these early skirmishes end up going. Again, especially if this GenG comp goes rolling and you're able to get that Ziggs out on the map early.
Guys, it's 6 TPs. That's
Let's
not good.
go!
That's not good for the action.
It's
Where are
6
my
TPs
combat subs?
and 2 unsealed spellbooks.
We got the unsealed spellbooks too.
We could have 8
TPs.
teleports at one point in this game. Just the sky lasers coming down as everyone...
Think about the movement. Think about the rotations. Not yet though, because they, you know.
I mean, they could.
Need to
if
act,
they really
well,
wanted to.
I guess they could. Need to wait for spellbook.
They do. Tarzan's going to get a ward in here on the Razor Beaks. Looks like it's just standard lines of scrimmage for both the teams. Canyon's going to start on his bot side, pathing up towards that Ambessa, whereas Tarzan on the Trundle is going to start on the top side. Keen with a nice little bit of fancy feet there, but we'll have the double dash to get away.
Yep, and both teams are going to know where these junglers are going to start. As we see Flandre and Keen headed up to the top lane, and we kind of have swapped starts, right? Vi is going to be heading up towards that top side, and then the Trundle is going to be pathing bot.
I don't think Shanks is going to have a huge amount of fun in the
He
early
is
phase.
not.
In
The
this
first
mid-lane.
6
This is gonna
levels
feel bad.
are not good. Chovy, 19 and 3 on Talia. So has been also, if I remember correctly, gone on the record and been like, yeah, I'm the best Talia. You know, I don't like to brag, but I'm going to brag. I think I'm the best Talia in the world, and given his recent form, I think that makes sense. At MSI, I think that the Zero game was kind of more what we were expecting. When it comes to the ults, not necessarily the most high impact, but the amount of damage and pressure he was able to generate very clearly was something that GenG heavily relied upon. As Keen, again, going to set up some deep vision, really wanting to make sure. I don't think that they spot Tarzan on this roam, though. Oh, never mind, he's going to look for a gank on Chovy.
Maybe just trying to get his flash out here. Frozen Domain comes out, Chovy flashes. There's the pillar to follow up. Chovy will get to the safety of his tower, but someone burnt in the mid lane there by Tarzan.
And really nice little move out of Tarzan. Again, being like, Shanks, you're going to have a rough time in this lane. I got your back. We're going to try to set you up for success as much as possible to get you through kind of the roughest part of this matchup.
It's very early on. Tarzan making his presence known already as the health bars are getting low here, but don't be fooled. A lot of sustain here for either side. Cookie available as well here for both Keen and for Flandre. As we see Canyon now about done. Obviously Tarzan a little behind, but he'll be very happy with the fact that the flash has been taken. We'll have to see though, an actual punish does need to come out. And again, I think Shanks alone isn't going to be able to do it, as possible dive being set up here. We'll see if Canyon actually is going to commit. Definitely wants his scuttle first.
I want that first, but Keen is doing quite well.
Always a little bit risky to dive a Scion though, especially when he has a cookie. Even if you pull off the dive effectively, the zombie form comes out. It does look like Canyon's on his way across here. There's a ward that's going to spot him.
No.
Flandre down to 150 HP, pops the cookie early. Canyon hit with a decimating smash. No one tanking the tower now, but there's only one minion left. Oh, good flash from Flandre, but Canyon follows it perfectly. The zombie form will chase him. Canyon has to flash to escape.
That is 2 flashes for a flash, or rather 1 flash. King didn't actually end up having to for a flash and a kill. You still take that if you are GenG. Tarzan did set up some vision, but with the timing, not able to steal away the jungle camp.
Yeah, I think you absolutely take that if you're GenG. Again, like setting up this Ambessa early as well. Both junglers kind of paying attention to where they can be used the most on the map. And Shanks, I mean,
That's good.
Not doing so bad in this lane now that that wave was kind of reset for him.
Yeah, as in so many...
Oop, as I say that.
Melee versus... He still has TP,
no,
so...
He missed the cannon. He missed the cannon.
Oh,
it's
never
over.
mind. Okay, no.
If this was LCK, this is how I know we're not LCK, so we're not zooming in.
Oh, yeah, that's the classic. Not the case. And yeah, as long as you can stay within a wave, I think you're going to be happy. You just wanted to hit 6, and ideally your first item, that's when you really can start threatening, when you have the abilities to actually get around the E, right? You have a lot more ways of trying to get on top of Chovy, and once you do, you should be in a decent amount of trouble. The fact that Canyon is getting early involved, as Tarzan did as well, though, I think a good sign for GenG.
Yeah, good sign for GenG, especially, again, I can't help but think of the power of this Taliyah Ziggs being able to control the map, especially in mid-game, and try to take down that first outer ring of turrets very, very quickly.
Satchel Charge obviously doing so much work on those towers. Alongside that, they just have huge burst. On someone locked down, you get a cease and desist into a seismic shove, into a Mega Inferno Bomb, and most of anyone's legends are going to die to that combination. Maybe only Tarzan and Flandre survived through it, and Flandre's not having the most fun time I've ever seen a Sion have on the top side. He's going to back and maybe just use the Unstoppable Onslaught to get back to this wave, as otherwise he's going to lose quite a few minions to this tower. Yep, can't recall.
Going to keep him in the lane for now, kind of forcing him to try and play for this next wave as well, as Tarzan will be spotted here. I like the timing here. Look at that flash from Chovy, still not available. And with the level 6 of Shanks, Hextech Alternator, the cookie in his inventory could have locked for some damage as Tarzan.
Has the flash here. Canyon going in. There's the Weaver's Wall as well. Good stun onto Chovy. Hope comes in for a bit of damage. The Seismic Shove not connecting there. Shanks now looking for the flank. A good piercing arrow from Hope will take Duro down alongside Chovy, and in the end, GenG don't find the fight.
I see some question mark things. What's Crab doing there?
He went on a magical journey, man. Oh, good stun with the Cosmic Binding. Canyon now the target. Hits 6, though. Has the cease and desist. Bolt Breaker stopped by the pillar. Canyon will cease and desist forward, but Shanks is still on the chase. Another Cosmic Binding connects, and Canyon falls. He was too greedy for the Crab.
Crucial getting Shanks ahead, right? Like this could potentially be a huge problem for GenG going forward, especially getting Shanks out of kind of the worst part of this matchup, right? Now he has a kill under his belt. He's going to be able to go back, reset, and kind of really nice job from AL stymieing, but also potentially GenG overreaching a bit here.
Bit of a fumble. I'm going to guess that the Crab was knocked over maybe by the Satchel. And Canyon, as confused as we are, tries to go for it, but with a really nice setup there from Cal. And the fact that GenG can't fully commit to this, because Chovy had already pivoted out of the fight, was already on a base, on his way back, and his direct lane opponent getting a kill when this is the matchup where, again, as you get later and later, just the mid lane is fine, but as soon as you start really getting into the side lanes and the Akali ever gets on top of you, you're in trouble. As AL, they are looking again.
Canyon doesn't have flash right now. Duro and Chovy fighting off towards the top side. Tarzan on the Drake should be able to secure this with his smite. And in the end, GenG started up the Drake, but anyone's legends very happily will take that gift.
Yeah, and I was a little bit nervous about that just because Hope had used his TP, right, to catch that top side wave. So had the fight gone a bit worse, he would not have been necessarily in time to help them out. Ruler just continuously flashing the JDG emote.
Neither support, level 6 yet. Duro finds a sidestep there. And the combo of this Rakan and Vi is going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting in these fights. Particularly Hope. Only defensive summoner is that flash. Obviously can use the teleport for extending the lane, but not going to be able to keep him safe in these type of situations if they do get on top of him.
Kyle can always go towards the Mikhails if he wants, right, to give a little bit of extra safety. He's got that Kindle Gem and the Fairy Charm right now. Grubs are up, and Duro is making his way across there right now. Both the junglers on the top side of the map. In fact, all 5 players from both teams are pathing up towards this top side. I wonder if GenG want to take this battle.
I think GenG are going to be looking to go for the trigger pull, right? They are the ones that want to start the fight, blow a target up and go from there. Whereas AL may be looking to stow a Bard. That ultimate is available for Kael and not for Duro.
Canyon goes in, the Vault Breaker doesn't hit Weaver's wall from Chovy to try and separate cease and desist. But now Canyon's on the wrong side of the wall from the rest of his team, and Hope just deletes him. Keen in the middle of the public's execution is only going to hit on Kael, but he flashes forward and he will kill off Hope. Flandre now with the decimating smash. Chovy flashing up towards the top side. Love execution from Shanks for the follow-up. The 5-point strike, not enough, but Shanks will still find it. Dodges away from Duro as well. Keen's going to dally in around the blue buff, surviving for now, but should be chased down by Kael and Flandre.
And GenG, they need to be synced up, but it's anything but. Canyon goes in, there's no quickness available yet, the damage isn't there, and Shanks runs rampant in the back line.
Yeah, and even though they were able to get a bunch of damage onto Hope here too, he ends up surviving. And again, Canyon just going in a little bit too early, and the Bard ult coming out of Kael, absolutely huge here.
Also want to highlight that Ruler being this early as a Ziggs, you don't have the damage. If you do this and 2 items, that Varus is blown up, but instead, Shanks beautifully done there on the sidestep. Not feeling friend whatsoever, able to take down a lot of the damage. Keen getting taken down there as well, and this is looking a lot more reminiscent of that game #1. Now 1k gold lead here for AL, objective going their way. And they're gonna be feeling good with Shanks sitting on a 2-0 on the Akali here.
Yeah, that's the big thing for me, right? Like, we wanted to get Shanks, or if you are AL, you want to get Shanks through that kind of rough laning phase. Make sure that Chovy doesn't have the same kind of map pressure that he had on the Azir in Game 2. But we're also seeing when these fights, again, are able to split up, AL have really nice target selection, and especially when they have champions like the Akali able to get into the backline onto Chovy, it ends up looking really, really good for them. They now claim the feat of warfare and have both the grubs and first strike.
I just need one more of those neutral objectives to claim the entirety of that feat of strength, or first tower, obviously, as they can get it through those means as well. For now, the game will slow down a little bit with no neutrals up on the map. It's still 90 seconds before we see our next Drake. Shanks still a little bit short of that first item, went for the Merc Treads early, which makes sense when you're in a Akali into a ranged matchup, or at least into a mage matchup. You just want a little bit of extra resistances to keep yourself topped up in the lane.
We have seen Canyon struggle similarly in the last best of 5, or the last LCK best of 5 that they played in the early games, just not on the same page as the rest of his team. There is, of course, for GenG, the promise of those late game itemizations, as that is the flash force there. Ruler getting caught out by Hope.
Tempered Fate not hitting from Kael as he looked for Chovy. Chovy doesn't have flash, so it's always nice to just chuck it out. If you manage to land it on him, you have great follow-up with Tarzan there alongside Shanks. Flandre is clearing out the wave, and as you say, I think the hope for GenG right now is Keen in the side lane, has the Eclipse. He's really strong, about 400 gold lead for him. The question is, can they delay the game enough against an Akali, a Varus, a Trundle, who can actually force some of these plays?
And as we know, AL is not going to give them the time, so I think it's going to have to come down to like a single Dragon steal, right? That can often be the breaking point between being on maybe an item and a half or 2 items. As we do see GenG seemingly aware of this, also looking to contest here on this next Dragon.
Yeah, Keen is heading up through river. They should have first rotation on it as it spawns.
There's no flash on Hope, so Canyon should have easier backline target access. We do see Shanks, I think, looking to get that base in, finish his first item, and make his way over as Chovy. Do they have the damage to take this down before the wall goes down?
I think the answer is most decidedly not. Unstoppable Onslaught coming out from Flandre as he looks for the backline. The Drake the target firstly here for GenG. Tarzan stepping forward, knocked back, the smite comes out. That is Canyon, Season 6 coming out as well as they look for the backline. Perfect execution. Canyon's gonna fall. Meanwhile, Shanks on the backline looking for a little bit more. He's on Chovy. Can chase forward, dodges the seismic shove, and Flandre takes the kill in the end. Shanks still going in, dodges the battle dance and the grand entrance as well. Keen trying to get in, but Shanks' fancy feet are just sublime. Decimating smash will hit Ruler, but no real follow-up.
Shanks styling on the, but GenG, the objective was get the dragon, and they were able to do so.
Yeah, they were very successful on that. As you see, Shanks coming in with that belt for just in time for the fight. But yeah, they're able to end up getting the kill immediately. Tarzan goes down, but then watch Shanks on this back line. He's already in such a good position, and he is going to become a huge problem in these team fights going forward. Dodges every ability. I'm so happy that Shanks is having kind of these moments on the international stage. As a longtime LPL enjoyer, I've really been waiting for him to have this time, right? As you see that damage coming out in that team fight did the most there, and it really gives this task of GenG to be able to keep their carries safe.
It's remarkable that it was actually Ruler ended up staying alive for that fight, able to do the most damage, also gone for an early Ludens, which always like to see. Is the type of game where I think Archangels, as we also see for Chovies, and that Seraph Shield is going to have a ton of value. As right now, that Dragon might end up being big for GenG, but it isn't going to change the fact that right now AL is the ones running the map. We'll see if GenG want to fully commit to the contest. And as I say that, Keen is TPing.
GenG looking for the battle again. Perfect execution available for Shanks. Public execution available for Keen. He jumps in. It's Kyle the target. There's the quickness as well, and Kyle is down. Duo will secure the kill. Meanwhile, on the backline, once again, it's Shanks, but they still have the cease and desist. He has to flash away from the Mega Inferno Bomb, and then dashes his way away as well with a perfect execution. The Rift Herald secured for AL. Weaver's Wall coming in from Chovy. Seismic Shove does not connect. Flandre on the front line. Unstoppable Onslaught won't be enough. Hope has to flash the wall. Keen's going to flash to follow him. Flandre tracing the rest of GenG away. Keen's going to die. Hope goes down as well. In the end, AO do get the Rift Herald, but the fight is anything but clean.
Yeah, AO get the Herald, but GenG win the fight, especially with, I love the follow-up Weaver's Wall on the back half of that from Chovy. And this is GenG fighting their way back, as usual, as we've seen from them, able to set up this fight, and also able to kill off Kyle really early on.
The big thing here is that they don't actually utilize the ultimate from Canyon, right? So the moment that Shanks goes into the backline, even though somehow he survives, he isn't able to do the damage that AL needs him to do, and then the utility from the Bard isn't there. Chovy, I thought that he went too deep. Clearly, trust the rest of the team to keep him alive, and then Keen going in, I think a little bit too crazy. Could have taken this, instead going in on Hope.
Yeah. I mean, I love seeing this from GenG. I think it's fun. Do you not think it's fun?
Well, yeah, but I also like winning, and I think that they did their job. It's fine, just back off.
And they've even had the gold in the game. AL had about a 2,000 gold lead earlier on, now down to only 200.
They gave the shutdown to Shanks. It's not good.
Yeah, but Keen in his matchup is still ahead.
Well, yeah, that is true, but I feel like the Shanks situation is still a big problem for GenG. Even in the last game where he got targeted, he still made it out, got a bunch of cooldowns, lived, and got a shutdown.
He is 4-on-1.
Yes, Emily,
and he is
I am
be
aware.
A problem.
So maybe you want to recant your earlier statement?
He is going to be a problem.
He is. Still fun to see from both these teams. They're fighting neck and neck throughout this series. Last two games, a little bit more stompy than this one. I'm glad to see that around the 20-minute mark, we're pretty even between the two. Next Drake up in 40 seconds time as two items begin to be completed. Actually, it's only Keen who's managed to get that second item finished. The Black Cleaver and the Eclipse already in his inventories.
Yeah, and I really like this line of vision that you see kind of established for AL, controlling this river ahead of this next Drake.
Ooh, and it's Chemtech. Haven't talked about the Soul yet, but obviously a lot of plans available. Also for champions like Mbessa. I think in particular going to be salivating at the thought of that. But even a champion like the Scion, so much shielding that will come through. A lot of extra playmaking potential there, but it looks like with the position of Flandre, unless he wants to commit a TP, GenG pretty ahead, and there it is.
Of course he wants to commit a TP, why wouldn't he? Breaker coming out, grand entrance as well. Chovy caught with a tempered fate, but Shanks unable to get on the backline right now. Redemption coming out as GenG are able to force Flandre low. He has to flash to avoid that Mega Inferno Bomb. Rift Herald charging through mid though. GenG are going to try and answer it.
I wish I hadn't finished my sentence. That TP wasn't great. The charge will come through, but it looks like GenG is going to have prio. Do note that Flandre could still look to ult back, but I think AL going to decide the better over than give this objective. Or it's only a second Drake after all.
Yeah, they're going to seed this Drake a little bit of a optimistic TP.
TP sucks.
Very
coming in from Flandra. There, as we see AL now rotating towards this top side of the map, get a really nice amount of damage on this top side turret, actually able to take all of it. Yep.
That's gone.
Yeah, with the frozen domain as well, it's just so quick. Quickness coming out, though. Double TP immediately invested from GenG as Duro looking to dance around this. Keen trying to fight it as well with the pillar going down. Keen continues to chase Chovy with the Weaver's Wall onto Shanks, but the unstoppable onslaught from Flandre will distract GenG enough. Canyon has the Mega Blast Cone. Bolt Breaker across would get him in range, but in the end, anyone's Legend able to disengage.
The Giga Cones get them out, and that's 2 actual TPs invested. I think GenG looking for a knockout punch, trying to punish that topside push, but instead it might end up with AL getting tempo on Otacon.
Yep, as we see, Shanks TPing down on that bot side of the map, and both Flandra and Kael are headed that way as well.
Hope's going to
clearing out any vision
into mid lane to try and get them that prio. Duro, no quickness for him, just dashes away with the grand entrance. Bit of vision around the wall here. We'll spot Kael and Flandre as they try and make their way into the river.
Do really like both supports going for redemption here. Both of these comps are so front-loaded when it comes to the damage. Being able to stay alive, getting extra rotations of spells off is a big deal. As neither team, I think, wants to be the one that starts it, because on one hand, an Akali in the backline when you don't have resistances versus a Ziggs just pelting you from afar. I think either sounds very good.
Yeah, no, they're just going to kind of be scrapping over vision here. And again, scrapping over mid lane prio. As we see a lot kind of at this point in the game.
Positioning
yeah.
And vision.
We're not even scrapping. We're just kind of going back and forth.
Well, I'd argue it's metaphorically scrapping, you know? They're just not actually doing any...
Scrapping inside my head?
Any fighting, yes.
Half the battle is always mental.
It's true.
Thank you. Thank you, Maddie.
With no
even
TP.
in a game like
here
this,
with you guys. This is fun.
And I'm not gonna lie, we have seen teams right after a stomp on either side. I think for really, this goes for any region, not be able to bounce back. Both these teams, fortunately, in this game free, giving us what we wanted.
Yep.
It's an actual game.
Good old scrapping. Canyon ball breaking forward, and we're getting control of this river right now with no TP on. Flandre right now. I think we're just going to see a slight delay before AL really are willing to take a fight. Keen has his, so would be able to answer if anyone's Legends decided to battle.
And look at some of the spikes that have come in. Bloodletter's Curse for Chovy, Horizon Focus for Ruler, and then on the flip side, Storm Surge for Shanks. That man is looking to one-tap people. Hope also going for the Edge of Night, so a little bit extra safety for him, even being Lafella de Veras. This isn't the type of game where you ever get to walk up with as much backline dive as GenG have.
GenG looking to, again, get this mid prio. If they are able to get prio in a lane with the Ziggs, again, turrets just go down so quickly. But yeah, right now I don't think either team wants to start Otacon without at least bot prio, if not bot and mid prio.
Especially since it's reducing your resistances, right? So unless Flandre is tanking it...
Maybe you should tell some teams that.
Look,
Duro?
Okay, I come from EU, we're very used to throwing at Otacon. TP coming in here from Kael. Duro was fighting over the Scuttle Crab, but in the end Tarzan is the one that wins that scrap. And, obviously it was an unsealed spellbook teleport from Kael. He's switched over to heal now as Shanks and Chovy continue just to trade down towards this bottom side. The Otacon is just mad at Chovy for some reason.
Otacon is not winning the battle. He's actually scrapping.
He got Chovy! Poor guy, man. Keen's going to be able to take the top lane tower. As much as Flandre can defend, he can't stop the push coming out from Keen.
Makes sense. He sees Chovy taking all these minions. That's personal.
How dare you?
I know.
He says. Yeah.
It's rude. Otacon now.
Those are his brethren.
Seemingly calmed down.
I don't know if
just
they
a big
actually
minion.
I have
just
no
a minion
idea.
on steroids.
It looks like.
Aren't they
do you guys remember the giant wraith?
Yes.
Forever ago, we called it
ghost,
Papa Wraith.
Spooky ghost.
Yeah.
Anyway. I'm pretty sure Otacon is a soldier that's possessed by a demon. I'm pretty sure that's what the lore is.
That's fun. I do not know lore whatsoever.
Like Mordekaiser, something to do with that. There was a great comic about it in the client. I'm sure you can find somewhere on the internet. For now, though, let's focus on what's happening on the Rift itself.
We're scrapping over vision.
That is a mental damage ignite that comes through there from Duro. Just making sure that Tarzan knows whose jungle it is, but the ambush control is there for Tarzan. This could be a big fight if GenG is able to get a soul point, and Otacon is right there. And GenG need to retake control of River, because AL are set up nicely.
He has his teleport. He's going to TP down towards that bot lane tri-bush. The Dragon already down at 5,000 HP. A flank position as well for Ruler, but he's caught out by Shanks and immediately assassinated! Shanks him! And Duro now with the quickness can only run and hide. Keen the next target. Duro comes back in and it's a double for Shanks. Anyone's legends collapse immediately.
Dragon into potentially Otacon. They should just rotate immediately over. What a play from Shanks, and also what a setup from AL. Again, making sure that Akali gets out of the early laning phase, is able to immediately, in this particular fight, hop directly onto Ruler, and this was also the problem we had in game one, right? When AL were able to jump and get that early pick, they then will just run through you in a team fight.
But in game one, it felt a lot more excusable, but here, Ruler's pathing. You know where they are. You can see with the wall that you're not in a safe position. So him getting caught out here, I think, an unforced error in game one. There was the caveat of there was so much dive, but here, just gets taken down. GenG then is the one getting engaged on. Neither of these comps deal very well with that. Nicely done by Kyle as well to force multiple flashes. And that is a big strike there for AL. Dragon and Otacon in one fell swoop.
AL were sitting at about 8 flower petals before that. GenG were at 21, and now that's evened out between the two of them. So a lot of adaptive force acquired for AL alongside that experience, and we'll get more as they get kills throughout the rest of the game. It's still only a 1,000 gold lead, but Shanks the man of the moment here for anyone's legend.
6-0-1 on this Akali in a really good position. We see Chovy kind of posturing here for Vision. I was wondering if he was potentially going to go for a play with Canyon there.
And all these fights really have just come down to who gets blown up first.
Yep.
It's been Kyle. Last fight it was Ruler. And all these fights I think are going to remain as one-sided as they are, particularly with the damage dealers being as fed. Shanks.
Nice and Keen, waiting for Shanks. Public execution doesn't connect as Shanks dodges down and Keen predicts up.
And this is going to give AL kind of free reign to potentially go behind this Baron pit, but just clear out Vision, set up some more Vision on this top side.
Flandre doesn't take damage.
Yeah, he's yet to actually take any damage. Flashes away from the Vault Breaker coming out from Canyon. Thought perhaps it would have been CC'd for long enough.
People showing on bot.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if AL want to at least threaten the Baron, maybe see if they can get a catch.
Tarzan's starting it out.
TP coming out immediately from Chovy, but that isn't an unsealed spellbook teleport. That's a real one, and because of that, AL very happy just to back off. They got the summoner out, and the play on the bot side for GenG didn't materialize into anything.
Yeah, big win there. I'd argue trading a TP for a flash TP at this point in the game, I think a lot more fair, especially for Sion. I think Flandre will be fine without it. But the objective, not in a position to be taken, which means that this unsteady stalemate will continue.
We're just going to keep clearing out Vision. Try to get mid lane prio.
Maybe
get those mid-tier ones down. It's, you know, 28 minutes about.
Yeah, especially with a Ziggs in the game. The fact that we are currently looking at a single turret taken for either side is not what I was expecting.
And I think that does speak to how AL have had some really good vision coverage in this game, I think. Yeah. But then additionally, in a lot of these fights, there hasn't been a way for GenG to necessarily set the map like they want, right? And really rotate the Ziggs around to try to take down a lot of these turrets.
And because I think the place you'd look at is mid lane. With Shanks being melee, it's like, oh, we can move the Ziggs there relatively early. The tower should be quite low. But because Shanks has got into such a strong spot individually,
you don't want to be in a lane with him.
Yeah, you don't want to lane against him. So he's just able to match up into Chovy in a side lane. Hope has good enough wave clear that Ruler can never get close enough to the tower to actually do too much damage. But Ruler is now at 3 items on this Ziggs. The Void Staff, Horizon Focus, and that Luden's Companion complete.
Lack of Liandry's does mean that getting through Tarzan and Flandre is still going to be quite hard for him. Instead, with this build, you're basically looking to one-tap one of Shanks, Hope, or Kyle, right? This is just pure burst. And this is also, to be fair, the kind of game where might just be try and get as much damage off before you die. Not in the way that happened in the last fight. That was just doing no damage and dying is obviously not ideal. As Chovy, actually, because of all the kills that Shanks has gotten, plus the early impact that Shanks has found in the fight, substantially behind. It's really just Keen who does now finish his GA. That's a big buy. It means that he can go in, really use those double health bars as a resource to put a lot more threat on the AL backline in what I assume will be the fight for Soul Point in about 15 seconds.
Yep, both Baron and then this Drake about to be up, as we see. Again, posturing for trying to get some mid-prio up. Tarzan Pillar.
Duro safe enough on that Rakan to be able to dodge away. Cosmic Binding hits from Kyle. He's switched to Exhaust, which is why we saw him ghosting in the lane. Flandre is trying to match Chovy down towards that bottom side. Shanks here with the rest of AL. No vision, really, at all for GenG. They're trying to get it through the mid lane, put double control wards down. Chovy now stepping in as well. Seismic Shove not connecting. Keen dashing forward onto Tarzan. Flandre forced down towards the bottom side by Canyon. Tempered Fate only hits onto Duro. Canyon still chasing Flandre out, but he still doesn't take any damage. Good Hexplosive Minefield, though, from Ruler will keep AL from really being able to enter the river again. Canyon down on the Drake, 4,000 on it. Tarzan turning onto Keen, but he has a GA. Unstoppable Onslaught goes between the upright. Seismic Shove is going to connect. Canyon dashing back in. Keen being kept up towards the top side, but AL are scattered. Flandre down, goes into the zombie form. The quickness coming out as well. Duro chases forward, and GenG have delayed for long enough. The Weavers wall in from Chovy, the dash away from Shanks. Unraveled Earth will get the stun onto him, and Keen continues to chase. Shanks has to flash away, but AL have already lost 3.
And the hero there is Keen, right? He distracted.
Keen goes in, Hope goes down. Shanks the only one standing from AL.
Just as I'm saying, the hero of that fight was Keen. He distracted and took so much damage while Flandre was not able to do the same for AL. AL essentially end up leashing this Drake for GenG. GenG take it, they take the fight, and now they're going to take Baron.
The poke is always going to be favored for GenG because they can sustain a lot more, and with both that Taliyah as well as the Ziggs, as long as you hold off on actually pulling the trigger, as we're going to see soon in the replay, I'm sure, GenG are happy to just sit there and poke away. And as you highlight, Keen, the thorn in the side of AL. They need to use resources on him, but I want you to also look at the follow-up that comes through from Duro on this Rakan, because he's able to extend this fight, not giving a lot of counterplay over, as follows up there, and then right here, turns it onto Tarzan as well, just clips him with the charm, the knockup comes through, and without that front line, GenG can just run amok in AL's backline.
We also see this explosive power coming out of Ruler's Ziggs as Flandre is in trouble again.
The Weaver's Wall separating him from the rest of AL. Chovy will take the kill. The gold swing 4,000 now in favor of GenG, well, 3.5. And they've shown us, like, if they can have these slightly more scattered fights without Shanks on a flank, it's really difficult for anyone's Legend actually to get on that backline.
Without Shanks on the flank, with Keen threatening to be able to dive on key targets from AL, and then also with Ruler just be able to free fire these bombs as Ziggs through the backline. He does so much damage to both people and turrets, or to both champions and turrets, rather.
Oh yeah. And Chovy pushing mid, we saw there as well. Ruler just using his ultimate to gain to clear rather a wave in mid. That mid lane turret still standing. Satchel used. The Shanks should be able to get back to his turret or not.
Duro's going in with the quickness as well as they look for the chase onto Shanks, who's popped the stopwatch, knocked back with the seismic shove as well as Shanks just doesn't get an opportunity to move. GenG have woken up in this game and AL just cannot answer them. Duro dashing forward, getting onto Hope, knocked back with the satchel charge as well as Keen continues to chase. Flandre in the middle of 5, what can you do? In the face of so much hate, GenG will lose 1. They'll clean up the fight and they'll look towards the Nexus.
Duro in his first international, popping off on that Rakan, able to follow up on every engage. And GenG, with this Red Bull Baron power play, it's not even going to time out, it looks like.
Nope.
No one's alive on AL. GenG about to get to match point.
They just rip control of the game away from anyone's Legend, and they are 1 game away from their 21st series in a row.
This is exactly what makes GenG so dangerous. This is why they are the favorites to win this tournament. You give them a small window and they completely took over a game that was looking very back and forth for a really long time. I thought AL did a really good job of stopping, again, that initial Zig setup. But once GenG were able to take control at that Drake fight, they immediately slammed the door on AL.
Despite Shanks' best efforts, it's an amazing early skirmishes. AL, just like many a team in the LCK, the moment that GenG truly get control of a game, it can be over so quickly. Now we do know both these teams again. The ability to bounce back is there, and come on. Not another 3-1.
Yeah.
I want to get to 5.
3-2. Silver Scrapes, let's go.
I will say AL won the first game. So
no, that's outdated info.
Yeah.
There was outdated info?
FlyQuest also won the first game.
Yeah, but that's NA versus EU. We all knew FlyQuest was going to win that, right?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring that up.
That's okay. I've just been crying under the desk most of the day.
Yeah, actually, I think you've been doing a really good job of not making it show on
been
cast.
Great, you know?
Appreciate it. I
Credit
appreciate
to you.
it. Thank you. We'll see if Law's sad over at the analyst desk. Law, take it away.
Yeah, I think she's also sad. No, just the last series is all. Sharing in the trauma that Medic has.
Oh my god, I have so many questions, so I'm gonna start with this, guys.
That is a question.
This question mark ping that you often see in your League of Legends games, because what was that? This soul point fight, I don't get it. I don't get it, because for me, I feel like there was a way to contest this, but they chased Skin, so I feel like it's the only reason GenG won that game. Before that, I felt like AL was going to close it out. I'm losing my English here. What happened there?
She's going to start speaking French here.
Oh my God. That's when I'm really mad.
So, well, let's take a look at it then, because one of the things is that GenG did a very good job at this dragon to kind of separate. So this is actually starting a little bit after, but Canyon here, he actually already, you can see on the minimap, he pushed, pause it. Anyways, he had pushed Flandre all the way down here on the minimap out originally, and so then it was left with 4 members of AL up on the top side, and Flandre had to ult all the way through to try and rejoin the rest of the team, but Chovy and Canyon just split, so they avoid that engage, and Keen just runs away. His Ambessa has got 5,000 dashes in the kit, and so he's able to just dash away safely on the opposite side. And so the kind of window there for AL just goes poof. I think it was a good job by GenG, kind of separating them and then playing around it. It looked like a matador almost, you know, with the bull coming through and then just pulling up the cape, and then they just pull the trap shut once again. Chovy on that Talia, another one with the seismic shove, and they just pull them apart. Which honestly, Lore, I was kind of with you because I was getting so hyped this game with Shanks' movement. Shanks' movement in so many of the fights, you know, starting out really early on to the game was so clean. But GenG as a team, really good.
Because that's the fear. Like, they just had a few fights where they had to deal with multiple flank problems. Like, there was a fight that happened prior to this where just Shanks eliminates, just like takes out Ziggs before he even gets into the fight, right? So they're like, we're not dealing with these flanks. We're just gonna nip it in the butt immediately. So the fact that Canyon in that fight says, hey, I see the Scion, get out of here. And pushing him out, it created confusion for sure for the side of AL's top side because they had to deal with Keen. And so they never really, they just weren't on the same page. And so it just made it so easy for that squad to take the fight.
Yeah, I bet Ruler heard about that one afterwards when they're like, all right, no more greedy pass on through. We have to be very careful in our approach.
You guys were talking about Akali. I feel like Shanks was the best dancer on the Rift by far, and I feel like he deserves extra credit because looking at the draft, you have Vi, you have Talia. I'm like, how is he gonna manage to find space in those fights? But he got the fancy feet going.
The movement from Shanks from very early on. Let's take a look at it. We're going to start a little bit deeper into the game. But yeah, he was just so clean with so much of it. And he was really the hope for AL, you know, really keeping it alive.
There's a lot of moments where, he had to wait through the Talia E to go through. And then he had to wait for the Talia flick and just like being patient with it, like this example, just waiting before he can commit to the next member. He is so talented on this pick. He is, well, before this game, 7 and 3 on the pick. He was 70% win rate. He is just such a prolific assassin player, even back when he was on Team WE.
Yeah, and here's another one where he got focused so heavily. You were mentioning these things he has to play around, Laura, but got focused with the Vi. I'm remembering too the one. This is the one where Ruler was just walking through. But I'm also remembering one of the early fights up by behind the Grub pit, behind the Rift Herald pit, and the fight is split through jungle and then up behind the pit, and he's able to juke the Rakan again, able to have 3 members in front of him, still working around so much. But yeah, it is not enough versus GenG.
Absolutely not enough here. GenG on match points here against AL. And we were talking about Kin playing Mel's mom, really effective. We know that it's a nasty champion, but you have to be able to pilot that champion. Kin on carry, guys, can we talk about this?
We should.
I thought the last 2 games with him on carries were very good. The Gwen game, very impactful as well. Got a really big early lead, big goal difference. He is deathless so far, and he's just looking so strong.
He's someone that will just fit the comp, and it's nice to see him on the other side where he has been, career-wise, a great carry top laner. And he's just been threatening flanks all the time. And I love it going into AL, simply because AL as a team will, specifically Flandre, will sack waves. He is fine giving you larger experience and gold to try and be there for the fight. So he's recognizing that he's going straight for the carry picks, and I think that's a great call.
Looking ahead at GenG, 20 wins in a row for this team. The last time they had a loss was on LCK Cup. They lost 2-3 against HLE. I feel like, I don't know who can take them down so far. I felt like we were going to have a closer series. We could still get Silver Scrapes here, but what do you need to stop GenG right now with the form they have? I feel like they've showed us a lot of things in this series so far.
For me, I'm looking for AL to set a quick pace. I want them to draft, some really fast, strong lanes for themselves so they can actually set a quick pace in the game, take it to GenG, and actually push the tempo, and try and attack the bottom lane again.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the times you would want to focus on the draft and say they can pick something different. I think just being on the same page in some of these fights, because AL is such a good team fighting team usually. And these mistakes generally don't happen. Like the fights that we saw where, you're getting an assassination on Ziggs, like I think they're generally really good at taking space and playing around Hope. And I want to be able to see them do that. So we didn't see it this game, it has to be the next.
And again, I feel like they had this game. I want to see them bring back the energy and the pace of games that they had during game 1. They're going to be playing on blue side here. Is there anything you want to add on the AL side on what we want to see from them?
I love myself a Yone. Something that also, once again, they're great at playing sides and great at playing around flanks. I want to see an assassin pick for Shanks. He's having a great series again.
Maybe complement it with some Flandre Sejuani top or something.
Oh, hell.
Start cooking. Get some,
maybe. We should try something.
Bring back that bring back that fire that you guys had in game 1. And bring us to Silver Scrapes, please, AL. This series has been amazing so far, but it is GenG leading it. They're taking match point here. Let's see if they can close out this series right after this.
Feel it coming. The pressure start thumping, ain't no running. It might cause a rave, all my people start jumping. You can feel the blood, shit, it get your blood pumping. Okay, you better take a seat. Don't step inside the kitchen if you cannot take the heat. It's looking like a feast, guaranteed to flame the streets. It's a jungle outside, tell me who can tame a beast. Something lethal, like a beast that can't be tamed. This the kind of rage you can't contain. Yeah, this might be something lethal. You can really feel the flames, feeling like it's borderline insane. Man, this might be something lethal. Yeah, this might be something lethal. Welcome to the valley, it'll eat you alive. It'll hit you out of nowhere like a thief in the night. Ain't no way you can hide, it came seeking a fight. Push the pedal to the metal, better keep up the stride. Keep up the pace, this is a rage, we gon' light up this place. Please make some space, or move out the way. Come in with pressure and smash in the face. Something lethal, like a beast that can't be tamed. This the kind of rage you can't contain. Yeah, this
this night be something lethal. Yeah, this might 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 be something lethal. Welcome to the main event. 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 Let's go. Through the fire and the rain, I was born to rise above. Kept on pushing through the pain till I made it out the mud. Now the dam's about to break, so get ready for the flood. Can you feel the rush? The beast is waking up. Welcome to the main event. We spent the whole night waiting for the best of the best. Welcome to the main event. You got the whole world watching who you.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around in the dark and light.
Decent assist. Duro's going in with the quickness as well as they look for the chase onto Shanks, who's popped the stopwatch. Knocked back with the seismic shove as well as Shanks just doesn't get an opportunity to move. GenG have woken up in this game and AL just cannot answer them. Duro dashing forward, getting onto Hope, knocked back with the satchel charge as well as Keen continues to chase. Blind Ray in the middle of 5. What can you do in the face of so much hate? GenG will lose one. They'll clean up the fight and they'll look towards the Nexus. And we're back after GenG pulled a rabbit out of the hat, I'm gonna say, with the dragon fight into the fight in mid lane. For all intents and purposes, it was AL in the driver's seat for the majority of that game, but GenG showed us why they are the favorites for the tournament.
Yeah, unfortunately, Flandre's driving seat not quite working out the same way. That Sion did not have the impact I was kind of expecting.
He had one of those child booster seats.
Yeah.
And you gotta do that to my boy.
I know, but...
No, I mean, I agree. Keen had way more impact, right?
And that for me has been the big thing, right? Obviously, I think Flandre on the side not having the impact, but Keen having the performance that he had, and so often this player on this team gets relegated because of however the draft shapes out for him to be on more supportive, right? Doesn't have to be a full-on tank, but not really the focal point of a composition. But now, 2 games in a row, he's just been the main win condition for GenG. Complete menace here on the Rift.
Yeah, he's been a problem, let's just say, for AL, both in team fights and then also in the side lanes. I think for anyone's Legend looking at their kind of early to mid game, the things I did like, again, they got Shanks ahead early, which was super important because he was really starting to take over team fights. He was definitely the shining, a lot of the shining moments that AL had were around Shanks and his ability to get onto Ruler when he mispositioned, right? Or be able to just threaten a lot of damage. But the other thing for me that I also liked is the way that they were able to keep Vision up. They were able to kind of stop this early turret take, right? Like that, those mid lane turrets were hanging on very, very late. And so they did have, I think, a fairly good game plan going in of how they wanted to deal with this Ziggs, like Vi, Talia, and Bessa composition. But as soon as they make a mistake, GenG punish and take over the game. So now we will see. Again, I do think AL are a team that are very well coached. I do still believe in their jungle support duo, despite the fact that I did pick GenG 3-1 to win the series. So, and I do think they can bounce back.
So what you're saying is there'll be a game 5. That's what you're
so.
promising? No. I want to promise, Emily.
I don't want to promise anything.
Can you promise it after the draft?
No.
Okay, well, we tried, chat. We tried, okay? Skarner banned away by anyone's Legend, Rise taken away by GenG. I will say, you talk about the Tarzan and Kyle of it all. I don't think Kyle has had the best series overall. I think he has struggled to really have the impact that you expect from him. Duro in the last game had an absolutely stellar performance overall, so we'll see if Kyle can step up. Have to remember, it is his first international. He's a rookie at this level, and so there are going to be some nerves. There is going to be some tension.
has obviously played a high amount of high-stakes best-of-5s, and he started off well in that game as well. I think that's really the key thing for me. It's just about maintaining that level throughout the entirety of the series, and kind of on the opposite side was the inverse for Canyon. His early game was nothing to write home about, but then mid-game kind of woke up, and the Vi target selection was a large part of why AL wasn't able to find the team fighters. The respect still going to be paid to Flandre here with that Yorick ban.
Yeah, you really don't want Shanks on this Ryze, and you really don't want Flandre on this Yorick, and you really don't want Tarzan on Wukong, honestly. Yep. Like, these are all really nice target bans towards things that AL are super comfortable on. On the other side, we see Anyone's Legend recognizing, again, that Skarner pick and the power that Canyon has had on that, and then the Renekton and Jace for Keen as we see the Galio locked in.
First pick Galio, it wasn't on my bingo card for today. Rumble obviously already played in game 1 by Flandre himself, so it's not going to be that top lane counter that you often see. Does really facilitate dive compositions, but then I look at the rest of the picks that have already been removed. It's like, how much dive is left for you? You've got Nocturne gone, Vi's gone, Kaiser's gone. Like, do you have enough tools to really get on the backline, or is it purely going to be a disengaged Galio? GenG now looking towards the Caitlyn, 4-0 here at MSI.
Yeah,
really a curveball here in the draft. Kind of caught off guard. The Galio obviously is still a flex pick, so can go into multiple directions. That Caitlyn, though, not going to go anywhere else here for Rula. And maybe GenG looking to very early set themselves up for a draft where they actually have prio in bot lane, which thus far they haven't really been able to get.
They're definitely going to have prio with with this. Caitlyn Karma is super, super obnoxious to have to go up against. Has incredible push, is a really, really easy pushing lane to play around. And in these Caitlyn games we have seen thus far, it's been super successful when we've had either these jungle invades or just when she's been able to take down that turret super, super quickly because of her pushing power. We see the Nico being looked at for Anyone's Legend.
What this also does is it puts AL in a position where they basically have to pick bot lane, because otherwise you are going to have very little choice into one of the most oppressive 2v2 bot lanes that are available. The fact that this Galio could still theoretically be flexed between top and mid, I think gives them a little bit of leeway, but into Kate Karma, normally this is a strong 2v2, but the range advantage I think is going to be a big deal.
Yeah, the range advantage is huge. We do have the MF coming in. Obviously, Galio and Nico in particular, do have a lot of good setup for the MF. Cassante, the Keen Sante.
Oh boy.
We're going to see it?
I would be shocked if they don't. No reason not to. Man has been an absolute demon on this for, I want to say, like a year and a half now.
How long has Cassante been out? That's how long he's kind of been a demon.
Yeah. Okay, but it's a lot more impressive now, okay? Everyone used to be able to be good at Cassante.
But he was also really good. He was extra good.
He was always also really good. You got me there.
So Keen is going to get the Cassante up towards the top side. I also like it because it deals with a 2v1 pressure quite well, whereas Galio can struggle a little bit with that. Obviously only has the Winds of War to farm up from range and a magic shield, which isn't too powerful into a Caitlyn, unsurprisingly. GenG now looking towards the next ban. Camille is the removal, so they're thinking maybe this Galio is going to go into that mid lane. Camille obviously gives you a lot more backline threat, which they already have from the Nico and from the Galio.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily expect to see that coming out of Flandre, but I mean, it's a great combo, right? Like, it's an absolutely stellar combo. I can potentially see Flandre going for it. This iteration of Flandre, not as much as prior iterations of Flandre necessarily. We do see the Nidalee taken out, which this has actually been a lot more of a Flandre pick, but it's going to be banned out on the blue side by AL, and then we see the respect being paid to Tarzan Zed with the Zed removed by GenG.
Both junglers, I think, really getting the respect they deserve here. Canyon's Nidalee is... Well, he has a wolf skin on it for a reason, has just remained in his wheelhouse for the longest amount of time. I'm wondering if we're going to see the Lee ban to come through here after the game he had on it before. Also means that, yep, there we go. Yep. Also means that Chovy will be not really hamstrung in what he picks here. If they want to go on R4, my expectation is they're going to pick a jungle pick for Canyon here and then save that counter pick for Chovy. as we get towards the end of this draft.
Definitely makes the most sense to give Chovy a little bit of extra time. Kha'Zix is the hover currently for Canyon.
Another Canyon special.
I brought it out against Xin Xiao, I remember, as it last year. But instead, actually looks like they're saving jungle for last. Silas locked in for GenG. A couple of great ultimates to steal away. Bullet time, Pop Blossom, even the hero's entrance, very powerful. Anyone's Legend now rotating through their mid lane picks and obviously have, well, either top or mid and jungle left to lock in.
Yeah, we'll see where those picks end up going. So we're going to see the Smolder coming through, which is really interesting.
That's a poetic justice there from Shanks. Picking the Smolder into the melee matchup in mid, something that Chovy also relied upon last year at Worlds. Very memorable game. Was able to then build an absolute monstrous lead very early on. We're going to see if Shanks is going to be able to replicate that with his performance thus far. I do think that the expectations are definitely high, and the stacking is always going to be a big threat, as there is a Jarvan here for Tarzan.
That AoE is gross.
Yeah.
Like, that is such good lockdown. AoE CC into AoE damage. GenG now looking towards jungle. Duro hovering the Talon, which would be a little bit of a shocker, I'll be honest, but does farm really well, has good ganks as well, and when you have lanes that are going to push, like this Caitlyn and Karma, you can play around them. Neferi instead, a different AD jungler, only won one game so far out of 5 here at MSI.
Yeah, I mean, we're full like circle gaming kind of from AL, right? Like as soon as they're able to get down AoE, this ends up being a disastrous comp, but it is, they're gonna swap this, right? No?
Yeah, we're waiting. The timer is running out. It makes sense into the Cassante. You shouldn't be threatened realistically, but looking at the players, I think not what we were expecting, right? Flandre on an 80 top here.
I mean, how do we qualify not what we were expecting, right? Because I will say, in like Flandre's defense, right? He's kind of always been this player who does look for these really interesting top lane counter picks. Thus far this season, he has been much more of a like, okay, we're gonna put you on the Scion, we're gonna put you on the Warwick. Non-subscribers, we'll see you in 30 seconds. You don't have to listen to my Flandre history lesson. But when he first
that's why they should subscribe.
Yeah, great.
Subscribe to hear me rant about Snake Flandre again. But like, he was known for these being on the cutting edge of like picks or builds that people hadn't discovered yet, but also just bringing stuff into the top that people weren't necessarily familiar with. I actually credit him with the tanky Jace build that we saw much earlier this year. And additionally, when he first came in, he was playing the Kassadin as well in the top lane, which I remember from him when he was on Snake. And now I will shut up about Flandre.
No, I want to continue about Flandre. Do you like it now? Right here, right now in this series with the performance we've seen thus far? Because that's where I'd be worried. I think that on a Galio, it's so much easier to have a baseline level of efficiency. And even though I can see how this matchup will work, you just get to stack for free. Cassante really shouldn't be able to touch you at all. The execution mid to late game, definitely a lot more finesse.
It's going to be really tough. You need to make sure your positioning is absolutely on point. And there's always the risk of getting 2v1'd in a lane swap, right? If your tempo is off, it's hard for Flandre to survive to a Karma and a Caitlyn pushing into him. As we get into game 4, Anyone's Legends will defend their own jungle. You saw early wards coming out from GenG down towards that bottom side, just trying to gain control. And this ward will be cleared out as Chovy placed it right in front of Anyone's Legend. You see Canyon up towards his top side. He's going to path down towards bot. He's now tied 8th for the most ever international wins at 94. He's passed Peanut, and he is tied with Ming. Obviously, will overtake Ming if he wins this game, which is very impressive overall from the GenG jungler.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm super curious to see this from Flandre. Like, this is to me, in terms of like play style and thought, vintage Flandre, right? And it might not work, but I'm excited and kind of happy to see it, you know? We'll see how well he does in this lane, but like the other thing I do want to point out, so people don't think I'm ragging on him, I think Flandre is actually so smart about the game, right? And so we'll see what he's able to do on this Smolder pick.
Emily, I don't think anyone doubt your love for Flandre.
I don't
first
think
and
anyone
foremost.
does at this point either.
I
They
think you're
probably
good.
just want me to shut up about it.
I do want to... No. Not going to get away with that. I do want to highlight, I think it's testament to AL as a team, right? And Tabe as a coach, that despite the series he's had thus far, he's still getting the counter pick.
Yep.
He's still getting the opportunity to showcase what he can do, as we see here in the tri-lane view. A lot of early trading.
Shanks is level 3 already. Canyon's coming across though after doing 3 camps. Shanks has the Justice Punch, so he can escape Canyon's clutches if he wishes. We'll get the push in and then just get a cheater recall off as Chovy farms underneath his tower. So early push from Hope and Kyle as well. They were able to land some damage on Ruler and Juro, which forced them back a little bit. You can see Juro and Kyle have both used their heals already down towards that bottom side. No unsealed spellbooks in the game. So we are just going to stick with our normal summoner spells for this matchup.
But we do have to keep track of who's who with this Nico.
Well, that's true. That is true.
But yeah, obviously with Hope having to back, Juro and Ruler taking full control over the push in this lane, this can be such an oppressive lane.
If you are ever confused, by the way, because the spectator client says AL Hope, the one that's a little shinier is the Nico. I know that's a little bit hard to see sometimes, but that's the easiest way to see it. You can see the bottom Hope there, just a little bit more glistening
Snazzy.
than the top Hope, yeah.
They do look distinctly different.
Yeah.
I will still get fooled by it.
I'm going to mess it up at least
times.
once in this game.
As right now, early laning phase is not looking too crazy anywhere. The only setup of runes I do want to highlight is that Chovy has gone in a melee versus melee matchup for Grasp. We also have Keen going for Aftershock, which obviously in a matchup where you're just not going to be able to stack Grasp, not going to get a lot of value out of that. So instead just going for the rune where the baseline value, whenever you're Chenki, is still going to be very high.
And Flandre has had control over this lane. This is kind of the matchup, right? And one of the reasons why you would end up picking this Smolder into the Cassante. So thus far, having Prio in that lane for AL. And just a lot of attention, honestly, being paid to the mid lane. I guess, as expected, both junglers kind of pathing through, checking in on their mids. But this Galio generally having push.
I want to highlight though, Keen I think is trading as much as he can. The lane swap has already been executed by GenG. So he's going to be able to keep the wave here, ensure that his bot lane can catch it. They are losing a decent amount of minions towards the bot side of the lane here. So Keen is going to first have to base, then TP. So that is a full wave being gone. And it looks like L should also be able to respond. We'll see if Ruler can get the cancel onto Flandre. That would be huge, but doesn't look like it's going to be the case.
That's a lot of minions lost down towards that bottom side for Keen and for GenG. A 10 CS lead for Flandre up towards that top side. Ruler slightly ahead as well. It's to be expected. Caitlyn Karma does just control the lane really well. The extra range and the poke potential from them means that it's going to be hard for Hope and Kyle to stay on an even keel in terms of CS numbers at least.
It's also Keen after 2 carry performs like, okay, stay in the lane a little bit longer, drop that wave. Ruler needs his lane positioned in a spot that works, and it makes sense. You are playing with this comp for this Karma as well as this Caitlyn. Tarzan's on his way toward that lane as well.
We also do see that Canyon has first rotation and very early control of this Drake, so GenG will be picking that up very, very early on in this game. Start that Drake stacking super early, right off of that lane swap.
Tarzan still here.
Snuck behind them. Duro and Ruler, though, should be able to walk away. Good route onto Duro means that Tarzan can just wait out the flag and drag combo. Duro the first to fall. Tarzan looks for a little bit more, but can't quite catch out Ruler.
Nice. Tarzan's patience pays off in that top side. Trading, knowing who is on the bot side. GenG taking down that first Drake again. So, again, nice little cross-map play coming out of AL.
And there, Duro, good call not using the flash, was definitely dead, but it was the knowledge that you know Tarzan is going to stick around. He's not, doesn't have anything to do on the other end of the map. You just got the dragon, and we can see lack of vision as Tarzan continues to move around. He was the one that picked up that kill. I think that's the only, if it's possible to give it to one of your bot laners, particularly in a top 2v2 this tough, it would have been good.
Flandre has to flash away from the Intofos.
Yep, and this is a little bit where it could start getting dangerous, right? With the with the Cassante, level 6 now, the power that brings to his kit it will be, you know, Flandra's going to have to watch himself a little bit more now.
I wonder if we'll see Tarzan going down towards that bottom side.
As we do.
Yeah, there he is. He's just finished his clear, has a red buff up in a couple of seconds time, so he's just going to clear out the ward in the Tribush. Grub's up in 30 seconds. Both the top laners, well, only one of the top laners actually with TP. It's Flandra, so if they do want to fight around it, AL will have a slight advantage.
Yeah, AL should have a really good setup, right? Like, they have good vision. Even with this bot lane from GenG pushing in, they were actually able to get mid lane prio off of this, and the Galio is headed topside as well.
So we do have Keen not having his teleport available. Flandre does have his Smolder this early on, especially with only Swifties. I think most of the value just in the ultimate, so would not seem super likely that he's going to make his way over unless GenG really hard contest. Early objective would be good though, because as noted, GenG did pick up a very early Drake, and even a single Grub, I think they'll be happy with him because of the topside prior that they got. I think getting one should be doable.
Kyle, who is this hope here, is level 6. So he has the Pop Blossom if he wants to go for the fight. Switches into Tarzan, flag and drag in. There's a Hero's Entrance as well as they look for Ruler. There's the Pop Blossom from Kyle across the wall immediately. Canyon able to dodge away from it with a Hound's Pursuit, though. Ruler forced up towards the top side. One Grub already secured for anyone's Legend. They'll take the second, and they will take the third alongside it.
I jokingly called this circle gaming, but that's exactly what you want, right? Like the setup.
Chovy going in onto Hope, immediately dashing forward. The Pop Blossom stolen away. Hope has to flash. Kyle will fall for it though.
And it feels like a repeat of the play that AL found against GenG in game number 1. The initial play looks good. Yes, they are able to deny GenG the ability to steal away one of the Grubs. They force summoners out of both Canyon as well as Ruler, and the initial play looks good, but GenG find the punish on the exit.
And this is exactly what I like to see from these two teams, right? Like going back and forth as Tarzan goes in on to Ruler. He gets out, thinks he gets out, but then Kyle is there, and then he has to flash out of the backside. And then as we see them cleaning up these 3 Grubs, Flandra might be in trouble.
Doesn't have flash, remember. Joe's going to look for the chains. TP coming in. Mom called. The ace in the hole won't be enough to kill off the Smolder. So this TP is just going to be able to defend the push in from GenG.
TP from Shanks means that Flandre stays safe, but they are keeping this Smolder on the back foot. It's going to have to be another TP invested from Fly towards the top side, which means that GenG, when this next dragon spawns in about a minute, will have a summoner's advantage. Obviously, Flandre not having a way to stop Keen's TP. And if GenG can, at what will be like 11 minutes, already get to a 2 Drake lead, AL might be forced into some fights that, particularly with a Smolder, you don't necessarily want to take.
Yeah, GenG could have some really good setups with AL kind of waiting for that Smolder to fully stack, to fully come online. Taking that early Drake was actually crucial for them because it does force AL to note the timers. Like that was, I believe, the earliest Drake we've seen taken in this series. Yeah. So yeah, really, really nice setup for GenG if they can get vision down there and kind of force AL to either give it up, which starts their Drake stacking really, really early, or force AL to fight when they might not have proper itemization or Smolder stacks.
It's something you can do when you have an AD carry that is in such a dominant position in the 2v2, right? Like Hope is at 82 CS to Ruler's 114. That is essentially 5 waves of minions that Ruler has been able to pick up in this early game that Hope hasn't had access to. He's on his way towards the Collector, has the serrated Dirk and a pickaxe right now.
Good use of the phase rush there from Shanks, using the ability to dodge out of Chovy's counter trade. We have Chovy sitting on the components, but not yet his Rod of Ages finished. Canyon, though, he is sitting on that Shojin, and even though Tarzan is still decently ahead, they're both at 1-item spikes, both sitting on boots, and Neferi in these fights, if not dealt with, can really take over with the reset.
We see Chovy TPing down to this bot side. Keen's TP is up while Flandra's is down for this Drake fight. So Keen can join.
Poke.
Well, Flandra can't, and they're just taking so much damage.
The ace in the hole took about half of Kyle's HP as anyone's Legend do try and wrest some control over this river. The Smolder moving down from top because he doesn't have that teleport. Keen can continue to push in, maybe get a plate for himself in this small window.
But now you see GenG immediately peel off. They don't need to do anything because Keen is going to be pushing this wave in top. Chovy is just pushing the wave in bot. For GenG, it's fine to slow play this.
And this is exactly what we were talking about. This is the power that getting that super early Drake gave them, and then potentially forcing AL to kind of choose whether they want to contest this at potentially a disadvantageous spot.
Look at that ward, the TP!
TP immediately. AL will back away. Yep. They know they can't do anything here. As the the taunt, sorry, is going to go on to Chovy. Kyle forced out the all-out on Hope. It's Hope that he's got! I thought it was the shape splitter, but Keen finds the all-out that he wanted, and Hope goes down.
And that's a big mistake from Hope. I'd love to see, again, a little bit more of the setup on that. Just looked like he was caught out of position in the mid lane as they were backing off that Drake fight. And what potentially could have been maybe getting control of the mid wave, right? And then also allowing Flandre to push on this top side kind of turns into GenG being able to shove this wave in mid, getting the kill, getting the Drake, and being able to completely reset on the map.
And if you thought that that ultimate from Ruler did damage, now it's an Infernal Rift, so we are going to be looking towards an Infernal Soul. Now AL, when it comes to the gold, still barely behind. It's more so about the fight they might be forced into, because I think as strong as this composition is, looking at what they have, right, there is so much AoE CC, but you do need to be able to actually get onto the objective, to get onto the river. And GenG, if they are the ones, and you have to walk through the choke point to get to them, it gets really hard. If GenG ever has to try and get through a choke, obviously, they won't be able to do so.
It's also, like, who is tanky enough on anyone's Legends to survive through Ruler autoing them a few times?
Yeah.
Like, you have a double haunting guy Shanks, Tarzan has Sundered Sky first, Flandre is never going to be tanky on this Smolder.
And we've seen so many great Caitlyn performances. A lot of them have come off, again, these invades. We still remember On's insane Elise performance that set up Elk on that pick as well. However, one thing I also want to point out is this Smolder stack timing. Now that we are just past 14 minutes, Flandre is at 125. Like, this is the exact average, 14.54 for the 125. So he's slightly ahead in terms of split 2 and MSI combined.
And I do think that if Flandre reaches that point, target selection for GenG is actually pretty tough, right? Because unless they get a flank, they don't really have great engage. It's really more about the poke that they can set up, the area control. And unless Keen somehow finds a way onto that Smolder, outside of Canyon jumping in or Chovy finding some crazy chains, it should be relatively easy for AL to then sit back and just poke with that Smolder Q.
Helps with clearing out the wolves that Canyon will be summoning as well with the Super Scorcher Breath. They're still trying to stack up. I think the average 225 is about 23 minutes, if I remember correctly.
22.59.
Just short of it. So Flandre, now that he's hit that 125 mark, is going to be able to farm up these waves a little bit quicker.
That's going to be right about if GenG get the next Drake when we're at the soul fight. So that is going to be, might end up being what the game revolves around. AL though, setting up this objective.
Shanks is heading up from mid.
And they're trying to get in for the steal. There's the eye there for him as well. Could use that with the smite. Tarzan will secure it. Pop Blossom on the backline. Ruler with a cleanse, but he's caught by the Strangled Thorns. The engage as well with a flash taunt. Keen getting chased away by Flandre. But he will manage to survive. If held picked up by anyone's Legend.
Chovy had TP but didn't want to use it, so instead AL get everything they wanted, as well as the sums of the bot lane of GenG.
Yeah, the sums, and Shanks just barely missed in catching Ruler as well on the backside of that fight, but now they're just going to pop this Herald in the mid lane, get extra damage on this mid turret, and take down this Crab on the top side.
And with those sums not being available, Duro in particular is so susceptible to Tarzan as GenG is looking to fight.
Tarzan's being really greedy here. Chovy has stolen away the Cataclysm, but a good make it rain from Hope will slow them down enough. Tarzan going back in towards Chovy. The flank position as well from Shanks is not the best. He's knocked back and taken out. GenG claimed the Feat of Warfare. Cataclysm flashed away by Hope as well. As in the end, AO just a little bit too greedy staying around for that Skull Crab.
A little bit too greedy for the Crab. Chovy ends up getting that J4 ult too off of Tarzan, which is huge. Hope ends up having to blow his flash, which is going to be big for the next time they have to fight. Again, these little incremental advantages that GenG are getting both on the map and in these fights are crucial.
Gotta say though, going to the next fight, AL will still be able to contest, and without the summoners on both the bot laners for GenG, the value of that Cataclysm becomes so much higher, right? There are, as we've highlighted, so many circles for AL that you gotta deal with. There is both Kyle, Shanks, as well as Tarzan that are going to be looking to get access to that backline, and while the front end of GenG can easily deal with it, if Duro ever gets clipped by any of those, he just ends up going down, and you can see GenG, they do have prio, as would be expected. They want to get this soul point right here, right now.
Chovy with the teleport in the top side, whereas Shanks does not have one. So GenG will have a man advantage if this fight begins. The hero's entrance stolen away as well gives some more protection to Ruler and Duro if they're jumped on. Shapesplitter goes forward, spots it out. Looks like Chovy's actually going to be stopped by Shanks. Get it. He's TPing behind them right now. Shanks on his way down, has that hero's entrance. The dragon down to 5,000 HP.
Will be spotted.
TP coming across, as you say, Chovy spotted. Shanks looking for it. Tarzan goes in. There's a hero's entrance. Cataclysm mob. And that's the wombo combo that anyone's legends were looking for. Keen goes all out, dashes forward onto Hope and will get the kill. He'll fall forward. Good on Tofu's with a 3-man knockup. But only Canyon and Chovy stay standing.
Really, really nicely done from AL, and you see the power of these ultimates when they're combined. They see Chovy coming in on the flank, and that is the go button, right? As soon as Shanks is able to go in, they end up cleaning up that Drake, and that's huge. They stop this early Drake stacking from GenG.
It's also, as we kept saying, it's both Ruler and Duro getting caught. They don't have a way out of this. The CC and damage train is beautiful, and despite Keen getting a kill on the back end here, it just doesn't matter because they're two damage, or one of the damages, one of the characters that allows him to just sustain throughout the fight, absorb that damage, isn't there. That's a really big win, allows you to maybe hit that possible smaller break point, and the gold lead now in favor of AL.
Yeah, and this is also what we talked about with this AL composition and having these two massive damage dealers, right? And you not only have to worry about getting onto Hope, but you also have to worry about getting onto Flandra, who was actually the person who ended up doing the most damage in that team fight for anyone's legend.
You can see what the wombo combo does though. Like 223 damage combined from the Caitlyn, who was 1,000 gold ahead, and the Karma as well. It's exactly what anyone's legends want to do in these team fights. With GenG now having their summoners on the way back up, it is going to be harder, obviously, for them to do it, but anyone's legends will just be happy that they've delayed the game a little bit, have stopped that soul stacking. Chovy getting chunked out by Shanks, who uses the phase rush to dodge his way away.
And that delay is huge because, again, it allows Flandra to creep ever closer to this 225 smolder stack point that we're all incredibly familiar with. And it just allows them to kind of reset and not give GenG as much control over this map.
That said, I do think as we get to the really late stages of the game, everyone else on GenG feels a lot better than their counterparts, and it will just revolve around Flandra, right? Because a Caitlyn on multiple items, a Sylas that has the both an incredible amount of AP as well as ability haste, and Neferi as well as Cassante in those fights, I think you're going to be feeling good about as possible picks.
Chovy goes in, they're going to go for the fight, the flash away, but there's the Cataclysm for the follow-up. The taunt comes out and Chovy is locked in the pit. He'll fall, GenG start up the Uttercon. I really can't do this.
Yeah, they can't, not with that pick onto Chovy in the side lane. And again, nicely done from AL, recognizing that GenG want to start up that Otacon, want to leverage the pressure of Chovy in this side lane, immediately finding that pick onto him.
Canyon's going to jump the wall here. They're going to look for Flandre if they can find him. Canyon eviscerates across. Flandre is going to flash underneath the tower with the Hound's Pursuit coming out, and Flandre is still very healthy. Does have to burn that flash to get away.
But they also get Keen's flash. I think he was looking for more. If you're able to get the ult off before the flash, you can still drag him back, kind of get the snap back there, but they're not able to find it. Flandre not having his flash available is nice, but still think AL are feeling great about the position that they're in, as GenG may be looking to again start up this Otacon, but with this many people in the area, don't think that it's going to be anything more than a feint.
Yeah, they'll get spotted out.
I think for anyone's legend, the only thing you're ruining in this early game is the fact that Tarzan's the one that's got all the kills. 4-0-1 on this Jarvan. Does have a 1.5k gold lead, but obviously Jarvan, as the game goes on, falls off a little bit. Chovy caught out again as Flandre's looking for the chase. He can just dash across the wall. There's the Cataclysm, though, in from Tarzan. Hero's entrance there for the follow-up, and Chovy has no flash to escape. Hope takes the kill. Chovy falls for the second time this game.
And Chovy has had a relatively muted series, but in this game, he's straight up just getting targeted down by his ex-teammate. Back-to-back plays now from Tarzan, picking off, and there is no cross-map available for GenG on the other end.
Small consolation prize. They were actually able to take out that tier 1 in the top side, right? So that will be good for GenG. Again, if you get this Caitlyn up against a turret, she's just going to take it down so quickly.
Ruler also now with the IE finished. Once that third item comes in, the Caitlyn has only become a bigger problem. They have a good amount of damage here. It looks like AL, people are on the way, but I don't know if they're really in position right now. Not that much damage just yet, but with the TP from Chovy.
Flandre could TP up towards this, but I really don't think he's going to. He's running down towards bot side. AL yet to contest it. It's down to 8,000. Yeah, I think it's just gone. Good call from GenG to sneak this one away. Pings come out from Tarzan as he spots that this is happening, but he can't get in range to get the smite off, and GenG pull off a heist.
Great recognition of the fact that AL are kind of resetting on this map, right? Really nicely done from GenG. That is a big counter punch that, again, is now going to delay the game a little bit in their favor after Chovy gets caught out.
That's the stacks right there for Flandre. 235 hit. And AL must have thought that GenG were going to overload the bottom half of the map to fight for this dragon. GenG catching them off guard, but it's AL that have control of the river. Look at Flandre. His damage, I think, going to be pivotal in these fights.
Doesn't have flash, though, nor does Keen, nor does Chovy. Everyone else on the map has that summoner available. Keen has snuck into this bush, but AL begin to wrest control back in their favors. Keen knocked into the wall. Ace in the hole is going to hit onto Hope. The taunt going out onto that Cassante. Canyon almost jumped on by Tarzan, but good eviscerate will get him away. Keen has TP, so he can base and get back into the action.
As you see, clearing out vision.
Oh, there's the TP.
Right back in.
That's aggressive.
Keen, Pop Blossom onto Ruler. Tarzan there for the follow-up. Cataclysm coming in, the hero's entrance, stolen away by Chovy. Will keep Ruler alive. Keen goes in with the all-out, pulling Tarzan back into the team. Canyon looking for the flank onto Flandre. He'll go in with the hands, but Super Keen's already dead. Juro low as well. The hero's entrance countered by Shanks as he dashes forward. Chovy down, Ruler and Juro and Canyon, the only 3 left alive.
And Canyon was waiting, but to what end? AL, they weren't thinking about going back. Flandre not looking to retreat to the safety of his jungle. Instead, they were just playing forward.
And even when he did end up going on to Flandre, Shanks is there to help protect him, right? Which is absolutely massive from him as we see how this fight started with the TP coming in and Kyle with a Pop Blossom right onto Ruler.
And they are able to keep Ruler alive for a decent amount, but it's the decision of Canyon to stay in the brush. I think looking maybe for an angle on Flandre, but Keen, he's not that tanky. So without any threat, the rest of AL just pushes onto the enemy back line.
Means a lot to anyone's legend, obviously. It's not an elimination series, but taking out the LCK #1 seed would be huge for AL. For GenG, still only a couple of good team fights away from taking this series, getting back into control. What AL are doing really well is stopping Ruler from actually being able to have any impact in the fights. Like, even if he avoids the first engage, there's then Jarvan EQ again, there's Kyle going in with a Pop Blossom, there's a Cataclysm, there's Shanks, there's so many tools for anyone's legend, and there's not enough damage on the rest of GenG to really be a threat.
And by contrast, I think Shanks on this Galio has done a really good job of helping protect. Again, you saw it in that fight on the back half of it when they tried to get onto Flandre. And that's absolutely massive. Not only having 2 damage dealers that you really have to target, but also the power of Galio to protect him.
He's also gone for a very aggressive build, right? Like, it's not the Hollow Radiance that we so often see. It's Leandris, Riftmaker as well. So he is a actual threat to the backline. And Chovy just now hitting the 10 stacks. Riftmaker as well, but he's been unable to have an impact in this game on a pick that normally we see him do a lot. And if there's no mid laner, Canyon isn't in the fight, and Ruler is taken out. As you highlighted, there just isn't enough damage, and the faith in Flandre as well hasn't died this game. Been, I think, having great positioning in the fights as well. Thus far has paid off for AL as Keen.
Should be able to get away from this one. Goes all out onto Shanks. Gonna knock back, he's taken out immediately by Flandre. Mum comes in, there's the all-out in fact, as the Catacomb comes out onto Ruler. Hero's entered the follow-up, there's a Pop Blossom as well, and AL are not done with this fight yet. Canyon trying to escape Chovy so late on the TP, but Canyon's already down, and there's a Baron available for AL.
This Smolder pick from Flandre is absolutely showing up massively. I think I owe him an apology. I think you owe him an apology as well.
Yeah, you're in the clear. It's all on me here, Emily, as AL looking to take Baron and bring us to the promised game number... Well, actually, he didn't promise, but game number 5!
The game number 5 I wanted, but didn't promise.
I think we all wanted it.
I mean, these are two really good teams. It's been amazing to watch them trade blow for blow, especially in this game. Here, Keen tries to go all out. Shanks, again, this combination of Shanks and Flandre with the rest of AL coming up. Pop Blossom gets right onto Ruler, and once Ruler is out, it takes out so much of their damage.
The biggest thing is that it's so obvious that GenG wasn't ready for everyone to be there, right? Like the fact that out of nowhere, Kel shows up, gets the CC onto the backline, and GenG, we're now going to the point where they need a crazy Hail Mary, something insane to happen for them to deny AL the game number 5, 2 Drakes. The third Drake certainly with the Rebel Burn probably still going on for 2 more minutes, going to AL. And that is 3 Infernal Drakes with the possibility of Assault, if the game even lasts that long, because these fights, very one-sided.
Over an 8,000 gold lead for anyone's Legend. Almost 300 stacks as well on the Smolder. Obviously 225 is the mark that we always talk about, but the damage increases the more stacks you get on that champion. Tarzan and Hope just stealing away as much of this jungle as possible, and GenG have to retreat. Their jungle is not their own anymore. They do have 2 items on Chovy, 3 items on Ruler. Canyon is strong, you know, Black Cleaver, Spear of Sojourn is a lot, but they are just all so far in the hole when you look at their respective counterparts on AL.
He's strong, but this Nefiri pick has not been able to have the impact that GenG would have wanted. By contrast, Tarzan has absolutely controlled the pace of this game, as we see the siege potential of this team coming out from both Hope and Flandre here. Shanks cleaning up that tier 2 in the mid. And they're just going to kind of go back and forth between these lanes.
Anyone's Legends are just walking. They're just walking menacingly at GenG, and they're having to retreat. Flandre looking for the inhibitor here down towards the bottom side. Will be able to secure it with the Baron buff up for another wave. AL could go for double inhib off this push. Drake is up now.
And AL could even be looking if they get a pick or 2 for the end there with the Baron buff. Still on for a little bit longer. TP comes in. They want to keep this pressure going.
Using the Shape Splitter as well to eat those Cupcake. The Yordle Snapchat. Chovy goes in. Pop Blossom is going to land the hero's entrance there for the follow-up. But the time! Hope Untouched just melts through GenG. Ruler and Juro, the only 2 left alive here. AL, do they have the waves to push in?
I think they do. They're going to try. They have a Grubs. So I think they have it.
They have the Grubs, but the backdoor bonus, I think that cannon minion is too far away, so that tower actually gets a bit tankier. There's a wave coming in bot side, and it should be there in time. Still 30 seconds before any reinforcements arrive for GenG. Anyone's Legends strike back in game 4 and will take us to Silver Scrapes.
The Silver Scrapes we all wanted. Number 1 seed of LPL versus number 1 seed from LCK. We got to see so much here. Tarzan controlling the pace of the game. Shanks having a phenomenal Galio game. Flandre being vintage Flandre, pulling out this top lane counter pick Smolder and absolutely dazzling with it.
Can't wait to see what game 5 is going to bring. I think this game also in draft bringing us a couple of curveballs included. What was going to go where? Flandre coming up huge here in game number 4. And with Fearless especially, I can't wait to see what is going to be cooked in those drafts.
Teemo into Vayne top, that's what I'm calling it.
Yeah.
I learned from Broxer, that's how you play it, but what a performance from AL to bounce back. You talked about it a lot, Emily. Neither of these teams are a team that's going to tilt. They're both very able to reset, get ready for the next series, and as we reset and get ready, we're going to hand it over to the analyst desk, where I'm sure Raz has something controversial to say.
Let it rip, Raz!
Come on!
Man, I love Flandre. He's the best top laner of the tournament. No, that's the controversial point. That's just not it. I don't even believe it. But what's so fun about Flandre is that like when he started his career, it was off the back of like Fizz AP top lane, like AD LeBlanc top. He was somebody who was always thinking of something like crack-induced. Insane. Like legitimately, he would try all these crazy things. And I feel like this year, he's bringing a little bit of it back. In placements, he was bringing back like the Vladimir counter picks. And then now we're starting to see, I mean, sure, Smolder AD top lane into Cassante has been picked before. But like, that's not what you expected for Flandre coming into this tournament.
Absolutely not, but that is gonna bring us to Game 5, which is all I wanted, honestly, with a series like this. And it all started with Tarzan and how he set up the pace in the early game.
It certainly did, and these team fights, and Tabe cooking with the tools that are available to him. I mean, to create these big wombo combos. So we're gonna take a look at one of them. Let's see, is this the first one by Dragon where they all blew up, or the second? Let's play it.
There's been so many of them.
Because yeah, they drafted so many of these big AoEs. You mentioned, yes, the Smolder into the Cassante on top side, but look at how many forms of engage they had. Okay, this is the second one, and Kael starts it out, Tarzan follows it up, and they have so many forms of engage. Now the Galio comes in to try and save, but Keen on the front line trying to gain that distance, and they just lock him up again.
This is like the LPL Classic, by the way, like the Jarvan, Galio, 2017 Team WE, that kind of thing, where it's like you are forced to teamfight against us, especially if you're playing Caitlyn Karma. It's really difficult to play against, so this is something they came in with. You're talking about Tabe cooking. Tabe's cooking with something from the past, and also wanting to point out that, like, not only did Tarzan really have an impactful team fight, 100% kill participation. Like, he was really active at the beginning of the game. Ganked topside when they had swapped, like, made it so his bot lane was able to, like, push back against the Caitlyn Karma menace. There's so much this team is doing that pushes them now into Game 5, where, sure, like, a few people would have expected it, but they're looking strong, man.
I was a bit worried to see most of the kills on Tarzan, honestly, and not so much on the rest of the carries. But when you have a composition like this with so many big ults, so many things that can well combo together, I feel like whatever GenG was trying to throw at them wasn't working. Look at this damage though. Like, GenG's comp did nothing.
Yeah, Flandre is undefeated on the Smolder, his second game of it in his career, and picking it into the Keen Sante. Really nicely done here.
Yeah, and like, especially when you throw the gauntlet, B1 Galio, and you're like, okay, well, what are we gonna pick against it? Like, a lot of the, to be fair, a lot of the picks that you'd want to play into it, like Trundle and stuff, are already taken away within the series. So it makes it a little bit more safer. But some of the lane matchups, I was like, okay, well, I am not super confident in, but I thought it was going to be going Galio top, because he's played Galio top before. So that, I think that was kind of the switch up that I'm not sure if GenG was aware of.
And that's what we wanted, honestly. Seeing AL going back to those heavy team fight comps that can create action right from the early game, because when you look at Game 1 and Game 4 here, it looks like GenG cannot really find answers against compositions like this if they don't have the agency they want in the early game. Now, looking at Game 5, Silver Scrapes, once again, I gotta say, every time I'm hosting, we have 5-game series. What are we looking at here on both sides? We predicted 3-2 GenG. Do we still confident in that prediction?
I don't know. I'm wavering a little bit. I'm flip-flopping. I'm going to AL. I have to. I must. For my boy.
Oh my God.
For my boy, I have to flip-flop.
I'm sticking with mine. I'm sticking with GenG. Bring us to that Silver Scrapes, though. Let's hear it.
Let's hear it. It is time for another Silver Scrapes here in Vancouver. Are you ready? We'll be back right after this.
Onto Shanks. He's gonna knock back, he's taken out immediately by Flandre. Mum comes in, there's the all-out in fact, as the Catacomb comes out onto Ruler. Here is entered to follow up, there's a Pop Blossom as well, and AL are not done with this fight yet. Canyon trying to escape Chobi so late on the TP, but Canyon's already down, and there's a Baron available for AL.
And it is game 5 once again here between the two favorites of the tournament so far. Anyone's Legend versus GenG. We are ready.
It's insane to see that AL, a team that, you know, this organization that has kind of been struggling when they first came in, took in Rogue Warriors, all this stuff. Then they pick up a lot of these players. This year was Tarzan and Flandre. I already had, like, Tabe came in as well, and they've had such a meteoric rise to be in this moment in MSI.
And on the other side, you have GenG, the most dominant team that we had in the LCK this year. They won MSI last year. They are coming for that title once again, and they want to prove it against AL today.
Yep, the reigning MSI champions select blue side for game number 5, and the LCK versus LPL all-time stats as well, pretty much in their favor. So very a whole bunch of pressure riding on this game.
Yeah, 100%. Anytime they face off against each other, you know the people online from both like China and Korea will just be like talking about it. Like the rivalry goes deep, especially when you think about like Rift Rivals days. Like I remember like casting during those days, and it's always just like constantly a back and forth struggle. So I like how close it is. And AL is just that next team in the line of legacy for the LPL.
Absolutely, and when you think about it, AL is the team that challenged the most GenG since Hanwha Life Esports in LCK so far. So do they have what it takes? Do they have what it takes to finally take them down and end this 20 series win streak for GenG?
They might just. On red side, you have to have confidence in some of these counter picks and these creative things. Like maybe we pull out some stuff we haven't even seen all year long.
And this is just talking about the streak that GenG is currently in. It is ridiculous. HLE was so close to being able to take it until GenG had that reverse sweep. And here we are, once again, another opponent. AL is ready to do it. And I want to talk about the player that was able to push them to that moment with that Smolder pick. Flandre, and like, I guess talking about his career over the years, yes, he is a world champion. He did that with EDG, but before that he was on Snake. And like that journey that he has had as a player to be on stage like this is beautiful. And when he joined this team on Snake, Like, he got them through the LSPL, all the way into the LPL. He was the last remaining player there. And then at some point, you know, loyalties kind of shake. They move to LNG. He then ends up getting an opportunity with EDG, and he kind of changes. He shifts with the times from being a highly, like, great, like, mechanical top laner that was working well with SOFM to a sturdy top laner that could do his job on tank champions, and now he's in this moment.
And the world champion, of course, we remember, in Iceland with EDG, back here today at MSI for the very first time for this player. And guys, we've been talking about how much these top laners have been cooking on the top lane. We have Keen on one side, slamming the carry champions. And Flandre, I don't even know what to expect from this guy anymore. So what do we have here when we look at the champion pool for both these players?
Yeah, and so just, of course, a lot of picks have been taken away from both of these players throughout this series. And on top of that, this is not even including the LPL placements that Vladimir would have been there. So these are the picks that are on the board that they have played this split and in this tournament. So, like, I already heard the casters talk about the Yorick pick, the Yorick. Oh, where did the Yorick go?
Foreshadowing.
That's one option.
Foreshadowing. That's an important one, Raz. Be careful with that one.
What pick are you looking for?
Specialties. I mean, I mentioned the Sejuani top early on just because it is so flavorful. But honestly, I want to see the extra spice come out. Something that we haven't seen all year long.
I feel like they're going to surprise us anyway. This series has been amazing so far. It's everything we wanted here in Vancouver. Are you ready? It is the Game 5 between GenG and Anyone's Legend. Casters, take it away one last time.
Well, here we go. Vancouver, we've had Silver Scrapes. Now we get the action. Obviously, we have to go through draft first, but eventually there'll be people on Summoner's Rift.
Draft is action.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Draft is what everyone pays attention to.
Right?
I'm also just glad that it's like me and Raz on this day, right? So we get to regale you with all of our Flandre stories.
True.
And also just watching him show up is amazing, right? Like previously on JDG, as they mentioned, where they were kind of looking to train up Sheer as his replacement, right? And then came to this Anyone's Legend squad and has been a really crucial part of how they play.
Also, again, credit to Tabe. Smaller counter pick we used to see last year as well, but it's particularly given how the series has played out thus far, right? Flandre just getting get by Keen a couple of games in a row. That Smolder, he was able to make it work.
And I regret to inform you that we will not be seeing the Yorick in this either. That is already taken off the table, as is the Callista, and then on Anyone's Legend side, that Renekton being removed. I do like how much it seems that GenG did pay attention to some of these high prio picks for Anyone's Legend, the Callista also being something that they've been really successful with.
And those bans, given Chovy's performance in the last game, makes sense. He was invisible on the Sylas, a pick that normally he has high impact on. Nowhere to be found in that last one. Shanks with the AP build, really running him over. And so, as a result, AL just say, ban out Keen. Take away as many of the powerful picks that you can pick. Both Jace and the Renekton. There are counter picks, but they are known for being hard to actually shut down, and they can take over games if they get early leads.
We're really falling down towards the low A tier, B tier picks in every single role, with obviously 6 bans in this game so far, but also the 8 bans per role from the previous games in this Fearless. So, first pick, what do GenG want? They selected blue side, and Rise is still up. Firstly, a denial from Shanks, who is absolutely superb on the pick, but also something that Chovy will be very happy to have his hands on.
Yeah, it's everything you kind of want for Chovy, right? The ability to join up in a team fight, the global for the overall team composition, and something that we had seen until this point kind of remain on the ban list.
Also uniquely a flex pick. We saw it on the giant board that Kobe was holding up earlier before Raz, started throwing stuff at it. Keen did play this already.
He played it before. The thing that's cool about this is it is like a pocket pick for him in the top. He's brought it out even when it has truly been off meta before the days of Fearless, as we see this Skarner hover and the Skarner coming in. Not only a solid pick for Tarzan, but also a denial from Canyon.
Yeah, there's a reason AL have been banning it out in the other games, right? They want to make sure that Canyon doesn't get his hands on this. I think GenG, one of the best teams in the world generally, but also playing around this Skarner pick and making sure you utilize it well. So often we see Impales going wide. GenG just really good at setting up to make sure you get those multi-man Impales. It is going to be the Sejuani as an answer for here from Canyon. I wonder if we'll see a melee top laner as well. Obviously, Sejuani's passive so powerful when you have a melee, and it is the Camille locked in for Keen.
Keen throwing down the gauntlet with the blind pick Camille coming out.
And there are a lot of the picks you often see Unted already taken away, right? Even things that might not end up in the lane matchup, but the Poppy comes to mind as the classic Ryze counter pick. Hasn't worked out thus far, but with Shanks' performance on the day, I think that the trust is earned.
I just also really like the way GenG have gone around these first 3 picks. Getting the Ryze, very good for them, obviously, is that first pick. But as soon as they see AD carry and jungle, they're like, okay, if we're locking top on this rotation, you can only answer either mid or top. AL have decided mid is the answer. Cassio obviously really nice into the Ryze, but it does allow GenG to get rid of a couple of top laners here if they're worried about anything from AL.
We're also getting to the point in the game where there aren't a lot of engage supports left, so picking up early engage in that Sejuani is a big deal.
Yeah, as we see the Leona already being taken out by GenG, kind of following exactly your thought process, Chronicler, while we also see the Ruler Zeri being banned out once again by anyone's legend. And this Cassio pick is something that Shanks has had success on, that we have seen anyone's legend play around previously in the LPL. And the big thing to me that I want to know is, what does Flandra have against this Camille?
Vayne top. Don't think it would work, but it would be fun to watch.
I don't think it would work either, but what a way to go.
Renata banned out here by AL. The Kalista obviously banned away earlier by GenG. They've removed Leona on this second rotation. I wonder where they're going to go with this final ban. Could be something for the top lane. We talked about Elise, another engaged support. Has a huge amount of damage alongside the Corki in that bot lane. Can make things difficult for Juro and Ruler.
Bot lane matchup going to come through here. There is the possibility for what I would love, which is a support counter pick here for Kyle. I think he can really shape matchups. As that, the Shen could be coming through here. Most likely would be going towards the top side of the map, but could theoretically still be a flex. And I like this. It still keeps a little bit of uncertainty what AL are going to do with this pick.
Yeah, it could go, but I do think that that probably is going to go into the top lane for Flandra, and we will see the response over here from GenG to round out their composition.
Where are we in terms of AD carries? Are we down at the Aphelios levels? Is that what we're looking at? Jinx was already banned out. Xayah actually worked her way through and is still available. So gives you great safety, good self-peel with that Featherstorm.
I was looking at Ashe as well, particularly when combined with the...
Okay, Duro. Locks in the Blitzcrank. You know what GenG want to be doing here, finding those picks. They have so much CC to follow up and good backline threats if they need to distract AL during those fights.
And as a Cassio, for example, if you do get hooked, that is just the end of it. You are forced to be in range, right? As strong as she is, you can weave in and out, but you are not going to be able to escape. At least getting close.
Shen support still a possibility. The Gragas locked in. So it looks like it is going to be Kyle on the Shen in that supporting role, answering into the Blitzcrank Xayah that has come out from GenG. Top lane, Gragas known as a bit of a counter into the Camille. If she goes for the hookshot wall dive, obviously you can body slam, and then you have the explosive cask as well.
That's the big thing. There is so much safety to keep these big carries, Shanks and Hope, safe. You have the disengage from the Gragas, and one of the big things with Camille is that even a mobile AD carry you can lock down. With a Gragas, that's going to be way harder for GenG.
Yeah, and it's really going to depend, for me, what these junglers do early, right? We've seen in a lot of these games, actually, it's kind of whoever is able to get out ahead. In particular, Tarzan absolutely dominated in the previous game, and if he's able to have a similar impact on this anyone's legend team, they should be able to set up really well to protect their carries.
As for me, X Factor is Canyon as non-subscribers. We'll see you in 30 seconds on one hand, but Duro is the other, right? This Blitzcrank, we know how this pick works. You either look like you are 1v9ing the game. We saw even last MSI Lahens basically farm his MVP just with that the Blitzcrank with the hooks. And we'll see if Duro can repeat that here a year later.
So far through this MSI, we have had, well, this is our 5th best of 5. The record ever is 6. Vancouver, everyone watching at home, let's make some noise for Anyone's Legend and GenG as we jump into Game 5 between 2 favorites for the tournament, the upper bracket. That winner's final is looming large for both of them. Duro on his Blitzcrank, 13-4 career all-time on this, as AL look to make a little bit of an inroad in here. Flandre with the flank. Ruler's on vision. Duro's not there with him. Tarzan's coming in from the side as well. Will Ruler
they're waiting for the body slam.
Flandre's right there.
A moment of silence before it all erupts. Tarzan's going in. Ruler trying to escape. Flash hits a flash follow the cleanse as well to get away from the slow there. From Ruler, both summoners down for the GenG bot laner.
And you get the sums, the timing is big as well though. Ruler doesn't want, as he is flexing his own skin there on the base, but he doesn't want to have a health deficit, so he is just going straight back. And it both allows Flandre to just leisurely walk back to his lane, while also ensuring that there is early lane control for the bot lane.
Looking to try and get his flash down already. Gets the hookshot wall dive, and Shanks is going to be below half HP as this laning phase starts. Flandre trying to catch out Keen as he walks across, but shouldn't be able to do too much here, especially with Canyon in the area. Canyon can smite this. Just needs a couple more auto attacks. Hookshot wall dive again. Flandre has no flash. Canyon gets the level 2. And now you're looking for the permafrost. There's the stun. No follow-up from Canyon, but Flandre will come into the lane at half HP.
Yeah, that's huge for Keen to be able to take control over this lane. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, if I'm not mistaken, that also did give AL early brush control, taking it away from the Blitzcrank, which can change the dynamic of that 2v2 down there. They look like they are getting the better of the early push.
And Keen taking control in his own hands very early on here. Canyon not wanting to overchase there. Not knowing what Tarzan is, and also if you do get delayed too much on your clear, obviously can come at a cost. A lot of sums being blown, a lot of health bars being trimmed down, but no one going down just yet in this game number 5.
No one going down, but already Flandre is in a massive deficit off of this, right? Like he is, Keen is already up over 200 gold. Flandre's only been able to get 3 CS now. He will be able to kind of collect this wave, it looks like, or what's left of it, and finally get out a little bit. But that gives Keen, as Canyon's gonna have to flash over that wall. I was gonna say, it does give Keen topside control with that ward onto the Krugs.
But it's the bot side prio that is there for AL, so even though Tarzan might take a while, eventually he'll be able to take down Canyon as Duro and Ruler.
Duro looking for that rocket grab, isn't gonna send it out. Sometimes the threat of it is enough, even more deadly than actually using it. Flandre is still in a world of hurt here in top lane, basically 2 waves down as Keen constantly trading with that grass.
Maybe a dive. I see the on the way ping there from Canyon. Not going to be level 4, and Flandre I think knows should be going for the back, and Canyon not wanting to risk it. Greg is notoriously hard to dive as well.
Tarzan, yeah, is heading up.
It looks like he's just going to go over to his wolves. TP comes out from Flandre as he has finished his recall.
Shanks is in kind of a dangerous spot, though. He's been pushed in, which has further given GenG a lot of bot side pressure, as Canyon might be chased off these.
Should be able to get it.
Canyon has smite,
yes,
so
smite.
Unless they fully reset, which they are going to do before they get into the smite range. Well played by Tarzan, skipping his blue and his Gromp actually to come back up there to make sure he was in range. Duro looking here for Kyle. We'll take him down to half HP. Even with that Spirit's Refuge, Kyle still takes a world of hurt.
Big side for the Ruler. He didn't have the cleanse, just now comes off cooldown. If he would have gotten taken, that could have been a really rough trade. Canyon, though, still looking for scraps.
He looks like he's potentially going to go to the Krugs. I was wondering if he was maybe going to go for a lane gank, but he would have been spotted out on the ward.
Yeah, a couple of wards there for anyone's legend on the bottom side. Tarzan now over onto his Grump. We'll have about a two camp lead. Room Prison onto Shanks. He'll chase onto Chovy, but the phase rush gets Chovy out of range of any subsequent Twin Fangs.
And we see Canyon pretty substantially behind Keen, trying to hold on to this lead here. Camille, first few levels obviously very strong. And once this wave actually gets cleared by Keen, early wave clear when it comes to multiple waves. And once for Camille, obviously always very rough. Should be able to pick it up as Duro going to be trying to play it with a fog as much as possible. They obviously know that he's in that brush, but going to be trying and play those mind games. If Hope ever gets grabbed, which with the W shouldn't happen, could be a window for GenG.
And Flandra with kind of getting back into this game, and Push is able to get that ward out. Canyon.
Shanks with the early flash, but Canyon's here for the chase. Chovy had the Room Prison, and down goes Shanks. Canyon secures first blood.
So close there to one more turret shot and a 1-for-1 trade, but Shanks uses his flash, still goes down, and no TP.
And that's really, really rough, especially with the wave state being as it is, right? Chovy is going to be able to shove this in, back. Shanks does not have TP, as you mentioned. He's not going to be able to catch all of this. Really, really nicely done from the mid-jungle duo of GenG.
Yeah, and although Canyon has been set behind a little bit in terms of jungle camps, he's in the right position at the right time. Spell Flux into the Room Prison. Really nothing Shanks can do at that point. Disappointment there, obviously, for anyone's legends that they lose. The early game has very much gone in GenG's favor. The sacrifices AL made with Flandre burning his flash early on haven't really gained them anything. Ruler has both summoners back up right now, so they haven't been able to get any of those early ganks, early punishes on the GenG bot lane.
Yeah, I am looking to see what they do now with... They do have some vision down, and I am curious to see if anyone is going to end up looking to take potentially a first Drake. But yeah, they weren't able to do a lot with that prio. By contrast, I actually thought that Keen was not able to do a ton with that top side prio either. Flandra is still down in CS, still down about 200 gold, but in a better spot than previously, and they weren't able to really hard punish it.
That's always going to be one of the big advantages of the Gragas, actually taking him down with the sustain, especially with this rune setup, is always going to be very, very tough. As Duro, Shanks is great if you can hook him. Kao obviously basically brings the taunt to your AD carry, so he needs to be very deliberate with what he does with this Blitzcrank.
Canyon hits 6 off those Razor Beaks. Tarzan is already level 6, has that Impale. Actually, Canyon just short of it, now gets it from the mid lane. Keen here matching up into Hope on the top side. Kyle's on his way across, but Keen obviously very safe still with the hookshot wall dive. And as we have a moment before the grubs are begun, just want to remind people like how important this series and this MSI is for the LPL. Like BLG last year made 2 finals, weren't able to take the win in either of them. If AL can take down GenG here, it would just be such a great sign for the region. As GenG have taken 2 of the grubs. Keen goes in onto Tarzan, lands the stun. Kyle trying to get in there as well. Chovy and Duro there. Tarzan, good double impale. The Stand United is going to keep him alive, but now the explosive cast coming out as well. As GenG are looking for more. Hope down. Shanks and Flandre trying to retreat, but the Hexagol Maiden will lock them up. There's the Blade Caller to follow up, and Shanks is dead. Flandre tries to jump the wall, and just as I was saying, it would be so good for anyone's legends. GenG have other ideas.
You curse them, Medic. But I will say, that really begins and ends for me with mid-prio, right? They're able to, A, get onto these grubs earlier, but B, able to rotate up. Chovy's already here. Duro coming in, and basically Tarzan is so low, even though he is able to get the suppress, Hope gets killed off the back half of that fight, and it just goes entirely GenG.
And Ruler right there showing why he has a world champion skin throughout the entirety of that fight. Unmarked, unchecked, able to get the recalls that set up GenG as Helper going crazy. This man is so expressive. That's the flip side.
Yeah. I like how he didn't want to go crazy the first time we saw him. It just looked like relief was
He's
like
always
leaking,
holding back.
leaking out of him. But yeah, that is GenG now off to a very handy 1.6k gold lead. And now that Camille that we were saying, oh, you know, Flandre, he's kind of caught up. No, Keen is absolutely going to be a menace in these side lanes. Really accelerated off those 2 kills.
Even there, though, I think for AL, we saw what is close to an ideal fight, because the amount of life that they were able to breathe into Tarzan, who looked like he was dead on arrival, right? There was the shield, there was the disengage from Gragas. They still kept him alive for a good amount of time. Is Hope!
Lands the hook onto Hope, and Hope almost gets out. Canyon able to take him down in the end, and now AO need to retreat. The Impel comes in, but there's a Realm War behind them as well. Tarzan and Shanks in the middle of 5. They'll get Canyon, but Shanks will fall next. Tarzan looking for Juro. Juro just walks away from them. GenG are absolutely shellacking AL.
X Factor indeed. Duro, in game 5 of his first international, finds the hook, and the entirety of GenG ready to fight AL. As Hope, at the very beginning of the fight, just gets yoinked.
Yeah, he gets yoinked, and even though you do kind of see the suppress Cassio combo right here, it really doesn't matter with Keen coming in on the back line. This Camille is only getting stronger.
Hexagold momentum coming out as well as Keen has already finished the Triforce. He will be knocked out by the explosive cast. That's the counter ability that we talked about with the Gragas, but Flandre is 500 gold behind. Ruler is 1.4k ahead. As we see Flandre obviously not able to join that last fight.
Yeah, I was circling the itemization difference there because it is significant, as we see Ruler showing up on the Xayah. Again, a champion he's known for, very familiar with. As you pointed out, Chronicler has the skin. And GenG have completely taken control of this early game.
Very aggressive play from GenG, right? Actually doing this through fight, something we don't often see. As mentioned, how they often get their leads is laning slowly into cross map, into you look at your turrets, they're gone, you're down 4,000 gold just by minions. But AL, I think in this series also not letting them really play that style, and in this game thus far, GenG has been bringing the fight to them, as Flandre almost has his TP available. But the Drake is already gone. It's just the first dragon. So I think AL now have to be very deliberate. They get one more fight. Yeah. I think already you're obviously not going to be able to get Prio. You're not going to be able to just get contest. But you get one more fight before the game is fully out of your hands.
Yeah, and I'm also looking at Chovy, right? 0-4 on this Rise. Already has Roa locked in. He's going to be already kind of a pain in the butt to kill with what AL have right currently. So again, this Camille and Rise kind of being a bit ahead of schedule is a huge problem for AL.
I'm going to say Ruler might be on that list.
Ruler is also on that list, true.
Okay, one problem at a time, Medic. let's focus on what we can fix.
Look, the major issue for AL is it can't be one problem at a time unless they manage to find picks in side lanes. Also, even if they do that, Chovy has the Realm Warp. You have reactions from GenG if you're looking for any of those picks. Hope now has got his Triforce. Yep. Shanks has his Archangel stacking up to the Seraphs. Flandre has his Rod of Ages at 1 stack. So they have got those first items. It's whether or not they want to fight the next objective. They kind of need to for the neutrals, because otherwise feats of strength are going to go over to GenG. But that might not be the biggest loss, or at least not as big as a lost fight around one of those neutrals.
For me, the core issue for AL is that this isn't the type of game where you can say we can hang back and skill, right? You just don't have that advantage. You don't have that luxury because there are so many champions on GenG that are equally happy to do the same thing, but they're accelerated. So obviously, they're not going to be too worried. Maybe the opportunity, as you already highlighted, to use that Shen ultimate to find a pick and sideline, get a numbers advantage, and then play from there. But you can't just try and play a normal 5v5, particularly not with this Blitzcrank being on the prowl.
Kyle has a flank though onto Ruler, the cleanse away immediately. Juro still looking for more here as the TP comes in. Kyle has to flash away. Glacial Prison doesn't connect. Counter TP. Tarzan only with the Impale on one, and now Keen is there. Hexagon is going to take on to the tower. The Sad United enough to shield up Tarzan for now. The shutdown comes over to Hope as the chase continues. Shanks joins the fight, and he's spitting out Venom. He finds the shutdown. Ruler the flash away from the Blade Caller, but the pull in from Juro's not enough. Shanks has found poison, and GenG will suffer. Tarzan chasing further forward. Double twin bangs. AL roar into life.
And that's a triple for the Casio, and all of AL's problems seem to disappear.
They disappear with Casio poison. As we see, I actually thought this was going to be a really advantageous fight just because Kyle, even when he does get the taunt off, ends up having to flash out. But the Sedge ult misses, Tarzan gets the suppress, and then just watch Shanks as he goes through this fight, coming in from the top side.
No one that can match him at that point. The health bars aren't there. Crucial misses for me for GenG as Duro doesn't find the hook. Canyon's ult goes completely wide, and Shanks, he is not about to go down without a fight in this game. Flashes the recall, so many shutdowns going over. So that man right there is Tabe, pops off.
Now the question is, for anyone's legend, can you keep that momentum going? Because Shanks is fed. He is now accelerated back in this game. The rest of the team, not so much. They didn't get as much gold as Shanks did. They weren't picking up those kills, those bounties. For GenG, they still have an incredibly strong AD carry, an incredibly strong top laner. Those matchups are still very much in the LCK's favor.
Yeah, and for me, for GenG, it is, you know, get this Camille into the side lane, get this Ryze into the side lane, really push out those side lane waves, set the map in your favor in time for this next Drake spawn, which is going to be in just under a minute.
And as highlighted, the tools that you have to keep Shanks alive, barring a crazy hook from there, are actually amazing, right? You have the Flandre Cask, you have the Skarner Impale, and in that fight, it was more so, I think, GenG overextending, Shanks coming in when all the cooldowns were down, and he could just walk through with impunity, but between the Shen, especially currently sitting on exhaust, almost has the heal available, Locket there as well. That's going to have to be the #1 issue to solve for GenG. Now, as mentioned, I do think that they have more carries in a good position. For AL, if Shanks gets zoned, it is kind of nothing for the rest of them. No 2-item spike for Hope, whereas Ruler already has hit that. He needs a second item. I think that Starix is going to be something when the Camille gets way more backline access, can stay alive for a lot longer. The base AD always going to be feeling great as GenG looking to start up this only second Drake of the game, the Hextech Drake here.
Kind of blessed in game 3 with how quickly they were being taken.
Gone.
It's gone.
Yeah, anyone's legend deciding not to fight it. They have the Rift Herald, that's going to charge in. Feats will go over to GenG. Rift Herald will take the tower, Realm Warp in by GenG, but couldn't get there quickly enough to defend. I think that will be all that happens in that sequence, as it's just a tower for a Dragon Chain exchange.
And yeah, with that topside fight that got Shanks ahead, AL do buy themselves some time. They don't have to contest this Drake. I actually do like them focusing on heralding mid instead, getting that mid tier 1 down to give them a little bit more map pressure, especially off of being able to push in this mid wave, in particular just because, as previously stated, this Camille and Ryze are such menaces in the side lanes.
Tarzan
looking for Keen, who does have the flash as soon as he sees Canyon. He's making a beeline out of it. Doesn't want any of that action. Meanwhile, in the top side, Chovy casked underneath the tower, but is able to walk his way out with the phase rush.
Flandre keeping Chovy honest. No flash available, so if Chovy would have gone, maybe knocked a little bit further, took a few shots, could have been an angle. As we have the Otacon coming up in about a minute, and the item breakpoints that have been hit. Currently still mostly the AD carries, everyone else is approaching the second, but not quite there, and Hope also not sitting on his transformation yet.
Yep, as we see GenG pushing up in this top side. And again, I do think that GenG do have a few more tools, especially with the Camille and the Ryze, to kind of get this map pressure and prio to be able to set up for this, as we see Chovy, with the support of Duro here, able to take down this tier 1. Really nice from GenG. They're going to be able to get vision on this top side prior to the Otacon spawn.
And Shanks is being dealt with by Keen right now. Has those upgraded Mercury treads, or the slightly improved ones at least. So he's not struggling too much in this matchup. Shanks obviously very happy to farm up as well. He's about 40 CS down from Chovy, which is what you often see when Chovy is on the map. But across the rest of the series, Shanks has actually done a really good job of keeping relatively even, or even ahead of the GenG mid laner.
Actually,
I was gonna say, I did like how GenG targeted him early too, right? Yeah. Like recognizing when they could go on him and really giving Chovy that push in the mid lane.
This might be the fight. Looking at the summoners available really across the board for everyone. Shanks on the side of AL, the main target for GenG, but the disengage that AL have is crazy. GenG though have the advantage of setting up shop first and might be looking to fish with that Blitzcrank hook.
So Keen also taking the bot lane tier 1. Shanks had to back all the way off there. Does have his flashback up. Also has finished the Bloodletter's Curse. So he's sitting at 2 items.
In the brush.
Chovy a minute away from getting his Rod of Ages fully stacked. So for GenG, being on the objective first, getting vision control, absolutely massive. The ability for Duro just to find hooks, to find picks. Sterak's now complete on Keen as he opens up through the mid lane. AL will step in and try and get a bit of vision control themselves. But it's nothing too monumental for them. Just a couple of wards placed down. GenG still have good control over that area.
And now we've gotten to the point where I think GenG want to wait until Ruler has his Infinity Edge. Just went back, bought a BF sword. They don't need to pull the trigger on Otacon here. Again, I think strengthened by the knowledge that so many of their champions become bigger problems as the game goes on. Chovy also sitting on 9 stacks on that Rod of Ages.
So many of their champions become bigger problems as the game goes on, but then also, again, this Ryze can just sit up in this top lane. This Camille push down the tier 1 is now continuing to push out this wave on the bot side, and then we'll potentially back. But yeah, that's the danger of this GenG comp, right? It's just their accelerated side lane pressure.
It's a good little vision pocket play there from anyone's legend. Trying to play around it. The hook's going to land onto Kyle. He's going to taunt his way away, but the Glacial Prison's still going to hit. Kyle able to survive. As GenG TP'd in Keen, but couldn't find much more. Kyle can now back, has to stand united as well to rejoin a fight. Drake up in 30 seconds time.
Both top laners using their TPs there, so even trade. Kyle does have to use 2 of his, as now GenG can turn that into Prio on this dragon. They do have the possibility for a soul point with an Ocean Soul. So much extra sustain in the fights.
Just such a vision control game for GenG now as well. You can see no vision at all for anyone's legends down in this bot side river, which means as soon as Duro steps into this bush, AL have to be cautious. Only the tanks can frontline. Kyle as well does have that flash back up, has also taken Smite off the Unsealed Spellbook. Ruler's going to start up the dragon. It's a 9,000, 7,000, 5,000 with the Blade Caller. AL needs to get in here. Sharpish, explosive cast coming out. Kyle stepping forward with the Smite, but it's Canyon that secures it. Kyle's going to dash away. Chovy looking for that backline. The onto Tarzan, there's the permafrost follow-up, and Ruler takes the kill. GenG begin to turn and burn, but they get hit with a rocket. Shanks and Hope step forward onto Keen. Canyon on the backline. Hope turning it around onto Sejuani. A hook onto Shanks though, as he's rooted up and shut down. The Hexagol made him enough to kill him off. Flandre now caught out with the permafrost. Kaio's gonna die to Keen, and GenG have found the fight. They follow it up for a clean ace.
And GenG, a topside fight in the jungle now, but a distant memory as another team fight is won. The dragon goes their way, and Otacon sure to follow.
And I love how they set that up. Again, pushing out that bot wave with the Camille, starting up the Drake, forcing AL to come into them, and then this hook coming out from Duro onto Tarzan was massive.
And there's no impale, otherwise that can be straight up a game-losing play, but without that ultimate available, the Skarner has no recourse, and then a multi-pronged approach as another hook from Duro gets Shanks into the back line.
And crucially, it is onto Shanks, because he is the one person in this fight that can really destroy what GenG want to do.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ruler. It was nice.
Yeah, it was nice. Thrice nice, you might say.
True.
Usually it's only one. So that is actually a big deal.
You can see how Shanks really struggled to have an impact in that last fight, only at 1.5k, whereas Chovy sitting at almost 5,000 damage, and it's a 5,500 gold lead now for GenG. Anyone's Legends are looking for a play onto Keen, who does have the flash. He knew something was going on. Tarzan's going for the chase here, though. Underneath the tower, Tarzan's going to tank it up. There's the Miasma into the Petrifying Gaze, into the Impale. Hexagon made him Keen into the flash. Oh, he missed the wall. He maybe would have escaped. But the hookshot wall dive just short.
But then on the top side of this map, we see Chovy pushing in this wave. GenG are going to get absolute control over this top side, push in onto tier 2, clear out the jungle, and get complete vision to set up for this Baron. They might just start it.
Ooh, how much was used there? Let's take a look at the cooldowns that AL invested. No Shanks ult, no Tarzan ult, no Kyle ult. As they start the object, it's gone.
It's gone.
Yeah.
It's gone. Ruler is so strong. 3 items already complete. Obviously, Chovy there as well. Rise at 2 items is just going to rip through a Baron. Juro slowed there by Tarzan, who's going to use the Ishtal's impact to get himself to safety. In the end, Juro couldn't find a hook.
And a tiny objective bounty claimed from Flandre's Gragas, but it really doesn't matter necessarily. I mean, GenG had complete control over that top side after they were able to push in, just burn down the Baron so quickly.
That top side fight that brought AL back in the game wasn't fought over an objective. It was GenG just looking for what they thought was a few quick kills. But now this Rebel Baron probably is going to perfectly line up with the possibility of an Ocean Soul. And already I think AL are lacking damage, and that's going to get only worse.
Yeah, they really are. Shanks is lacking levels as well. He's currently 3 levels down on Chovy, who has had so much free time in these side lanes. Shanks has always had to back away from Keen because the threat of a Hexagon made him into a Sejuani follow-up has always been there, whereas Chovy has just had free reign of the top lane the majority of this game. Level 16 already at 26 minutes.
And we
17,
see,
in fact.
Yeah, Keen pushing in this top side, Rise coming to join the rest of GenG, pushing onto this tier 2. I mean, GenG can pretty much set up the map however they want. They have such strong split pushers in this composition, and it just makes it so difficult for AL to go in.
There's also the Blitzcrank, right? At any point, if you engage, you need to be sure, because if you kind of go half in and back off, you might just get grabbed. I think they see the pings go down. I'm pretty sure they know that Tarzan is in the area. 40 seconds here. Inip is standing, but GenG, they're going to fully deny any sort of vision, and Keen with the TP can just live in the top lane, probably farm up for that GA before the Drake is started. And AL, I think the Hail Mary is about to be attempted here as Kyle TP's in the mid lane.
Canyon stepping forward, Kyle looking for it. Ruler, though, so safe, so far away. So hard to collapse on. Keen continues to push through top, does have that teleport, recalling now. Andre looking for a flank. No vision here for GenG. Now places a control ward in the tri-bush. Hope not really that strong, so his poke isn't really going to stick. TP comes in from Keen. As he looks for a flank of his own, has the GA, the hook connects again! And Chovy makes AL take a pew! Church is in session here for GenG! Keen on the backline, Flandre dead! Keen, you can't even pop his GA! The Angels are on the side of GenG! They get the triple, they get the ace, and they're looking to make it 21 series in a row.
Beautifully done from GenG, the picture-perfect execution of this composition. They are barreling down bot side for the end to move on at this MSI.
Nerves of steel for GenG in the final game. As Keen, yet another insane performance in this final one. As GenG take down AL.
What a performance from GenG.
This was such a fun match.
It was so good.
I have had a blast. This is, again, the top team from LCK, the top team from LPL. It was back and forth. I think we saw the strengths and weaknesses of both teams. GenG coming out on top with a stellar Game 5 performance.
The resilience of both teams, the creativity in drafts. Any other team in the tournament watching these two fight it out, Gonna have to be scary, and that man on your screen right there, Shanks, absolutely stellar performance here today.
All round, I think everyone had a good game and a couple of bad games here and there, but overall highest quality league we have seen so far here at MSI. I feel sorry for the lower bracket, I'm going to be honest. AL play up against the winner of MKOI and CFO, which is going to be a little bit of a challenge.
Yeah, and I'm so happy with what we saw from both of these teams. Again, seeing the strengths of both of them. As you point out, GenG now await the winner of T1 and BLG.
Either of those matchups are insane!
So good.
Either we get the best of 5 that we were denied, or the team that has dethroned GenG so many times over the last couple of years.
What a rest of MSI we have. You can see Ruler there obviously picking up a few early kills. So safe on the Xayah at that Feather Storm as well. And from minute 1 in that game 5, GenG were on it. Like, even though Ruler had to burn both his summoners, Keen then immediately says, okay, I can do that too. It goes into the mid lane, gets Shanks down to half HP, wins the lane against Flandre as well. Just incredible League of Legends to watch.
And then for me, people are probably sick of me mentioning, but it's how they set up in the side lanes, right? Like GenG's map awareness is so good, especially with a Camille and a Ryze. They just kind of set up this great 1-3-1. You love to see it. I love minion waves, you know, I gotta talk about it. You're laughing at me.
No, I'm laughing because you're being self-deprecating, and you don't need to be, because that was great.
Don't make us get the frog out again.
You gotta be careful.
We're going to be joining Shox and Keen for the Verizon post-game interview. Shox, I'm sure you have so much to say. Take it away.
Welcome to the stage where I'm joined by Keen and by Jisun to assist with the translation. First up, congratulations, Keen. We even saw your iconic Camille. It did take 5 games, so can you tell me a little bit about what made this series so challenging?
승리 축하드립니다. 5세트 꽉으로 가면서 또 기인 선수의 아이코닉한 카밀도 볼 수 있었는데요. 이번 시리즈 어떤 부분이 조금 까다로워서 이렇게 좀 승리하는 데 오래 걸렸고 어느 부분이 가장 상대하는 데 가장 까다로웠나요?
오늘 좀 교전으로 이제 게임이 많이 결정됐던 것 같은데, 교전을 하는 데 있어서 이니시가 없으니까 좀 불편한 부분도 많았어서 그런 부분을 좀 뱀픽적으로 얘기를 많이 했던 것 같습니다.
I think most of the games were decided by skirmishes, and I realized that our team comp didn't really have a lot of engage tools, so that was the main focus of our feedback, and we wanted to make some adjustments in our draftings.
Okay, this does mean that you have now won 21 series in a row as GenG, which is absolutely incredible. What is your read on what makes you so strong at this point in time?
이번 승리와 함께 젠지가 이제 매치 21연승을 달성했습니다. 정말 무적이라고 볼 수 있는데요. 젠지의 어떤 점이 이렇게 팀을 강팀으로 만드는 건가요?
아무래도 선수들이 다 경력도 많고 하다 보니까 이제 각자의 역할 같은 걸 이해를 하고 좀 플레이를 이제 누가 말 안 해도 잘해서 그런 부분들 때문에 저희가 계속 이길 수 있지 않나 그렇게 생각하고 있습니다.
Most of our players are very experienced, so they have a really good understanding of their own role. So we don't really even need a lot of communications. You just know what to do in games. So I think that's the biggest part.
That's very impressive. Now you beat the LPL first seed here. Of course, last year you did beat BLG to win MSI. How much of a threat do you feel the LPL is this year at MSI?
오늘 이렇게 LPL 1시드 AL을 꺾었고 작년에도 BLG를 꺾으면서 MSI 우승하셨잖아요. 이번 MSI에서는 LPL이 얼마나 위협이 된다고 생각하시나요?
사실 오늘 경기 같은 경우도 되게 힘들었어가지고 이제 다음에 다시 만나도 언제든지 이제 위험할 수 있는 상대라고 생각해서 많이 위협적인 것 같습니다.
I mean, even today's series, it was very challenging to us. So if we were to have a rematch, well, things can happen any kind of a way. So I think they are still a big threat to us.
They absolutely can happen. In fact, you might meet BLG or T1 in the next round. What team would you rather play and why?
그러면 다음 라운드에서 또 이제 LPL이 BLG를 만나거나 T1을 만나게 될 예정이신데요. 어느 팀을 좀 만나고 싶으신가요?
새로운 이제 팀이라기보다는 두 팀 다 이제 MSI에서 이제 젠지라는 팀이 많이 만났었기 때문에 이제 누가 올라오든 저희 할 거 잘하면 될 것 같은데 그래도 개인적으로 LCK 이제 T1이 올라왔으면 좋겠습니다.
Well, GenG is actually pretty familiar with facing up against them in the MSI, you know, not a new faces, but well, I want to say still our LCK family T1. I wish they can make it.
Okay, amazing. 감사합니다. Thank you so much to you both. This was Keen and GenG, 21 in a row.
'21 in a row. Monster performance from GenG here and monster performance from Keen as well. Our Oppo player of the series here.
Well deserved.
Yeah.
The carry performances that he put out, immaculate. I mean, the Ambessa, the Gwen, the Camille here, really impressive stuff from him. Shout outs to Duro with some of these blitzcrank as well. My
Channeling the legends. Oh my god, I loved it.
He needed the shout out, but Keen was incredible. A lot of those flanks on his Camille really did win him a bunch of those fights. And just seeing his player story coming in, I pray we get the T1 series we couldn't get in the LCK. I need it. So I'm looking forward to that one for sure.
I think we all want that. And Keen was saying on stage that it came down to skirmishes maybe. Do you have this read as well? What kind of improvements can we expect from AL who still had an amazing performance?
Yeah, it definitely did. I mean, it was very clear, I guess, the team fight focus in Game 4. But definitely from Game 1 onwards, a lot of it was GenG being surprised by AL's willingness to take fights as frequently as they were. And yes, you can see it. You can watch the VODs from the LPL days or even just their first round. But when you actually experience it, you're like, oh, okay, we actually have to change our thought process in priority and draft.
Yeah, so many clutch plays here, really making the big difference in this series. That's why it was so fun. Such a fun journey through all 5 games.
Yeah.
Because each one had their own flavor.
Yeah, God, even everyone had their moments. For me, the biggest moment to go through was like the fight between Chovy and Shanks. Shanks has another like great performance on Assassins. His Cassiopeia play was also quite good. In general, he is really well-rounded, so I'm looking forward to what they can do in the lower bracket, but it's about GenG. GenG ended up taking this Game 5. They continue on with their series streak. They're moving on to the next round. They have their eyes set on either BLG or T1. I'm expecting it to be T1. They don't seem beatable at the moment.
The winner of tomorrow's first series, who's going to have to face off against AL, I wouldn't want to be them. That's going to be a banger series for sure and a difficult one. But earlier today, we said goodbye to G2 as FlyQuest won the game against them 3-0. Clinical series from then, but we caught up with Broken Blade in the Verizon post-game interview. Over to you, Shocks.
Broken Blade here with me after G2's exit from MSI. I'm going to start with the series today. If you have any kind of insight on what you think as a team went wrong here.
I think we just crumbled through everything they did. We just never had the chance to breathe. I feel like we never had a winning play. Everything felt very bad today. I just felt like we get outplayed all around the map. So it was just like very hard to play the game today.
Is that something that you feel generally has been your feeling here at MSI? Because, of course, you did have some good results as well. But overall, how do you look back on this?
Overall, I think this MSI was very, very shameful to play. I think as a team, also individually, I had a very tough start, which I didn't expect at all. I do think I managed to bounce back my individual performance. I think we just didn't find our footing at all in this MSI, and I'm very sad about this because I think we could have made it much further than we did, and obviously I think FlyQuest just played much better. You know, we have to drop our ego and have to tell them that they are better than us this year, so far at least, and just accept the reality that we are just right now not good enough.
Okay. I want to say huge respect to all of you for doing so many interviews also, so I'm not going to bother you any longer. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
A sad way to end the tournament, of course, for G2, but a lot of things to focus on, reflect, and hopefully get better for summer.
Yeah, at least I could say from him, he mentioned the fact that he's had a rough start.
Yeah.
And even just seeing that last game, his Cho'Gath performance personally, he has a lot to at least look back and say, hey, I cleaned it up and worked on my own individual play. It's gonna suck, but it's not anywhere near to the end of the year. So they still have a lot more league to play going forward.
Yeah, and Shock said it, but really big props to him, you know, constantly doing interviews, even after the losses, even with the tough start and so much criticism going their way. You know, he's still always getting out there and communicating and putting fans first.
Yeah, shout out to him and G2. We will see them again in LEC in a couple weeks. But for now, the road continues. We have another LEC representatives in the likes of MKOI. They're going to play tomorrow against CFO. Am I worried? Should I be worried?
Ooh, CFO looks really good.
I know.
I think you should be worried.
Just a tiny bit.
I think you should keep the level of worry that you had today. Roll it over into tomorrow, because CFO look really good.
But the Canadian hero and JoJo might have your back.
Yes.
All right? We'll work together, all of us.
We got you.
Boom.
I believe.
Boom.
I believe that we can do it, and we're gonna get a World Finals rematch. BLG versus T1. Now a lot of strong words on the side of T1 in the winner interview. We're gonna make them relive that nightmare. Do we believe that?
God.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't expect that level of trash talk.
Yeah, I didn't either.
It's not very fake.
Faker and Guma were like. So I'm super excited for that spice.
Absolutely. Shooting left and right. They're gonna have to bring on that confidence tomorrow, though. That's all for us here on the side of the decks. We'll be back tomorrow at noon Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern and 9 p.m. Central European Summertime with MKOI versus CFO and the World Finals rematch, VLG versus T1. Take care, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow.
Be there.
G2 make their way onto the Baron, and FlyQuest wants to step up to try to stop it. Masu's the only damage really remaining. Inspired tries to go in, but the Miasma's already ready to try to take care of him. Inspired throwing up the shield. Whippo and Masu stuck in the pit looking to deal with the Baron. Inspired going right back in, but he's already going to be knocked into the Guardian Angel. It's stolen away by Masu! 2v5 now. FlyQuest trying to fight back. Broken Blade wants to get away. Inspired back to life for the Guardian Angel. FlyQuest with the miracle resist at the Baron Pit. Silence under Broken Blade from Whippo, but now G2 ready to step in. Caps goes between worlds and Masu's already almost dead. Down to 200 HP. Quad's already eliminated, but now Caps is also dead. Masu continuing to fire. Surviving by 100 was enough, and LeBron's about to die next. FlyQuest turn around. G2, they try to pick Masu. They fall ever so short, but it is just enough for FlyQuest. Inspired steps forward, but a quick burst of damage coming out from Hansama. Now Lebrov's got to be careful. He finds a dredge line, but he immediately has to flash back out. Lebrov is already down. Quad grabbing the kill on that one. Caps makes his way in with a TP. Can he find the flank? Broken Blade flashing away, barely staying alive. Masu jumping in, needs a little bit more damage. Masu's already got the kill. G2 are going to get wiped off Summoner's Rift. FlyQuest find the moment instantly.
Keen on that front line. Tarzan jumping onto Ruler. There's the equalizer follow-up. Juro with a good knockup, but Hope cannot be stifled. Ruler down. Between worlds goes Chovy, but they just don't have the damage. Canyon's on top of Hope, and he supercharges the way to safety. And Chovy once again is running for the hills. AL wipe away GenG. Tarzan rooted with the last embrace. Chovy's here as well. Keen's on his way towards the back of the fight. Keeper's verdict coming out will knock away Keen, and perhaps anyone's legend will think this is a fight they can take. They can't. Right now with the paranoia coming out, Shanks getting chased down, Kyle down to half HP, Tarzan the same, the Hextech Soul doing so much work as Keen comes in and snips them to pieces. Chovy flashing forward, Blandre with the counter-strike once again, just can't land the stun. GenG wipe away anyone's legend. Decent assist. Juro's going in with the quickness as well as they look for the chase onto Shanks, who's popped the stopwatch. Knocked back with the seismic shove as well as Shanks just doesn't get an opportunity to move. GenG have woken up in this game and AL just cannot answer them. Duro dashing forward, getting onto Hope, knocked back with the satchel charge as well as Keen continues to chase. Blandre in the middle of 5. What can you do in the face of so much hate? GenG will lose one. They'll clean up the fight and they'll look towards the Nexus. Onto Shanks. He's got knocked back. He's taken out immediately by Blandre. Mum comes in. There's the all-out, in fact, as the Catacomb comes out onto Ruler. Heroes enters the follow-up. There's a Pop Blossom as well, and AL are not done with this fight yet. Canyon trying to escape. Chovy so late on the TP, but Canyon's already down, and there's a Baron available for AL. Kyle's gonna dash away. Chovy looking for that backline. The hook lands onto Tarzan. There's the permafrost follow-up, and Ruler takes the kill. GenG begin to turn and burn, but they get hit with a rocket. Shanks and Hope step forward onto Keen Canyon on the backline. Hope turning it around onto Sejuani. A hook onto Shanks though, as he's rooted up and shut down. The Hexagon made him enough to kill him off. Flandre now caught out with the permafrost. Kayao's gonna die to Keen, and GenG have found the fight. They follow it up for a clean ace.